I also have that tutorial series and also just like a billion random little tutorials all on YouTube. But if you want to watch VODs right now, you gotta watch them on Twitch. All right, sweet. So we're gonna dive back in. Stoneflights. Let's go. Because this game's kicking your ass. Welcome to Dwarf Fort. Good to hear. Been wanting to play the DF forever, and you're so excited to finally actually be able to. Can I just say like how awesome that? Okay, so this is the result of the fight. There's still a bunch more down here. Still a bunch more. Losing is fun, believer Grim. Oh, I believe in Grim. So let's double check. I want to pause. Okay, both of those are paused. And I'm just gonna go. I just want to go up to the surface and just make like a massive refuse stockpile, but dwarves are all gonna book it out into the caverns, and we're gonna clean up these bodies as best we can. There's going to be one more wave, I think. Tools is a mess in Dwarf Fortress, and it's always been a mess, and I don't think it's going to stop being a mess anytime soon. Believer Grim, thanks for that Prime sub. Enjoy the dwarfy emotes. Remember, chat, if you see other people playing Dwarf Fort, be sure to give them a round of beers every now and again. Are you asking me something about Dwarf Fortress? Absolutely not. No questions are allowed here. Definitely not. What's your question? What's up? Question is, chat, do I need to turn slow mode back on? You're thirsty? Well, that's unfortunate. It's my fight too. This might require an answer. All right, so the dwarves are not able to haul stuff because they keep seeing the amphibian dudes. All right, let's just... Let's turn on get the dwarves back inside. Unstation this squad. How do I turn off their orders? I think I did it. Cool. Everybody's heading back inside now. Oh. And here comes another one. Or is it literally just one? Hold on. Did we just find the last one? Yeah, we just found the last, like, 4 of them. All right, squatty. Got one more job for you boys before you run off. Bring them in. They seem to have found a dwarf. That was Wild Peak. Rest in peace, Wild Peak. And a troglodyte. Well, that's good. That was a lot of them. Yeah, we need to just get our dwarves back inside. Whoa, there goes the frames. Something's happening. My squad, what? So either my entire squad is dead, which isn't the case, or they all got unassigned somehow? I beg your fucking pardon? Oh, did I just... So, you know, we were talking about this earlier, right? Hold on. Quit without saving. Yes. So we were talking about this earlier. The button to disband a squad is right next to the orders buttons. 1000% just clicked it. That needs a, are you sure? Warning. No, I didn't hit X, but I clicked X, okay? I didn't press X, you pressed X. But anyway, we're gonna try that again. Yes, I know I'm stupid, M. Cole. So are you, it's fine. We're all stupid together. That's all I have to say to that. Happens? It certainly fucking does, yes. Press X to Sag, yes. All right, so now that I didn't press X, Squatty, I need you guys to go here. Because there's duders hiding over here. They're there. They're just stealth, I'm telling you. They're there. All right, where's the rest of them? All underwater, clearly. I really, really, really just want to, like... I really, really wish I had just, like, a bunch of lava and I would just... We just seen a massacre? Yeah, I just massacred an entire set of families, dude. All right, so... Does that send them home? Can they go do whatever? No. Okay, so you... Cancel order. Cancel order versus disband. Like... It's horrific. Okay. That is like the most... So we went from like keyboard controls, which were legendarily not great for a lot of people, to very specific other controls. Is there a thing that... There's a thing that you can't seem to do in the Steam version. Connect carved, constructed stairs. No, I know exactly what you mean. You can do it, but you have to channel out the stairs from below and above. I managed to do it once, but it's fiddly as shit. Like, I was talking to a friend of mine before this version released officially, which was... and we were talking about how, because we both had a key early, right? And, stairs are still fucked. They're absolutely completely fucked. They're just fucked in completely different ways. But it's still Dwarf Fortress, and I don't think you're ever gonna fully unfuck stairs. Okay, let's just get the dwarves back inside, I think. I think that's just what we gotta do. For right now. Let's get bedrooms done and other stuff done, and we'll use memorials. Everybody get inside. Yeah, no, I mean, like, here's the thing, right? Tarn talked about this many times in many places, that the plan for going forward is, like, get as much UI feedback as bloody possible, right? All right, there's one more dwarf. I think we're going to give him another minute, chat, and anybody who doesn't make it in is not going to make it in. So, like... 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Let's turn this burrow off, and let's get back to bedrooms. Making tables, thrones, coffins, kill. Cool, cool, cool. Let's do beds. Actually, no, I think I still have plenty of beds. So here's the thing that we need to do, actually. Slabs. Slabs, slabs, slabs. Slabs, 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 slabs. So we just lost how many dwarves? What, like 20? Like 40 of those. And push those up above coffins. Best place to leave feedback. Type in !DF. Go to the Kit Fox Discord, and there's a feedback and bugs room. But be wary, their DF chat room moves faster. Yeah, so there's a bug reports forum on their Discord right here. So go there. That is I think, like, because you could go to the Bay 12 forums, you could like just at them on Twitter, but like your best bet is to go that way. That'd be your best bet. Do you know what the difference is between exact plants and brew plants? My advice to you, Markle, if we're talking about like surface plants, just harvest everything and set a brew order and they'll figure it out. Dwarves are pretty smart. Like genuinely, like just harvest everything and set a brew order. Like just brew drink from plant and like they'll figure it out. Like this Wild Peaker's on it. See, he's on it. Okay, so mayor's spaces. Assign a mayor, assign a mayor, assign a mayor. Is Deep still our mayor? Deep is no longer the mayor. All right, so Deep, sorry, you're no longer the mayor, which means we have to reassign this shit to somebody else. A different dwarf got elected mayor, which means I should actually like go read about our new mayor here. There you are. Who's our mayor? You're vengeful after joining into an existing conflict. Has a child and a spouse. Quick to love. Good intuition. Quick to despair and creative. Good analytical ability. Has decent rooms. Wants a tomb. Is wearing trousers. Is crying. That's always a good sign. He's healthy. Let's see his personality. Let's read about our mayor, the guy running our fort. Is it a big deal if cave mushroom spores go to the surface and cover your floor? No, not really. Actually, it's a good thing. It means that you can pasture animals underground because like horses and stuff can eat it. He is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. He despairs of anything positive happening in the future. Me too. And lives without feelings of hope. That's okay. So this dwarf is just your average Twitter user. Okay. Lives without feelings of hope. He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture and appearance, and he dislikes helping others. Oy. How did you get elected? Oh boy. He is grounded in reality and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He often acts with compassion and often feels envious of others. Doesn't focus on material goods and tends to be the little type when working on resources and when working on projects, and he finds obligations confining. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he can handle stress. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and is currently more rude. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. So would I if I had a personality like you, Mr. Mayor. He is euphoric due to inebriation, naturally, and feels fondness after remembering making a friend. Hasn't killed anything in his life. He has one son, and his wife isn't in the fort. He worships the deity of Ral and the deity Tubal, and he's 150 years old. Pretty badass little dwarf. Kind of looks like the final boss of, oh, fuck. What was the From Software game that was not Elden Ring, but the one they put out before that where you have the guy with the grappling hook? Sekiro. It's like the final boss of Sekiro, except with bigger hair. He needs bigger hair, and he kind of looks like that. Anyway, he's got the right beard. I don't play FromSoft games. I just watch them sometimes. All right, so. Legendary glassmaker. Yep. Old man. He'll be like that. Whew. Well, we know where to find fun. Go out into the caverns. You know, I really just want lava pumps for the caverns now. Just flood the caverns with lava. Go out into the caverns and do stuff in caverns. Flood the caverns with lava again. Rinse, repeat. We're going to make a stockpile right here. And this is going to be a furniture. I mean, You can't get into my fort. There's still people outside. Uh-oh. Well, a clerk's been found dead. I don't know where they're going. Where are they going? Dig through it and fill in the holes with walls. Be vigilant. Can't find water? Dig down or settle somewhere with water. Turns out there are still dwarves. Did I not lock the door? I'm like 99.9. I guess we just left dwarves in the caverns. Nope, door's locked. So yeah, we just left dwarves in the caverns. Well, that was my bad. They'll also deal with forgotten beasts for us, so that's a benefit. Tarn will accomplish his goal. Wait. Like, if they can get feedback around Dwarf Fortress, players will explode. Dwarf Fortress has already exploded, right? Like, it's already blown up in a good way. Like, you know, they have how many? 7,227 overwhelmingly positive reviews, and there's 22,000 people playing. And it's still the weekdays. It's not even the weekend yet. You know, like, they're doing just fine. Like, they're currently at their all-time high player count, I think. Okay, they just hit their all-time high player count. They had a higher player count today than they did on day one, and they sold over 160,000 copies in the first day. So I've stated this on stream many times in the past. At PAX, when I was having dinner with Zach and Tarn, they stated they only needed to sell 20,000 copies a year to be successful, to break even. To break even, they need to sell at minimum 20,000 copies a year. They're successful, don't worry. Yeah, they're doing just fine. They're doing phenomenally well, and they will patch the game. And if you can't afford it, that's fine. It'll be free on their website when they get that version put together again. Like, don't even worry about it. They're doing phenomenally well. Just be happy for them at this point. So happy they've made money. I mean, I've gifted 3 copies of the game now. 1 to a mod, 1 to my artist, and then 1 to a viewer who couldn't afford it. So, hello, Spring. How thing? Large cancer scare, yes. That was a couple of years ago, and insurance ate a large portion of it, but, you know, they were... Okay, right. So Dwarf Fortress, up until Premium was announced, Dwarf Fortress was making like $7 grand a month on Patreon. So that's split between 2 families, so 2 households. So paying for 2 households, cut that in half, subtract taxes, and then suddenly they're down to like $2 grand a month, which is not enough to pay for anything of that sort. You'll get therapists back. They're updating it, if you really want it. So you take that, and then you factor in, and you should keep the game paused because there's stuff I do need to be doing right now. And then you also factor in the, like, just costs of living, and it's not a lot of money. When Premium was announced, their Patreon almost doubled. So, like, the amount of money that they're making per month off of their Patreon right now is already significantly more than they were back then when that scare happened, and they decided to do this. And that amount of money still isn't that much. Like, it's they were doing all right off of the Patreon and their PayPal tips, but now they're just fine, right? Like, what they needed was just a good couple. Like, I remember Tarn saying at one point that he just needs a good couple $100,000 in the bank in case there's a medical problem, because you don't have healthcare when you're in the US, and insurance is fucking expensive if you're self-employed. It runs fine on M1 chips in compatibility layers, fuzzy. It also runs just fine on Linux, based almost natively in compatibility mode. But those versions are coming and in the works. There was a cancer scare in 2017 with Zach's partner. Have I found Morkite yet? I mean, it might not even be on my map. Depending. Move to Europe equal GG. It's not that easy, dude. I mean, they could also just move to Canada, which would be like 100 kilometers north, but... Oh, great. Magma crabs. That's fine. Let the magma crab go do its thing. Oh, is that a Deep Rock Galactic thing? Okay, I don't even know. What's funny is, like, I've played a lot of this game, but there's definitely things I haven't seen yet, so it's certainly plausible that you could be mentioning a real thing that I've just never seen before. Could I show my FPS if you insist? I don't even know where that option is. It's in here somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's in game, isn't it? Frames per second. Show frames per second. There it is. Dwarf Fortress is 3D. What? And if you mean Armok Vision, the developer of Armok Vision, Rose, was one of the testers. I wouldn't be worried about Armok Vision. Grumble, grumble, U.S. healthcare, grumble, grumble, politics. I don't even know if that's politics. It's just human rights, but I guess human rights is politics because people are psychopaths, but, you know, life. DF VR win? If you know how to use VR properly, you would know that you can already play DF in VR using virtual desktop. Come on, get with the program. Get to modern times. Jeez. I don't give a shit about VR. Like, at all. Also, I think Armok Vision has VR compatibility if you're a strange person. You know, every now and again, I get a really weird... I know VR is your life. Come back to reality sometime, dude. You know, every now and again, I'll get a really weird comment saying, I would play this game if you could rotate the camera. It's like, well, then don't play it. It's fine. It's like, I literally got one last night, which was just like, this game would be fantastic, but I can't rotate the camera, so I think I'm going to refund it. And I was just looking at that, I'm like... I have a fix for you, okay? Full screen game. And go into Windows settings and rotate your monitor. There you go. That'll rotate your camera. Just rotate the monitor. Exactly. See, I love how we both think the same way. Just flip your monitor upside down. Sup, sick? How's things? Happy days. Happy times, happy days, happy dwarfs. Except for that one. He angry. I bet they're angry because they don't have beds and because I got a whole bunch of migrants and also lost like 30 dwarves. So I think I need more beds. God damn it. I thought I'd selected that, but clearly I hadn't. See, how many doors do I have? Decent number, not many. I'll just place until I run out of doors. I'm just currently working on making my dwarves happier-ish. Because right now, they not much. Okay, let's also make another... Let's just make another 100 doors. Also get rid of the smelting ore. And then we're going to go zones. bedroom, multi. 50 extra bedrooms. There we go. Hope you're not super late. No, you got like another 6-7 hours in the stream. How can you set a mass grave for dwarves? Unfortunately, it's not very easy. We have a berserk crafts dwarf who's dead now. That was quick. I think that was an artifact that was trying to be made. Lady consort got him. I'm panicking, says dwarves. Yeah, it looks like the lady consort just stabbed her to death. Yeah. He says, death, I feel very uneasy. Gruesome wounds, this doesn't scare me. Also, worst case scenario, if shit does get bad in this fort, just means we get to start a new fort. Because remember, losing is fun. So this is going to be my tomb. But the problem is, with this tomb, I need doors to actually make this tomb design work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and make it work. But I need those doors. What we're going to do... Actually, here's what I could do. Although, actually, no, because I don't have access to those bodies right now. So what we just need to do the slabs anyway. Let's just go to... Let's just mine out this, and we'll make this into a bunch of craft dwarfs. Right here. Or, actually, hold up. Do I do slabs through here? Okay, sweet. So if I can just... Can I queue up engraved memorials from up here, actually, I wonder? No. Okay. Oh, no. So this needs a faster way of filling this out. Like, desperately. Especially because, like, we don't even know who's queued up, so I'll just go down here. We'll just let them start doing it and they'll get to it. Scroll the wrong way half the time to the point where you don't know which way it was. You can swap them out. If your scroll wheel feels like it's backwards, go to key bindings, okay? And then I think it's move cursor. It's one of these two. It's one of these two. Move view cursor up Z. Yeah, it's this one. Move view cursor up Z. These. Swap them. Swap these two. Move view cursor up Z. Move view cursor up Z. Do that. Set that, and then you can have awful, you know, zoom. For efficient stockpiles. So I do simple, quick stuff, right? There's a YouTuber who I know, who I'm a good friend with, who does stupidly detailed, analytical, smart person stuff. I'm not a stupidly detailed, smart person, analytical thing. Go sub to this guy on YouTube if you want that kind of stuff and pester him to make his tutorials faster. Because he does the super detailed, like... Because I don't give a shit about actually being optimal. I know how the game works, but I play this game for, like, RP and the story generation. He plays this at, like, Factorio. So, go sub to him on YouTube and yell at him to make stuff like that when it comes to super detailed stuff. I'll do the really quick, easy, dirty, and you can figure out the rest. He spends 20 hours counting the amount of food that comes out of a farm plot. To give you perfect amounts of things. I don't do that. Can you Viking burial dwarves? Yeah, but you still need to memorialize them unless you want ghosts everywhere. Which is fine. So sick. Tarn is apparently working on a crypt zone, which will allow you to just mass designate open crypts. How do you memorialize them? So you make slabs, and then you go to the stoneworkers workshop and you click engrave memorial slab, and then you select a slab and then you engrave them. Also, I'm going to set all these to be done quickly on these jobs because otherwise they're never going to get done. Yes, it's the crypt zone is just my chat. Yes, Diamond. Phil and Phil, it's good to see you. How are you? How thing? I've got statues of forgotten beasts. Also, can I just say, I love the fact that the statues just have little cloths over them when they're in stockpiles, and then when they get set up, they pop up. That's kind of awesome. Nope, there currently isn't, Droven, which is another thing it's very high up in the bug reports section of the KitFox Discord. Currently, you just need to get repetitive strain injury to build stuff. Or use closest material. All right, so now for engraving for memorials, I do also have a tutorial on my YouTube channel about this. We're going to select material, and we're only going to select engraved ones. Looks like there's several that have been made. Oops. Oh, jeez. This is also more tedious. I really wish that there was an option for just, like, build only engraved. Actually, can I just search for engraved? No, it doesn't look like. It's unfortunate. Actually, no. Can't look for the memorials specifically. Well, some of these are also like forgotten beasts and shit. These aren't all my dwarves. Which is also kind of cool, though. Well, I would say give yourself more intelligence credit. If you're capable of typing in my Twitch chat and reading Twitch chat, you're smart enough to play this game. Do minecarts work upstairs? No, they need ramps. Hi, illiterate. I'm blind. Joke's on you. I can't read. I don't know what I'm saying right now. Although, you know, you say that, but like someone I used to hang out with's dad taught himself to make wine and grow his own tobacco with a smartphone without being able to read or write. Was completely illiterate. Was just, I don't really know what he did for a living, but when I met him, he was retired. And he literally just used voice to text and text to speech to use his phone. This was a couple of years ago. Taught himself to do a lot of things while being 100% illiterate. But, you know, you can do many things. Kind of is rad, yeah. All right. Let's just use closest materials for these because I want to give all these dwarves cabinets. These dwarves have earned some nicer bedrooms considering we've been here for a few years. Gotta say, it's gonna be really weird to be around other human beings on Earth who don't just look at me like I'm a complete and total psychopath for knowing how to play this game. And honestly, there's probably gonna be people that are better at this game than me pretty soon. That's gonna be a weird world to live in. What's generally the best ways to use libraries and scribes as forms of entertainment and downtime? And ways for building cool stories. Mechanically, they're kind of pointless. Unless you have dwarves that desperately want to read or write. And dwarves tend to love reading and writing. Unlike humans. Oh, humans on Earth, not humans in Dwarf Fort. Humans in Dwarf Fort love reading and writing. Let's go here. They'll start seeing clothing in bedrooms because they want to put their stuff away. And if they can't, they'll just leave it in their bedrooms. It only took you 13 hours to learn how to use the interface? That's pretty good. For someone who's illiterate. All right. Dwarves got a lot of stuff to do. Pictures help. That's true. No, it's not. That's a bad way to describe this, the difficulty curve of this game. The difficulty curve of this game is like learning a really complicated board game, right? It's like learning to play Twilight Struggle. You sit down, it's a massive board, there's you and 8 friends around a table, and none of you have any idea what any of the fucking pieces do. So you know what you do? You start playing and you read the manual. Same with Dwarf Fort. Read the fucking manual. Is the first step in the manual. You read the fucking manual. Play the tutorial, read the wiki, read the fucking manual. And after your 8th time playing, you mostly know what you're doing. How long does a game usually last? How long do you want it to last? I mean, you could go for a couple years. I have a fort that I brought from year 5 to year 430-something. It's called Long Death. Read? I know, right? Until you get bored or the fort kills you. And then you start again. Yeah, and the quick start guide for Dwarf Fort is not long at all. Someone in my YouTube comments is claiming that the first world that they had gave them no dwarves at all. All their dwarves were dead. That can happen too. Sometimes you'll just generate a world and it'll be like, this world's kaput. Long live, long death. Yeah. Also, 1,069 subscribers. No, classic version was just the really difficult, you have to read the fucking manual thing. Dwarf Fortress has always been a really obtuse game that is tricky. It's never been this impossible cliff. Or rather, it was this impossible cliff, but it hasn't been an impossible cliff since like 2010, 2011. Around the time the like carp problems and the wiki got good, the game stopped being this indecipherable mess, and it's been fine ever since. Anybody who says that it's this massive cliff never learned the game, because it's really not that hard. Getting really good at the game might be hard, but it's not that bad. It's always been really obtuse. It's never been hard. There's a big difference between obtuse and difficult. As an example, Crusader Kings is obtuse. It's not hard. There's a lot of similarities here. The difference between Dwarf Fortress and Crusader Kings for years has always been that Dwarf Fortress, in order to play old Dwarf Fortress, you had to go to this website. Find the download button. Most people didn't make it past that. Now, there's a Steam page with 7,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews, which has to give you some sort of sunk cost fallacy that, oh, I've spent money on this. I should probably play it. It's got to be good, right? Also, Ixion's outselling Dwarf Fort and has mixed reviews. God damn. Dwarf Fortress no longer #1. Fix that, guys. Come on. The hell? Yeah, that too. You know, like ironically, the old version of Dwarf Fortress had full mouse support. It just wasn't activated by default and didn't work properly. Which is one of my favorite things. Is like half the menus had it enabled for some reason. So like one of my favorite things to do used to be like, by the way, this menu has mouse support, and just like build a squad entirely with the mouse, and all of chat would be like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's 3rd place in top sellers. At least we're still outselling Call of Duty. Get fucked. I know he really does, yeah. No, it's the best, possibly the best IGN review I've seen in years. How is Ixion outselling Dwarf Fortress? Good question. I think it's because all the dwarves fell asleep. €1 an hour for entertainment cost, and this game ain't even been out a week yet. Yeah, no, I mean, it's wrecked COD, exactly. I had a tweet kind of go viral when I said that Dwarf Fortress is outselling COD. COD, imagine playing a dwarfless game. I know, right? At least go play fucking, like, Deep Rock Galactic or something. A game with class. Although, that being said, they put Urist in Smash. It's never going to happen, though. As of last refresh? Oh, really? Maybe it's just like a very near, very close battle right now. No, on my screen, Ixion's up ahead. But, whatever. Ixion does look neat, though. Oh, yeah, no, it's sales in the last hour, Ultimix. It sales in the last hour. Okay, I got more bedrooms that need chests over here. I'm just trying to give these dwarves nicer bedrooms to make them a little bit happier with me. They're currently not. They are currently not. Then we need to give them fresh clothing. I missed a few. We also need to finish memorializing those dwarves, because if we don't, Fort's going to fill up with ghosts in a minute. Probably missed a couple of these, that's fine. You're buying it right now, DF will prevail? Fuck yeah. As that one guy in YouTube comments said, Blind, you're a dirty sellout. Yeah, kind of. Let's widen up this hallway a bit. It's too thin. Oh, hey. Caravan arrived. You get to trade. Hey, so traders, what do you guys want? What was it you wanted? I know I made it. I can't remember what it was, though. Civilizations. Oh, we missed trading with them, probably because something was happening. I have no agreements to trade with them, so... Leggings. Legwear. Obviously not all of these, but this is what they wanted previously, so let's just keep, like, some of those. Oh, absolutely. Well, see, here's the thing, right? You can only ever see the one map, the Surface Dweller. You can only ever see the one map in Dwarf Fort, unless you play Adventure Mode, but Adventure Mode isn't available in the game currently. So you can only ever see the one map, but yes, you can go out and capture holdings and demand them bring you tribute, and they will all come and trade with you and send you tribute. You can completely obliterate enemy holdings and take over huge chunks of the map, leave everything a desolate wasteland, and murder everybody easily. You just gifted it to a friend? Fuck yeah. Admittedly, I'm cheating. Almost all the copies, 2 out of 3 of the copies I've gifted have been through itch. Not through Steam, but... To a were-marmot? Oh no! Rip. That's unfortunate. Should prob follow? What are you talking about? Me? Like, you know, I've shown you guys this many times just because it boggles my mind every time I do it. Just look at this. The number of follows that I'm getting, I've gotten more follows each day than I have in a normal month. Just look at this. This is insane to me. So, I don't even. What's up, Ultimax? You thought you were following already? I mean, old small. And everyone clicks follow naturally. This is the racket here. Just don't give away my secret. Because your tutorials are the first ones suggested to you by YouTube. You know, it's funny. At some point, some of you, if you ever end up talking with a dude named Clinodev, just ask him about how terrified Blind was before Premium came out because he thought he was going to get buried. All right. The mayor, Ezem Alvazulon, like a month and a half ago, this was a 50 to 70 viewer stream on average. On a good day, we'd hit 100. 2 months ago. Then all of last month, we were like 110. And first day this game came out, we had an average of like 2,000. And since then, it's been like 900 each day. So, no, this isn't Knife Ears. Don't you be racist. This is my faction. This is a dwarf. They have a dwarf name. Read their name. This elf is probably more dwarfy than any dwarf you've ever met because they've been part of this faction since they were born. Welcome to Dwarf Fort. Quit being so racist. This mayor, Ezem Avaluzum, meets with the elf outpost liaison, Cole. And Cole says, I'm a liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. That's a dwarf first and last name, friend. Their entire description is dwarfy, too. Your question is, why won't most dwarves use your workshops? You have the materials and stuff randomly set up. Make sure, press Y and make sure that the jobs are set that everyone does this. Otherwise, they're going to run into problems. You placed 4 cats at the entrance to your hospital under crowd, and they are unconscious, but still liking the cave spider room. And hey, sometimes cats need to take a nap. Anyway. Do you remember this episode, DS9? That's a good episode. I've seen all of DS9. Great show. Cole says, there's much to share. We've updated your maps. And what requests do you have of our merchants? I have no fucking idea, dude. Bring me sand. Yeah, bring us sand. All of the sand has been requested. Do you know why your Mark's Dwarves aren't listening to Dwarf Fort? Because Mark's Dwarves are a annoying piece of shit on a good month. That's why. But thank you very much, Aesthetic JMac, for the 3rd month. Welcome back. All right, so we've requested sand so that I can make glass in case I get another glass dwarf that wants to make an artifact. They want meat and handwear. So gloves and meat. Yep, the glove guy is a member of like a high dwarven society in this faction. There's no way to fill a lake/pond/river title? Yeah, there is. Use a bucket or let water flow. Did the glass dwarf end up dying? No, but probably. No, because the game crashed and I had to and that mood happened again, but probably because So a lot of dwarves died after that, so I can't remember which dwarf it was. No, naturally. Chaotic. Naturally. Here's the thing about Dwarf Fortress, right? Don't follow the memes. Don't automatically hate an entire species in Dwarf Fort, because the faction alignment is not based on species or race. It's based on the faction they came from. So a goblin that grows up in dwarven society is just as much of a dwarf as a dwarf, right? A human that grows up in elven society is just as much of an elf as any other elf. A dwarf that grows up in elven society is the same, right? So if there's an elf that's part of a dwarven faction, they're just another dwarf. Absolutely, Orion Hart. I've had some terrible ones too that show up. No, Dwarf Fortress absolutely has racism. It has a very realistic simulation of racism, which is even more fun. You can have factions that are very heavily leaning in the direction of we don't like outsiders. Like if you look at their minds and it says they don't like others who appear unusual or live differently, they don't like others, and they're going to get into arguments with those people if you keep them in your fort. Dwarf Fortress simulates all of that shit, which is why it's really fun, because you can get a lot of really interesting inter-faction interactions with, like, just incredible storytelling possibilities. That's why it's entertaining. It's because you get a little bit of everything. Until most of your tavern visitors turned up to your werebase, that just means that your world is fucked. That's got nothing to do with your tavern visitors. It's not their fault that they turn into creepy crawlies every month. Come on. You'd be upset too. Well, I mean, you could do that in any RPG. Just go beat the crap out of the people you want to die, right? But that just means that you're a weird person. I mean, all I ever did in Skyrim was I played it as like a weird vampire simulator where I just stalked people and ate them. So, you know, like, you live your life, right? Just don't tell me about your weird fetishes in chat, please. Only person who's allowed to do that is me. All right. We just need to wait for our broker here to make us a table. I like wood louse feet. Someone has to, right? Your fort kept growing and growing because of your legendary tavern. You got 30 patrons for visitors. I think by default you can have up to 100 patrons at a time. I was loving it. The only racism I experienced was that some of the elves threw a lot of shade about me chopping trees. Yeah, that'll happen. But that, like, try serving a steak to somebody from PETA. But the reality is, like, look at the dwarves' thoughts. Look at who they're getting into arguments with. You have to, like, read the actual conversation dialogue down here. If they're constantly getting into arguments, then go look at their personality and see if they're intolerant. Cannibalism is a cultural thing. Elven factions culturally eat their dead after wars. It's a cultural thing. It's got not. It's not a species specific thing. It's a faction cultural thing. Go read Legends mode if you're going. Wait, what? Go read about the fights after elves are done with fights. They will go eat the bodies of the dead. It's like after the elves win a fight, it's literally and devoured the dead. Yeah, or a dwarf in elven, a dwarf with elven culture will partake. All right. They raised the... What if they raise the dead in your stomach? Well, I mean, that can't happen, but... Or pay for Twitch Turbo, that's also an option. Or, I don't know, subscribe with Prime. Subs don't see ads. I'll be honest, I fucking hate ads just as much as you guys. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna buy a bunch of cloth. I really, 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 really wish this scrolled faster. I'm gonna buy their meat. Meat and cloth? Do I have any books? I don't have any books. That's sad. I'm sad. Hoping they'd have books. Yeah, I have a G502. Unlock the scroll wheel. It is unlocked. Shift plus scrolling should be 1 page at a time. No, it isn't. No, that just jumps you around on the overworld. All right, well, that's plenty. We'll give them a big old profit. Got what I need. They got what they need. Are you asking me for my opinions thus far? It's fine. It's Dwarf Fort. I still like it. Surprise. Troglodyte gave birth to a baby girl troglodyte. Well, that's cute. Fancy doors, thrones, tables, beds. Stuff's getting done, stuff's getting done, stuff's getting done. Treasure is visiting a human armorer. Necromancer's visiting. Okay, what do you... Oh, there's ghosts! Tekid is haunting the fortress. And is haunting my carpenter, who is currently horrified after being haunted by the dead. See? That's a ghost. I'm hunting her. They kind of look like Slimer. I kind of like it. The green thing? Baby troglodyte is cute. Maybe anything's cute. All right, well. I really wish that there was just an engrave all button. Actually, hold. Yeah, no, I already checked. There is no, like, engrave non-engraved memorials option. Grumble. I don't know. I haven't found that button yet, so if you find it, tell me, Uncle Gus. I know how to look at music that's being played. Can you have other races besides dwarves in your settlement? Yeah. So if random adventurers show up for your and hang out in your tavern or your temple or your library, they can petition for to stay long term, and then after a year they petition for full citizenship, and so that's one way to get them. Alternatively, when adventure mode gets added back into the game, you can just like make a party of, let's just say, 5 capybara men, and then those 5 capybara men could go and go on adventures together and go pillage a village and then go back home afterwards, and then could go on another adventure and go stay at your tavern, and then when you reclaim your fortress, they will be there. Or you could go make a new fortress with that group of people and then claim that fortress in fortress mode instead of adventure mode, and all those adventurers would be there. Because adventure mode is, like, everybody loves to compare Dwarf Fortress to RimWorld, which I think is a bad comparison, but people still do like to compare it. I'm sorry, why is one of my spear dwarves dead? Was that one of my military dwarves? I'm very confused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, it's not. What? I'm super perplexed. All right. I don't know who that is or why they're dead, but wait, hold on a second. Giant cave spider? That's not good. Oh. Giant cave spider in my fort. Well, okay, there was a giant cave spider in my fort. There's no longer a giant cave spider in my fort. So no idea where the fuck it is. So is there like just a dead giant cave spider around here somewhere? Gotta be. Could have been a tavern visitor? What, a giant cave spider? Absolutely not. They must have killed it already. Or it's stealthed again. Carpenter has been possessed. We have an artifact going off. Oh, the dead guy? Oh, true, yeah, it could have been one of my visitors, but... Dwarf has claimed the thing. Time to watch the live version instead of the recorded version. Hello. I mean, these live versions will go up on YouTube eventually, too. Just as an archive. They all go up on the same channel, so... Happens if a prisoner gets a strange mood? They can't. Also, only dwarves can get strange moods. But yeah, apologies for the ads. This was honestly the first month that I turned on ads, and the literal only reason that I did it was because I knew that there would be an influx of people to the stream, and I was just terrified of people coming in from a raid or something. Hold on a second. Is my goose still alive? Is that still the original goose? Oh my god, the original goose is still alive. For some reason, I just assumed it was dead. All hail the great goose. But I was terrified people would just get stuck in pre-rolls from raids. Because there is a really large drop-off from people doing that. The goblin visiting. Okay, I need to get rid of this stockpile up here. There's no point to compare the two. It's like comparing checkers to Europa Universalis. They're both strategy games. That's the whole thought. But actually comparing them is goofy. In the old UI, you literally go to Dwarf Relations and then you select the deity. But you can't select things in the Dwarf UI now, so I don't know where it's hiding. Sweet. Got everything he needs. Think about it this way. RimWorld sends you random or scheduled predictable events based on the difficulty you've selected and the parameters you've selected. Dwarf Fortress simulates a world around you, and based on where you're settled in that world, you'll encounter things that the simulation is moving around you. So you're a tiny little cog in a massive simulated machine, and every single piece of that machine, every single second, every single event that happens in this fort is cataloged and recorded in a written out piece of history that you can go read later. So that's kind of the very high-level, quick response as to why Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld shouldn't be compared. It's not fair to RimWorld because RimWorld is a really, really good strategy game, but not a very good storyteller. And Dwarf Fortress is the original storyteller, so it's not really fair to compare the two. It's doing them both a disservice because you give both sides kind of the wrong idea. Do they share similarities? Sure, but you also forget the fact that right now in Premium Dwarf Fortress, only one of two main modes is available in the game. There are 3 modes in the game total. There's Adventure Mode, Fortress Mode, and Legends Mode. Currently, it's just Fortress and Legends. Adventure Mode is also a lot like Kenshi. So you'll have to keep in mind that you can just like stop playing your fort at any time in normal Dwarf Fortress and then just go play Kenshi. You can go play an open world party-based RPG. Arena gets no love. Arena is a fucking bug testing sandbox, dude. Of course it gets no love. Come on, Arena's cool, but it's like you arm 2 dudes and they fight. Like, it's not really a mode. So it's like, but it's a game of, okay, fine. Have I played Unreal World? Yeah, but not in a long time. It didn't really grab me, I'll be honest. Unreal World's cool, and I respect the hell out of it for the same reasons that I respect the hell out of Dwarf Fort, but I don't play it. Mostly because I don't really enjoy open world survival crafting games. And it's a bit too much of that. Butchery going on, that's good. Yeah, no, the tournaments are real cool in adventure in arena mode. Like, there's cool shit that people do with arena mode. I'm not knocking it in that way, but it doesn't hold a candle to the other two, or the other three rather. Soxul Duthakol, the carpenter, has created. Like, honestly, the reason one reason I say don't compare Dwarf Fortress to RimWorld is because in a lot of ways Dwarf Fortress has more in common with Crusader Kings. Soxul Duthakol, the carpenter, has created Fushathrather Amor Suthol, a tower cap bucket, and claims it as a personal treasure. How do I keep that bucket from getting misplaced or stolen? Here's the thing. There's a thing called Dwarf AI, fostered lol, which just makes the dwarves build rooms themselves and everything, so you don't even need to play the game anymore. Okay, well, I need to make sure that doesn't get stolen. It gets stolen pretty quick. I don't pay attention to it. This is a tower cap bucket. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap and eagle leather and blue peafowl bone, and it's encircled with bands of tower cap and round rail-like cabochons. The handle is made from tower cap. All right, so what I'm going to do real quick is I'm just going to make a well. I've put this off for too long. We're just going to do a real quick and dirty, simple-ass well. That's all I'm going to do. Dirty by, it's going to have dirty water in it, but it'll be fine. This is also going to turn into my hospital. Ghosts have been put to rest. That's what I like to see. Pus and Bloodwell? I mean, someone's got to do it, right? How big is my army? 10 dwarves. I actually haven't lost anybody from the army. I do need to add more dwarves to it, though. The thing is, you need more labor than you need military. And dwarves are really OP compared to a lot of the enemies. I mean, my military slaughtered dozens of local critters. What's a tower cap? Tower cap is a tree. You need food. Use the gather plants tool. This one. Gathering. And you can gather in caverns or you can gather on the surface. It's up to you. Man, there's so many of those little buggers down here. I wonder... These guys have any climbing skills? Actually, they're probably just going to scare my dwarves every single time. I was like, I could just, like, put a well down into here from up here, but they'd probably just scare my dwarves all the time. MK what? Thanks for the prime sub. Cheers, dude. All right, so pit pond. Yes, is pond fill, please. Pit pond. Yes. Except is pond. And then let's go over here. Oh shit. Are you for real, game? Okay. I'm suddenly mad. This menu doesn't get organized based on things that have already been engraved as memorials. Oh no, I don't like that. It used to just like put the memorialized ones at the bottom and the non-memorialized ones at the top. but there seems to be no colorization and no clear indicator as to who's been memorialized and who hasn't. Oh, that sucks. That needs to be worked on. You need to, if you can't see anything at the top of the UI, you need to set your resolution to 1920 by 1080 or play in windowed mode. If you can't see anything at the top, it's a known bug. Yeah, ghosts used to show up red. Ones that weren't memorialized, they used to all show up in different colors. Oh, yeah. Yeah, or no slabs engraved. I mean, yeah, I never ran into a problem, but I play in windowed mode too, so. I do think it's kind of funny that Dwarf Fortress is running, like, it's very much a Schadenfreude thing, but it's kind of hilarious to me that, like, Dwarf Fortress runs into problems for people who, like, have very expensive monitors. It's like the game that won't run well on anything that brings supercomputers to their knees, in meme quotes, is also the game that drives people nuts for kind of hilarious reasons. I need to give you weapon racks. Let's do silk. Shoe. Well, sock. 100 silk socks. Let's give everybody new socks. Give everybody a little mood buff. Don't get me started on multi-threading. Oh, you want me to read the Discord word story? I really should just disable that for a while. Scrolling up. Fortunately, we got a bunch. Cats always ignite when the music stops. Eating pussy cats is unethical unless there is giant plump helmet men dancing around cheese. Those pesky dwarves, silly round of beers, giant whereas destroys hairless apes with toothpicks methodically. Before the blood flows from the face. All caught up. Wrong button. Is that multi-threading as being one of the most... I mean, Dwarf Fortress is technically multi-threaded, but the way that Dwarf Fortress is programmed, being multi-threaded wouldn't actually make it run faster, so... But, you know, I'm not a person with the technical terminology or verbiage to explain that. There's people in my Discord who've done it better over the years, and I give up. One of my biggest complaints actually of the Dwarf Fortress community is the number of people that just like backseat program Dwarf Fortress. It's like, this is bad for this reason. It's like, okay, you program it. Like literally, like then you go make the game. It's like, just let the guys make their game and shut up. But I say that as somebody who doesn't know anything about programming. Yes. But Dwarf Fortress is one really long line of single process decisions that happen per tick. Have you tried talking to somebody who knows anything about programming? Because I don't. Why am I selecting the stones like that? Because it's the only way to select engraved stones. Anyone been able to unlock the cursor? Not in full screen. You got to play in windowed. I know enough Python to crash a computer, Naomi. That's about it. Dragon on your embark? Rip. What's with everybody getting dragons? Catch it in a cave trap. A cave trap? Cage trap. Catch it in a cave trap. Tame it. Make it lay eggs if it's a lady. Be great. For modding Pathfinder? Hey, sounds pretty good. The embark situations are weird. Yeah, I've heard some really strange things. I think Tarn twiddled a few dials and maybe turned a few too far up. Considering the patch note today that was literally just like, today, we have fixed it so that fishing doesn't make the wild animals fucking murder you for no reason. Which is really funny. Like, really funny, actually. Sup, Nickroy? I mean, success is relative. How do you even test a game like this? Very slowly. For years, they didn't actually test it, which is also kind of funny. I mean, like, Zach said a couple of times that for a very, very, very long time, there was 0 testing done for Dwarf Fort. Did I never plant the dimple cups in this round? I guess not. There was 0 testing for years. What they would do is they would add a feature and they would test it next to all the features that that feature had to complete. And then they would ship the feature and move on to the next feature. That's how they tested it for years. And then eventually they started running into such game breaking problems that they were like, we need to start testing it. So they both had to learn how to play Dwarf Fortress so they could test it. Which is one of my favorite like lines from Dwarf Fortress history. No, Tarn or Zach does the testing stuff. Zach plays the game a lot. Hey, we just got migrants, I think. Sweet. Uh-oh. I failed to establish a guild hall. Apparently I agreed to make a guild hall and then completely forgot. Which is life. Can you do me a favor? I have KEKW blocked in my chat for a reason, so using symbols to get around it is kind of not appreciated. And if that bothers you, that's fine. I don't mind. I don't like it. It's that simple. All right, we're going to, but I've seen you doing that a couple times. No, Naomi, please don't do that. All right. Once or twice is fine, but if I start seeing repeated uses, it's Find a different laughing emote. You'll be fine. Let's use specific materials. Oh, I don't have any mechanisms currently. I can queue those up. No, I just don't like it. There isn't really an issue with it. I just don't like it. Yeah, no, that's what it is. King gets it. I used to just have it as a banned like phrase, and I just got tired of it. It doesn't matter. Fill and fill. It's just a third-party emote for Twitch. I'm just old, and I missed Twitch before it had a fuckload of third-party emotes. You can set auto laborers off in labor standing orders. Oh, really? It's actually kind of interesting. Or auto orders off. That's kind of interesting, actually. Cheers, Dwarf. Appreciate you. Last a single year? I'm sure you can do that. I mean, I miss the days of, like, I am that guy who will sometimes, like, put, like, a space in between smileys so I can do old smileys again. Without, like, stupid emojis popping up. I miss that shit. That's the era that I am. Wait, what the fuck was that? Oh, it's just a weird dwarf. On Twitch, yeah, but I'm more referring to like on Discord and shit. Which I'm pretty sure there isn't an option for that. You would a siege from a necromancer and no militia. It's all outside. Fun? I mean, I guess theoretically you could use drawbridges to crush them or cage traps to catch them. I don't know if they're trap avoid. Various other mechanisms and traps. Although the wood's outside, so cage traps are tricky. I would recommend settling further away from necromancers. Yeah, but I probably still don't see them as... Anyway, end of discussion. It's just me being an old-fashioned weirdo, really. And there's certain emotes that I just find bothersome. All right, this needs to be better organized in the future. Tarn, please fix this shit. This wouldn't be a problem if I had accessed all these bodies, but like if I go back out there, it's just gonna make more bodies. So I need a bigger military to go access those bodies. You hear spooky ambient noises? Serene is not good, if that makes any sense. Serene is very much the opposite of good. Good biomes are good biomes in the same way that, like, fairy tales are about fairies. Brothers Grimm is not happy tales. I need to go into military, and we need armor stand. Boop. Okay, I need to make armor stands. We're going to limit the number of shops to 3 so I can keep making other things. There are 2 menus that you're really hating right now. Work order list, once you get past like the scroll bar and it really limits you. Yeah, no, I agree. Honestly, like, what I would say is if you're like me and you're annoyed about a few things but still really loving the game, join the KitFox Discord, !DF for a link, and there is a bug submission forum that they have, and they are working at it. I can tell you that for fact. They are working at it. So go join that Discord and just go submit questions. Or if you see bugs that you've already encountered, vote them up. Just glad it's out. I mean, honestly, this like I was saying the other day, this is a really smooth launch for DF. A shitty launch for DF would have bugs in it like exploding cats and elephants being stuck in trees and or mothers being mind controlled to death by their babies. So sweet, awesome, Narf. I was just saying in general as well. Well, exploding cats were different than drunk cats. Drunk cats was another one, yeah. There's been many bugs with cats. Or like, you know, carp climbing off things. Fist bump, Nick Roy. Cheers. Yeah, I know, a psych. Well, exploding cats meaning cats would breed faster than you could geld them or slaughter them. There was a typo in the speed at which cats could breed in one version of the game, which is legendary, because if you had more than 2 cats, you wouldn't be able to slaughter them because they would just and cover your entire map and your game would crash. So that's what I mean by exploding cats. Two cat Lamau, 25,000 cat. Frame rate, what that? All right, so these. It's plenty. All right, so let's just get rid of that. This is going to be the shittiest well on Earth, but you know what? The dwarves will get by just fine. Bug, I think you mean feature. Dwarf Fortress has many features, yes. It's called a well. Yeah, you're right. It is called a well, not a grate. You need your study to be nicer. All right, we'll give you a couple statues then. I love that the statues have cloths over them before they're placed. That's fantastic. A lovely little detail, that. It is a pretty well nice, yeah. It's more of a well nice than a nice well. Dwarven classic for making everywhere. Just throw a million statues in there. Well, it used to be just like engrave every single surface, I think. You can't choose a uniform from the list anymore for your squad. You can only click the no uniform. It means that you must have deleted your uniforms, so you have to create a new uniform. If you just set them as like basic metal or basic leather armor, there's a new uniform button. Click that. I can show you once we get through this load screen. You have a goblin problem? Everyone has a goblin problem. I goblin all my food up and then it's gone and then I'm sad. Press 1 if you agree. All right, so we got all that done. Let's get this area smoothed. Roy's like, what? Also, welcome back, Terabyte. It's good to see you again. Wonder how much of a code rewrite this version of the game really needed. 2 years of development time. Approximately. What do you want? So this dwarf, she really wants to fight, really wants to craft, really wants to craft. All right, I think next migrant wave, and once we're done dealing with these ghosts, we're going to make another military squad. I'm also going to go to this military squad up here, and we are going to go to their schedule, and we are going to jump over here. We're going to edit the staggered training schedule so that they're always equipped. And we're going to set them to the staggered training schedule. And we're going to make a new squad. Which is the Spear Weavers. And I need to find a dwarf that would be a decent squad leader. Novice Fighter's personality. How do you feel about stress? He's prone to feelings of lust. He does not often find most jokes humorous. Let's see, what skills do you have related to combat? I need to find someone with decent fighter skills. Someone with decent fighter skills. For some reason, the D in this tile set looks like a B to me. So whenever I see Novice Dodger, it reads as Novice Badger. Just like, I beg your what? Everybody here is like a novice, competent liar. Yeah, I know that. No doubt, no doubt. Dabbling observer, you're terrible. Competent swords dwarf, competent bow dwarf. How do you feel about combat, Servesh? Angry after getting into an argument. Angry after an agreement to construct a guild hall was abandoned. Oopsies. That's my bad. I'm big sorry. that only accepts from a clother shop and a clothing stockpile that does not as a cleanup most of the unused clothing issues. Bonus is that unused clothing pile. Unused clothing is also an excellent trade good. Or used clothing is also an excellent trade good. Remembering bath. I need to make them soap at some point. Personality. Inattentive to detail in her own work. Great, we don't want you crafting. She is friendly and always tries to say nice things. Aw. And, she's moved by art and natural beauty, and she troubles by this because she dislikes the natural world. She tends to be swayed by opponents. She doesn't seek out excitement. She has a tendency to go alone without considering the advice of others. She can handle stress. She is tend to assume that most of the outcomes will become the best. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really worry about anything anymore. All right, yeah, you'll be fine. Servesh. Servesh, where are you? Servesh. Stellar, Servesh. I love that you can see their stats up here. Also, there's a dwarf stuck in the UI. I hope he's okay. There you go. So let's just look for competent spear dwarf. Let's just get a couple in there for right now. And we're going to... I'm assuming that this squad is still on round-the-clock training. Yeah, let's just get them training. You're having trouble getting your dwarves to bury one of their dead. The body is just lying in the... Do they have a lot of other jobs to do? Because burying corpses is not the highest priority job. I was having trouble with that yesterday, and what I did was I just went over here, and I added a new work detail, set it to literally just hauling bodies, pressed go, and then went through all of these other work details, and just set them to nobody does this, and then they just went and cleaned up all the bodies, and it was great. So, like, if in case of desperation, that's what I recommend doing, is just, like, make a custom work detail and just be like, boom. You wish that they had a RimWorld priority button? You don't need it. You really don't need it. And the reason I'll say that is because in RimWorld, on average, you have, like, 6 to 10 dudes where you need dude to do thing right now. In Dwarf Fort, you have enough empty hands that someone will do it. It's just there's the occasional situation where something is happening that you need a specific person to do and they're not doing it, and then you need to go find them. And there's always a way to do that. But see, this is why, like, Dwarf Fortress is unique in this genre, Dunreal, is because in Dwarf Fortress, dwarves have this level of autonomy that they don't have in a lot of other games, which is what makes Dwarf Fortress interesting. The fact that you can order your army to go fight something and then one of your dwarves is like, nah, fuck it, I'm gonna go have a sandwich. That is part of the storytelling that Dwarf Fortress does that makes Dwarf Fortress unique, and nothing else really does that. So you'd lose that. So I would be really sad if they did that. I mean, sometimes you gotta have a sandwich, you know what I'm saying? Gotta make a traction bench. So that I need a proper, like, hospital setup before I can actually do proper combat. What's up, Sal? How's things? How was your time with this new version? I loved watching your little video about what's the hype about. It was a lovely little tale. You're the sandwich dwarf? Hell yeah, Rogue Cat. You also live longer than the rest of the squad usually. What's up, Hail the Thrall? You're going to be getting Dwarf Fortress with your Steam money you're getting for Christmas? Fuck yeah, you found my tutorial series on YouTube and you've been watching, wanting to learn the ropes before you play. Well, I mean, I'm sure you'll be in good hands by the time you have the game in your hands. That's the words I was looking for. Weird wording, but wording is difficult sometimes. Watching videos helps a lot. You know, it's funny because, like, I remember there was a year where I think it was Battlefield 3 had just come out, and I was stuck at my grandma's house for 2 months, and was just, like, unable to play any games on my computer, and was just sitting at my grandma's house just, like, desperately wanting to play Battlefield. So actually, it might have been 4. It might have been 4. Anyway, I can't remember which Battlefield. I could go look up the year, but I'm too lazy to. I think it was 4. Anyway, so I was just stuck at my grandma's house and couldn't play video games. So all I did the entire time I was there was I sat on her computer and I watched Anderzel videos of like rounds of Battlefield. And it was like all I did for an entire like summer, basically. So I've been there. Good times though. I look back on those days fondly. Finalized, slab engraved. God, these need to be color sorted. Sounds depressing? You get by. Life's depressing. Kleno, did you sleep last night? How's the subreddit holding up? You've been surprised a few times talking to Tarn. I'd suggest that we'd be able to have a dwarf do X or Y, and Tarn's objection will be about free will rather than something technical. Yeah, no, it's like it's a design philosophy thing, not a... It's not a matter of the game not being able to do it. It's like... It's a design philosophy thing. Which is why I respect it, man. Speaking of... Kleno, can you go bitch at Tarn so that he makes this color coordinated again? Because, like, everything being the same color and not resorting is insanity. And I'm going nuts right now. I had, like, 30 dwarves die in the caverns, and there's, like, a billion amphibian people everywhere. And... Save me from this hell. Why not bury your dwarves? Because there's another, like, 40 amphibian people out there, and I'd rather not go out there. Just let them rot and have ghosts everywhere? Your face deserves a burial. We've gone from 2 question threads a week to daily. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. Kitfox Discord still looks like a Twitch chat, which is kind of crazy. Also, I got another alert. Play a ghost. Hey, more ghosts put to rest. Woo! Why do I get 2 notifications? It's like... Got another agent visiting. Hey, the Holy... Deference is visiting? Some random holy person is visiting? Party in the Kitfox Discord? No, really, like it's busy over there, jeez. You had to turn your notifications off. I don't understand how you leave notifications on for any Discord, but can you kill God? You can kill a god. There are many gods. Some gods are still sentient and living. Some are demons. Some are just like some random giant that some religion is like, you're God! All right. We got 3 upset dwarves. Well, that's good. See what these dwarves are upset about. 2 of them are kids. Well, that's fine. What are you upset about here? I nod. You're still mad. You want to eat a good meal? Actually, no, fuck it. I can give you food. Why don't I do that? I literally have a kitchen up here. I'm just like not making food. Actually, no. Let's do it this way. Work orders. Add. Lavish meal. And let's do unrotten prepared meals with 10. Unrotten cookable items. It'll start yelling at me as soon as there needs to be food storage, but that's fine. Can you make a dwarf a god? Not exactly, but with adventure mode, kinda. You can basically ascend to the level of god, or a demigod, I guess, in adventure mode. There's also a mod for adventure mode that just lets you... How deep is this game? 250 Z levels, approximately. That was a stupid answer, but Yes. It was better than just saying yes. I still get surprised by things in this game and learn new things in this game. And I've been playing for thousands and thousands of hours. That's how deep this game is. Also, let's move this stockpile, because that's just a rock stockpile, and we're going to move it to where all of the mason shops are. We're also going to nuke those mason shops over there in a minute. But you do need to acknowledge that Dwarf Fortress does have a certain level of clunk. But if you're okay with a little with a level of clunk, it's a phenomenal game that has a shit ton of replayability and is great. I would very much dislike if I got paid a cut when people buy the game. I don't want to take a cut of anybody's money. If you want to give me money, tip me $1 or subscribe to the stream or just, I don't know, watch an ad on YouTube. I will be fine. I don't need to take a cut of sales for any video game. Any streamer who tells you that is... I'm not going to talk shit. But no, you don't need to give streamers a cut of game sales. Especially me. Doesn't matter how many viewers I have. How on top of things do you need to be to take care of your fortress? Depends on whether or not you like to revel in chaos or not, right? Like, losing is fun is this game's motto for a very good reason. Right? Like, you don't need to perfectly take care of your fortress. I mean, your fortress will last longer if you take perfect care of it. Steam shouldn't serve affiliate links. No, they shouldn't. Also, affiliate marketing is terrible. Hunsky, thank you very much for that subscription. Cheers. You know how often Raid Shadow Legends offers me money? I've blocked like a dozen different PR companies that keep sending me requests for that shit. Anyway, that's how to get blocked from my email list, is send me a Raid Shadow Legends email. I'm looking at you, Stream Elements. All right. Memorialize, slabs and grade. No slabs and grade. There we go. Who are we missing? I'm just engraving everything, even ones that aren't my dwarves. Memorialize, not memorialize. Boom. They'll do it faster if you give them wheelbarrows? Yes, but there's not that far to go. And I have limited wood. Although I should just make a bunch of iron wheelbarrows, really. Oh, there's a ghost. I do have wheelbarrows. I just need to make some more, because they're all underground. I was just pressing enter, pick the top option. That's a very different video game. Adrenicide. Raid Shadow Legends? People with bad taste. How do you assign wheelbarrows? Click on the stockpile. And you click on the barrels. Turn the number up. Turn the number down. Have fun. IKEA has stolen a brilliant cut square milk opals. God damn it. Motherfuckers. What is an aquaform? That's how a well is made in real life. You're trying to get them outside? That's a lot of logs, Dunreal. How do you main livestock in a farm? All for meat? You put them into a pen and paddock. Does the Kia actually take it somewhere else? It becomes lost, but it is findable. How goes the fort tonight? Pretty good. I found out the caverns are fucking dangerous now. I mean, they were dangerous before, but like, how about like 250 stealthed amphibian dudes? To the point where I'm very heavily considering just making a lava like pump stack and just like dumping lava on the caverns every time I want to go out there. Gotta get a plague test. Be safe. Don't be sick. When a company is that insistent, I start thinking about ulterior motives. Wouldn't surprise you if Raid Shadow Legends is actually malware or some shit like that. They're definitely selling your data, but at this point, like, isn't almost everything malware? How come I can't zoom in? There you go. For a second there, I thought this dwarf was naked. No, he's not. Okay. So does quality not show on equipped clothing? Because these dwarves have had these clothes for long enough that they should be starting to show wear. I'm very perplexed by this. Your videos are literally every one of them on YouTube have this quote. Ah, yes, combat in the caverns. Dwarves are fighting. Yep, Dwarf Fortress. Very good. Yeah, no, well, see here, the early set of tutorials I was doing was in a fort that was literally falling apart in real time. And there was like 30 mercenaries or something, and I was in that fort, and just troglodytes constantly in the caverns attacking us, and it was just like, oh, yep, someone's dead. All right, anyway, finishing tutorial. Oh, yep, someone's dead. Okay, someone else is dead. Cool. Oh, yep. In fact, one guy dies 3 times because I kept like jumping back earlier to a save to like record more. I was in a hurry, okay? Dwarves fighting in the basement. I mean, there's always things fighting in the basement, okay? It's just, that's what the basement's for. What's the point of having a basement if there isn't dwarves fighting in it? I can make cheese. We should make cheese. Do that. And then process plants. So you have seen wear on your dwarves' clothes? Okay, so then these dwarves just don't have wear on their clothes then. Because, like, I haven't seen like, by this point, like, few years in, looking at this screen, I would expect to see, like, X's on half of these. But I keep checking dwarves and, like, not seeing worn out clothing. You can set up multiple functional archer towers, but they're finicky as hell. Yep, you can. There's also ballistas and, what's it called? Catapults. How does one manage rocks, or how do you need to condense them down to a manageable number? Turn them into bricks and put them into bins. Turn them into blocks and put them into bins. I should use the correct terms. How would you compare Stardew Valley to Dwarf Fortress? They're both chill farming sims. I think that I can just use closest for the next 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Both have monsters in the mines. They're both endlessly replayable and very heavily moddable. Oh, cool. One of them stopped being as depressed and went up to, like, the just kind of orange pouty face. How would you compare a flying B-52 to Dwarf Fortress? You can fire dwarves out of mine carts really quickly. And they fly and go fast. And then they go splat. So the part where they fly is comparable. This is true. In Dwarf Fortress, you can't choose how to date, yeah. B-50... True, yeah. B-52 probably runs on DOS or some shit. if they have any computing power going on in there at all. I just... How long is a day in game? Stare at this. Right. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There you go. About 25 seconds. Bold Viking, thank you very much for the raid. How you doing? Were you dwarfing today or were you doing something else? How's things? Sorry, I was trying to figure out how long a day was because Chad asked. I wasn't sure what the current frame rate. Can I get a... Here, hold on. Let me just do this thing. There you go. Thank you much for the raid, dude. We're doing Factorial? Ah, much more complicated game than easy game like Dwarf. I hope you were having fun with Factorial. But welcome to Dwarf Fortress. It's a very simple game for casual gamers. You know what? Why not? A hung critter throne. A hang critter throne. A human wants to join the fort for the purpose of eradicating monsters. How to remove thermites? Are we still talking about the same video game or are we talking about B-52s? On how to pronounce DF names, however you feel you should pronounce them. Oh, wait, like termites from the surface? Oh, they're not a problem. Don't worry about them. Those are only an issue for elves because they eat wood. Dwarves don't live in wood. All right, so I think we've worked our way through most of these. Let's just focus on like beautying up this fortress and like making it snazzy for the dwarves. The next little bit. One of the things that I wanted to do. Okay, let's dye some cloth. Put that on repeat. Dye some cloth. Put that on repeat. I made a kitchen there for some reason. I thought I was making a farmer's workshop. Wrong workshop. You process plants. Put that on repeat. There are certain jobs that I just do manually, and then there are some that I do via the manager. These are some of the ones that I do manually. Also, you know, can I do these so close together? I have to wait a minute to give Sal a shout out because I should have done that earlier. Plano, can you give Sal a shout out in like a minute? Because I'm going to forget. Please and thank you. Do I still have the sus dwarf stuck in a wall? I could just let them out. They're not that sus. I mean, they're obviously just a zombie that's in disguise that doesn't want us to know that they're a zombie, which is fine, so we can just let them out. But things got a little hectic in here, so. Don't let them out. Okay, fine, I won't let them out then. We'll leave them in the wall then. They can be our mascot. They'll outlive the rest of the fort. Actually, that's not a bad idea, now that I mention it out loud. The entire fort could get overrun, and as long as that dwarf is still in there, the fort lives on, so. It's now an immortal fort, technically. It's an unkillable fortress. Well, zombies that are on your team are just chill, friendly dwarves. They're just kind of green and stinky. They got bad BO. They don't eat anything. They don't need to sleep. 6 months, I can come back as an adventurer and break them out. Assuming there's save compatibility, but I would assume there would be. Is there a list somewhere that says how many dwarves have bedrooms? Ah, there we go. Perfect. That's what I was looking for. The zombie doesn't have a bedroom. I feel kind of bad about that. Okay, so I need to make a couple of bedrooms and assign them to my tavern for my new visitors. So right down here, I'm going to make a little walkway right here, which is going to go across to there and then up to there. We're going to do bedroom, 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 doop, 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 doop. These are going to be assigned to the tavern zone. I'll show you how to do that in a sec. And then that can be the way that we manage our guests. So I can actually have guests that aren't going to have immediate panic attacks because they're like, oh my God, I can't do the thing I want to do for whatever invalid or valid reason or otherwise. Cancel make process branch. Oh, we need chains? Fuck me. Okay. Let's make 10 iron chains. I do like the defaulting to 10, though. That's nice. Over here, let's do table, 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 table. And then we're going to make this into a zone. This is going to be a hospital. It's a very nice table. It's for doing nice things and being a nice person close to. If you're not a nice person, you're not allowed to use that table. Nice people only. Nice jokes only. No bozos. Okay, so we need a chief medical dwarf. Do you think that there's a dwarf in this fort with chief medical, with medical skills? This is throwing me off. For some reason, I never have a dwarf icon for my militia commander. Couldn't tell you why. We're going to make a captain of the guard as well while we're doing this. We've got a talented diagnoser. That's pretty good. There you go. You can be our chief medical dwarf. And you, right here, can be our doctor. There you are. Does it make a difference? No, but it makes them easier to seal in case of medical emergency. Anybody who's played this game for a while knows what I'm talking about. So yesterday you found me through your other halcyon frequency mates, sure. But you were just recently recommending my tutorials on YouTube, and holy gosh, have I opened your brain to the game? You're welcome. They're all very basic, like, this is how mechanic work, have fun. Figure it out on your own kind of thing. But they seem to be working, and people seem to be appreciating them, so and they're getting a lot of views. So I'm happy that I can help. I just want people to play and like this game. And it's funny because I said this earlier today, but a lot of those tutorials, I've made most of them before, but they were made about the older versions of the game. So, you know, they got a small fraction of the views, and all the people who saw them were like, yeah, of course I know how this works. I played this game for years. Because all of the people that, you know, are going to watch videos about Dwarf Fortress have played it for decades, right? So let's just make what, 3-4 traction benches, and we can sell the extras. I think I can actually just cancel the rest of those jobs. That many. Cancel those. That's fine. Then up there. Meals are going up. More people are visiting. Dwarves are getting new jobs. To buy Prime even though you have Prime. I miss when Prime gave ad-free viewing on Twitch. Although, don't we all, right? Anthrax, if you're heading to bed, good night. Good band, too. When you make a tomb rune, do you have to select each coffin? So currently, yes, you have to select each coffin unless so if it's like bedrooms and there's a door, you do not need, you can just use the multi-coffin room. If you haven't made them like bedrooms and they don't each have doors, you have to individually select each room. Dwarf, I don't think you're Oh, I actually do have dwarves that are injured. That's interesting. What happened to you? Diagnosis required? Well, at least now we can beta test the hospital. Although, actually, hold up. I'm going to jump over to labors. We're going to go orderlies. Everybody does this. All right, well, they should theoretically... I keep reading rock pot as rock pet. Yeah, Dwarf, you're making a pet rock. Fuck yeah, let's go. Best game. There's a Pokemon mod. It doesn't have sprites for the Pokemon, but let's just say Pokemon are very explosive. If you generate a world using the Pokemon mod, because you have to like add the mods first, I recommend generating one and then reading about legendary Pokemon fucking with fantasy dwarves. Just like you can read about like some random Zapdos that just goes on an absolute fucking rampage and murders 1,000 people. It kind of is amazing, yeah. All right, so this zone needs a diagnoser assigned. You know, Russ, who is an expert gelder, by the way, is going to be my diagnoser. Please don't geld any of my dwarves, Russ, I swear. If a competent surgeon... Sweet, so we now have a diagnoser, a doctor, and a surgeon. Hopefully, that should work. Shoutouts to Russ Money, he's a good dude. Watch his Dwarf Fortress streams, too. Expert Gelder, it's a very important skill, okay? It's how you keep cats from causing problems. Fun fact, did you know that if you geld an animal in Dwarf Fortress, they have a chance to fight back, and dwarves can sustain injuries if they suck at gelding? It's a dangerous job. I had a dwarf lose an eye once while trying to geld a pig. You remove their ability to make more of them? Yeah, by removing their, like it's... You ever heard of the thing called spaying? Child's playing make-believe. Imagine trying to sleep in a hospital and there's a kid playing make-believe next to you. How did I get water under my well? I have a tutorial about how to do that on YouTube. It's also, I think, one of my most viewed tutorials now. But that's a really quick and dirty way to make a shitty well. If you want to make a nicer well, you have to, like... What's the word I'm looking for here? If you want to make a much nicer well, you're going to have to... why am I blanking on this entirely? If you want to make a nicer well, you have to actually, like, pump water into it. That's just, like, a bucket well, which is going to end up with a really dirty well. I mean, somebody has to cosplay doctor, right? Ability to stand lost. Diagnosed yet? Nope, not yet. All right, that's it. Hold up. My mayor wants me to make coffins. Okay, boss. Some things never change. Wrong arrow. Who doesn't like bucket water? So, chat, I have a question. I'm a bad person to be a judge of this because I knew how to play this game before I started playing this version. Is the tutorial any good? Like, for those of you who played through it, is it any good? Because I'm not a good judge of it. Like, I'm a terrible judge of it. Yes, 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 no, really sucks. It's okay. Need more. Tutorial good. Very... I don't mean my tutorials. I mean the in-game tutorial. I was your tutorial? Okay. Was good to start. Okay, so I'm seeing some, like, mixed responses, but generally leaning positive seems to be. We're also going to be engraving the edges of my tavern here. also need to go beneath this and set these up as visitor bedrooms. Thanks, RGs, for the 6th month. Welcome back. You're going to need YouTube videos and a wiki to actually play. Okay, so the tutorial, because I always just assumed that the tutorial was like a UI walkthrough. I played about 20 seconds of the tutorial and it started restricting how I could dig, and I was like, okay, fuck this, I want to actually play the video game. So, Jam Jalopy, bedtime sub. Thank you very much for this, the 2 years, by the way. Cheers. You have a good night's sleep. I will be on tomorrow, but it will be a shorter stream tomorrow because I have a podcast record in the afternoon. So I will be live until around this time tomorrow. So we'll be doing about 7 hours tomorrow. You knew a bit, it was okay, you knew a bit of Dwarf Fortress, but you could never play it because of the controls, and it placed you on a river bank and told you to build a fortress into the sand. You know, it's really funny because, like, you can go listen to these conversations again, but back, like, because I've had Tarn on my stream quite a number of times over the past 2 years, and we had this one conversation where he was talking about tutorials where he was, like, completely torn as to whether or not he wanted to put tutorials into the game at all, and his reasoning was just like, well, we could, like, make the game plop you somewhere that seems appropriate, and then tell you to chop down trees if you have any.
Bedtime sub. Have a nice night.
Which is a very funny quote to me. Like, genuinely hilarious. The tutorial was too constructive. It didn't really show you the production chains, which are super important. There was nowhere to find that stuff out. True. Yeah, I've seen people, like, dying to zombies in the tutorial. That's like kind of my public review of the tutorials. I've seen a lot of people reporting that, like, the zombies killed me in the tutorial. It's like zombies ate my baby, but it's the tutorial. Do I have a new mayor again? Hold on. Wait, mayors need tombs now? Oh no, it doesn't demand them. It's just, it's highlighted. No weapon racks, no armor stands. My guy. Oh, I see. You have a new mayor. I thought I already assigned you to this. Wait, no, that's the manager's study. Manager, you go back there. Mayor, you go there. Mayor, you go there. Sweet. Do I like the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress? Learning this game, or learning this version of the game, because I got it the Friday before release, so I got it a little early, was initially very much a test of my own patience, because I've played so much of the older versions that it was like, oh my god, this is awful. Why are all the hotkeys different? I fucking hate this, like, spastic anger. And then after about 2 hours of fiddling around being grumpy, I realized, oh, it's actually just exactly the same game, and I can find all this UI easily enough, and then it was fine after that. And that's how I feel about it. Like, it's there's some changes that I'm like, what? Really? Why? And then there's some changes where I'm like, yeah, that's great. But the vast majority of the improvements vastly outweigh the annoyances that I have with it, so I really like it. Like, it's like, the way I've been comparing it is it's like getting a big update to an MMO that you've played for a decade. It's like, where the fuck did you put my inventory? But also, oh, this is much nicer than it was before. So it's like, you know, if you've ever been through that, like, it's vast improvements mixed with small annoyances that irritate because I've played the old version for too long. And that's all it really is. Xander, thanks for that Prime sub and for starting the hype train. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now. It's like, it's this very, you know, more smoothing on the right side. No, I think we got it all. What? It's missing. I mean, the hallway isn't smooth. Did they remove anything? Not really, but there's like some UI changes that I would argue are like arguably worse. But did they change anything? Not really. How do you gather fruit from trees? You need a step ladder, which you should embark with by default if you did the default embark. Have you even been diagnosed yet? Okay, like how the... I give up. Add new work detail. All right. No, not everybody. Only selected. Medical. Medical. There we go. That'll do. Grumble. They've always done animal dissection. I mean, I used to always make my fishermen into doctors because I'm like, one, make you do something useful. Also, you've probably seen the inside of a critter before. So this is going to be my captain of the guard's office. Done. Assigned to captain of the guard. Dining room. Done. Assign to captain of the guard. And bedroom. Done. Assign to captain of the guard. How do you store blocks? You could just leave them in the workshops, or you could put them in a stockpile, or you could build them somewhere. I think that you can make pig iron from either iron bars or from iron ore, can't you? I think there's two different options, or at least there was previously. Any settings you'd recommend changing? Make your mouse wheel not inverted. And if the game moves too fast, turn down your frame rate. Is what I'd recommend. Gloves, thanks for gifting a sub. You're very kind. You know, I mean, the next time I speak with Tarn, the first thing I'm going to ask him is, Tarn, is there a particular reason why everything in Dwarf Fortress is inverted? Because this is a crime. Like, I love your video game, but also this is a absolute travesty. Also, chat, I'm checking something because I'm curious because we're getting close. All right, chat, we have 1,118 sub points. To unlock an emote, light mode, so flashbang if you're scared of that shit, we need 1,200. I'm just saying. Guys want like a plump helmet man emote or something? Or a vile force of darkness emote? It's okay. Your eyes will live. Also, we hit 17,000 YouTube subs. When the game came out, I had 13,000. An administrator's been found dead. Oh, that's unfortunate. What happened? Did you get mad? You tantrum? Bison, thanks for the subscription. And Spitalier, thanks for that. Honeybee, do you have to click things 100 times? Yes. So currently there is no construct all option. Looks like somebody tantrumed, I'm guessing. Oh, I understand what happened here. Okay, so a ghost killed my militia commander. So this is why I've been like, you know, trying to deal with all these ghosts, is because that shit happens. Popen, thank you very much for the subscription as well. And sorry if I feel sellouty about the whole, yo guys, we're closest to an emote, but we don't, these opportunities don't happen very often. They really don't. Okay, so we've still got more ghosts. Fucking, god damn it. Rabble. Tarn, please fix this fucking UI. No slabs, ghost. Can I search for ghosts? Grumble. Where's this ghost? There it is. Fort is looking great. Thanks, Critty. No, you can't. There's like no searching functionality works in that menu. Because like you can open up this menu, not like you can search for engraved memorial. I guess you could search for name. You can't search for ghost. You can't do anything. Anonymous, thanks for the 10 gift subs. Cheers. Can there be multiple Z levels of empty space between a well and water? I think it's up to 5, but somebody can correct me if I'm wrong there. Like, I'm pretty sure I could make a well just like above this pool of water, but it's full of these dudes who will attack us and scare the shit out of my dwarves, so I really don't want to do that. Can you search for no slabs? No, there's literally nothing you can search for in that menu. I've tried everything. Default camera zoom is up the way it should be. Z level. I know, right? It's wild. You don't think there's a limit to the wheel depth? Okay. 15 is much more playable for you. Yeah, I play at 100 FPS, but it usually sits around 40. And it's like, that's totally fine. But like, if you need like a slower frame rate, lower your frame rate. All right. You know, I might actually just dig further down. Let's just dig further down. At least 10 levels from water. Yeah, no, I don't generally do super deep wells. I usually keep wells closest to the surface. What time of year are we? Winter? Okay. Does that mean I need to assign a new captain of the guard, don't I? 'Cause that fucking ghost just killed it. I guess that ghost doesn't like cops. Don't blame him, but... Oh, wait, no, never mind. They killed my militia commander, not the captain of the guard. All right, then. Do you want me to make 3 more coffins? Come on, man. I just made coffins. I get it. We're all fucked, but... All right, let's dig down. Find another cavern layer. Potentially. Or just, like, lava, because I clearly missed a cavern layer somewhere. Also, let's go up. Oh, I know, down to right here. And we are going to get rid of all these bodies. You know what I want? I want a library. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to go steal some books. Let's close by. Who has books? Dwarven Forest Retreat. Dwarves living in elven abode. Seems like a good reason to raid them. Spear magnets, can go get them. We're going to attempt to raid. And I think we will leave all the other options on. So go get them, dwarves. There was suddenly your 19 dwarves seize the colony home of the king. Wait, hold on. Did you just have like did you just suddenly become a mountain home out of nowhere? Does anyone know how to view tile attributes in the new DF? You're trying to determine indoor, outdoor, and you can't find the K menu. It's literally your mouse. But as far as indoor, outdoor, anything that has roof over it is indoor. Also, just as an update, because you guys are way too fucking kind. And I don't deserve this, but here we are. 1136 is the current sub point count. 1200 is what we need. We're getting there. We'll get there by tomorrow, probably. The rate we're going just with the prime subs, it's been crazy. These are all dwarves throwing bits and pieces of stuff into lava. Look at this. I'm sorry, hold up. What? Oh, those are cave hoppers on the ceiling. I get it. I don't know how you did that, Helikitties. Oh, hold on. Never mind. That was two different subs. I thought that was the same person prime subbing twice, and I was about to call heavy shenanigans. I was like, how the heck did that just happen? But all right, so here's the thing. You don't really need to worry about dirty water, so don't worry about dirty water. People make it sound like it's a worse thing than it actually is. It is kind of gross when you see your dwarves cleaning themselves in pus, but like, it's generally fine. As long having a dirty well is better than not having a well. Any distance directly above the bucket. Okay, so I always thought it was like I always thought it was like less than 10, but I'm very much clearly wrong. We got a gross ghostly crafts dwarf. Let's go place more of these. See if we can get rid of more of these. Rolf, thanks for gifting a sub. DF is so cool with these graphics. It was cool without these graphics, but a lot of other people realize how cool it is with these graphics. So I guess by that logic, yeah, it is cool with these graphics. Okay, that's it for engraved stones. Let's go engrave some more slabs. All right, let's go find more ghosts. Find more ghosts, find more ghosts. Let's do Kivish. Cool gun. I think I did Kivish twice, did I not? Wait until you find dwarf cheese. You just started a fortress and you're getting set up and you have no plump helmet seeds. You need plump helmet spawn. Dimple cups are not edible. If you're up on the surface, and this fort is a bad example because there is nothing on the surface, but if you're up on the surface, go and you have stuff growing, grab this tool, plant gathering, and just do this. And then brew that and cook that. That'll be more than enough, and it'll keep your dwarves more than happy. All right, so these still need to be assigned as tavern bedrooms, so let's do that. Let's do chest. Late winter, we're getting close to spring. Cabinet. Okay, that's fine. Can all be bedrooms, multi-bedrooms. Done. And we just click this, and we go assign to zone, the Scarlet Ale, which is our tavern. Assign to zone, the Scarlet Ale. You can also do this with a big dorm full of a bunch of beds. Scarlet Ale. Scarlet Ale. And the Scarlet Ale. Lava can be transported in minecarts if you're incredibly big-brained, or it can be transported with pumps. Are lava trash cans near trash-producing workstations more trouble than they're worth? Yes, because you could just use a drawbridge. By not... like, literally just press U, go to livestock, and then click on all the ones you want to butcher. Like, I've never used DF hack, so I'm always flabbergasted by how many people depend on things like auto butcher. It's like literally just do this once every couple of years, or however often you want to butcher. Super easy. What's this? Cool. Another ghost has been put to rest. Making progress. Coffins have been made. Found native gold. Ooh. That's nice. Look at that. There's gold in them hills. Nice, nice, nice. Obsidian gabbro. And rose quartz. What's up, Redbird? Oh, chat, thank you very much for the 25 subs and the dollar in bits. As are ludicrously kind. You just witnessed a vampire kill a dwarf. What is the best way to handle it? If you have justice set up, there's a were-chameleon in my fort. If you have justice set up, oh, this is good. So at least one dwarf is dead. Let's just find this combat log. So it's this person. The Masto is the were-chameleon. Russ is dead. Assuming. Servesh is dead. Where's Russ? So Russ is dead. Servesh is dead. I'm just making sure the dwarves that it's attacked are dead. Then we can deal with it after. Okay, so Rith is dead. All three of the dwarves it's fought with are dead. Now we're going to move forward. Okay, you know what? Actually, let's just turn on the room. We'll see if we can lock this thing behind a door. Game is saving. Perfect timing for a save. And apparently an ad is starting, so when the saving is done, I'm just going to pause and we're going to wait. You have a stuck merchant and no migration. Is there any way to fix that? Stuck? Where are they stuck? Dang! 80? Yeah. I had 104. No panic room burrow? Oh, I have a panic room burrow. I literally just assigned them to it. Yeah, which is why I'm gonna pause when I'm in through these ads. Chat for those I mean asking you guys to say when ads are done now is silly, but I'm gonna pause the game once we get through ads regardless. Just a minute left. Okay, well it's not moving. So it's killed every single dwarf. There you go. Thanks, man. And I'd like to remind all of you that after that incredibly generous hype train, John from Sweden, thanks for the subscription. After that incredibly generous hype train, we are only 60 sub points away from... Only 60 sub points away from a new emote. You just got back. What happened? So we have a were creature. Game just saved. It's a were chameleon. It's the Musto Vilegirders. They've killed Russ Money, our wonderful, wonderful doctor and ball snipper. They killed Servesh, and it's killed Rith. It's currently horrified after seeing the deaths of these dwarves. So, we are going to unpause. The dwarves are all booking it to the tavern. Who is this? Ral the Spinner. As long as it kills everything it fights with, that's good. Did it bite? Didn't get into range.
There we go.
Thank you very much, Casual Elephant, for the prime, and also Karsten for the 68 months. We need... So you see this moon up here? They only become were creatures during the full moon. Okay, combat log. Okay, it's fine. It's fighting with a turkey, I think. So it killed the turkey. I repeat, it has killed the turkey. That's fine. Moving forward, there's a bunch of dwarves trapped in this room. It's got 1, 2, 3 of them stuck in here. Still only hit the turkey. It only is bad if it bites them. We just need the day to end. Bellinaire! How you doing? How things? Also, bam! Thank you very much for that Prime sub. How's the combat going? For whatever it's worth, it is horrified right now. It's not very happy. Okay, it got into a fight. The leader bites the stoneworker in the head. All right, who's the stoneworker? You? Health, slight pain. Sorry, stoneworker. Erdim, you've been bit. Okay, who else? Just the one? Also, by the way, I can tell you this for fact, that all of these were creatures are getting their own sprites. It just didn't make it in for launch, by the way. So even though, like, this currently is a were chameleon, right? And it just looks like a weird black-colored evil thing. I've seen some of the were creature sprites that are coming at some point. They're just not in the game yet. All right, so fortunately it's focusing on this dwarf. Screaming I must withdraw. Please kill him. I'm sorry, dwarf. It's another dwarf dead. They finally found Russ dead. No, 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 no. Oh, that's not good. Sorry there, dwarf. Game's just not paused now. Sweet. It's now a goblin. All right, everybody, military, kill order, go. Confirm. Goes up the stairs. Oh, he's going down the stairs for some reason. Why are you going down the stairs? There's nowhere for you to go there. Fortunately, he killed every single thing that he bit. The dwarves are now chasing him. That bastard. Of course it's a goblin. So I think we are good. It sucks, but I think we're good.
/o/hope all is going well so far.
I would say, yeah. It's been an eventful fort. We've had lots of fun today. Things were a little chill yesterday, but stuff's been getting more interesting, and I'm happy about it. Did we not go out and do that raid? Missions. Reports. Yes, we did. Mission report. So we went and attacked this site up here, but they came back during that. The ivory seal of blazing slipped into wish roots undetected by the brass dabblers of the natural mountains. In the late winter of 253, the forces of the terrible machine searched wish roots and of the forest retreat, and the defensive guide was stolen. The true forest was stolen. The unknown forest was stolen. So we've stolen a bunch of elven fan fiction, which is great. So now we have a bunch of books that we can put into a library. Do I find that wilderness is a little bit too oppressive now? So a patch came out this morning. You want to know what one of the patch notes was? Hold on, let me show you something about the wilderness being too oppressive. Let me read you this patch note, okay? Let me read you this patch note. Stopped fishing from hugely amplifying creature agitation in the wilds. It's literally like fishing's fault. So dwarves just fishing constantly and killing vermin. And also like Because no one else fishes? I mean, I fish. Anyway, so, generate a new world, and, of... Dwarven fishing and Mother Lady. Dwarves are fishing, fish, and then, like, except in my biome, it was giant chinchillas, which is also kind of hilarious. Belliner, tell me if anything cool happens at Game Awards. I'm not gonna watch. I'm gonna play dwarves instead. Because I'll be honest, Dwarf Fortress ain't gonna win Game of the Year, so it's an invalid awards ceremony as far as I'm concerned. Yep. Let me know if it's Citizen Sleeper wins anything, because they deserve a lot of stuff, though. That or Norco. Good games. Probably won't win anything, because the Game Awards is bad. They should have delayed their awards ceremony so that Dwarf Fortress could get awards. Killed an extra in the tomb area near Gabo? Killed an extra? What do you mean an extra? I don't know who killed that. Or why that elf is dead. But there's a dead elf there. Yes, you are right. I don't know why there's a you know, chat? I don't know why there's a dead elf there. But it wasn't my military, because they killed this and then left. I don't think they killed the elf as well. Maybe the elf was their friend. Well, no, things usually vomit when they're dying, but there's blood there, so no, it was definitely stabbed to death. And I mean, there isn't still combat going on, and the game's on pause, so. Your vampire now got elected mayor. That'll happen. No, because that elf was a bard in the fort, I think. Right in the cemetery? True. Oh, I see. I'm like, why is nothing getting done? Because we're still locked in the tavern. I should turn that off. I was sitting here going like, man, it's taking them a long time to haul these coffins down here. Tomb. I really wish it would auto-remember the tomb. This was so much faster in the old version, which means it needs to be fixed. It's just planning mode. It's always just been planning mode for blueprints. I don't think you can copy paste them. Chat can confirm. I've never used them. I never used them in the old versions, and I never used them now, and I won't use them because I don't use them. But yeah, it's just a planning mode as far as I know. Hammer, sword, spear, axe. Depends on the material. If it's sharp, sword. If it's heavy, hammer. This is more than enough coffins. More than enough. That hurt. Had a forgotten beast, feathered scorpion, killed 27 boars before you killed it. Oh no. If I click on multi, they require doors. So I'd have to have doors for each one of these coffins. Well, that's a bug. This body made the coffin disappear, so there's just a body sitting there even though it's in a coffin? Actually, yeah. It's literally in a coffin. Einstensvei, how's things? Elf Hunter is visiting. All right, so I can make a library now that I have some books. Let's do work orders. Bookcase. Oh, fuck. Rock book. Rockbach book. Case. Let's do 15. Dwarf Fortress has never really had currency. It's only bartering. Dwarves are anarcho-communist. This is a well-known fact. I don't know where to put my library. I kind of want to put it over there, but that's so fucking far. Is there any... Yeah, let's put it over there. Let's see if I can build a bridge. Let's go silly for a little bit. See if I can build a bridge over there. Expose thousands. Moonman played it on day 1 and day 2, so this would be his third day then. My fort is insane. You should see some actual cool forts. I've been like kicking myself because I'm like, man, this fort's so goofy. Such a crappy fort. You should go, if you're willing to tolerate some ASCII for a little bit, go to my YouTube channel, scroll down a little bit, and go watch the last episode of the Fortress Stonewater. Actually, here, you know what? Let me show you a cool fort for a second here. You're gonna see me in picture-in-picture mode for a split second. Yes, please, jeez. This is me from last week. Where is the... I need to see something big happening. Well, first off, there's ballistas, massive... I need like a big old overview. Where's an overview? I know I did multiple tours of this fort throughout this day. There you go. So this is a whole bunch of drawbridges. These are glass towers that dump lava from the top layer down onto the bottom layer and could decimate entire armies of like 300 plus goblins in a matter of seconds. All over top of a pit of lava inside of a giant glass pyramid with a Steam logo on top. You make no visual sense. Grumbles. I know. Dwarf Fortress has always looked the same. Every tile set looks the same. This looks exactly the same to me. Stonewater was phenomenal. Oh, so many of my own dwarves fell into that thing. You have no idea. Like, every single fight, it was like, all right, what's the body count? 4? Okay. Memorialize, 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 memorialize. Put more dwarves in the military. Back at it. Oh, no, it totally is. But it's still the same game. Like, I guarantee you, if you play this version of the game a little bit, and then go watch some of my old videos, you'll be like, oh, the fuck's that B there? But, like, aside from that, you'll understand it a lot more. Because it's still the same game. Or if you go watch old Krug Smash videos, or any old Dwarf Fortress content for that matter. Don't want to use closest material. I want to give myself repetitive strain injury. All right. Oh, man. I need to make more blocks. Oh, wait. No, let's not use those. It's the blocks. It's like that guy you look at the Matrix code. See, so unironically, I've shown this off a couple of times in the past few days, but on my birthday every year, I set up like the worst tile sets for Dwarf Fortress that are actually difficult for me to use. And so, you know, like that one that you just saw was like a normal tile set, right? This is a tile set that I've used. Every single one of the tiles were generated in Midjourney. There's this fucking thing. There's this Nicolas Cage tile set where every single sprite is just Nicolas Cage's face. I have this one that's all my emotes. There was this one that was my face, this B-movie bullshit. This thing. And I can play the game with all of these. And this one was the worst because the entire alphabet is random symbols. So A was an apple, B was a B. And so whenever text would pop up, I'd have to like sit there with the tile set up and like decipher it. Yeah, no, I get audience members to make tile sets for me. Shout outs to the Among Us that's on this tile set somewhere. Anyway, yeah, no, so the reason they're pink is because that's the background that's used for those. So yeah, no, I just go to my YouTube channel and look up birthday, and you'll find various streams of me using like the actual Matrix font and shit, and they're all playable. You just have to be slow and be careful. We're out of plump helmet spawn. That means that's interesting actually. I've never actually counted them, but it's like less than 50 tiles. B-movie bullshit? B-movie is bullshit. I do like jazz, though. Guess we'll do phthalite. I'm going to need to dig out more phthalite, though. Could also just dig this out. Dwarf Fortress looks fun. Do I like bees? Well, it's certainly not hip to fuck bees. They have stingers. Although bee puns are pretty great. Like, it's been a long time, honey, but that one stung. Might be different. When you play enough of this game... Okay, so think about it this way, Doctor, whatever your name is. There are people out there that play Dark Souls blindfolded. If you play a game enough, anything becomes playable. You know, like that girl who beat Elden Ring with a dance pad, right? Like, if you play a video game enough, and once you understand the mechanics well enough, anything and everything becomes playable eventually. It's just a matter of putting the time in, and I've put the time in. Play Dwarf Fortress blindfold? Yeah, okay, that's a bit much even for me. Can't do. Rotten turkey corpse. Lads, just put the herbal. Gobble, gobble. Oh, they found the elf's corpse. I guess that elf wasn't a member of my faction or anything, or even a friendly, because they just chucked them in the body pile. I'm going to make a refuse pile down here because I to do that earlier. Why can't I find refuse? I know, like, I'm just mousing over it, but, like, where the fuck's there it is. It's garbage bin. How do I organize my labors? Basically, everything's on right now. I'm still, like, learning the UIs, and I haven't actually gotten to the point where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna start giving them specific jobs. And falcon people from above at the same time? You know, I don't know. That's a new mechanic. The agitation stuff where the animal people attack is new. So, I don't know. Huh. There's a lot of little critters right there for some reason. I don't actually know the answer to that. Merchants have arrived. Excellent. It's time to trade with the elves as it is early spring. Request a broker. We're going to bring 1 star ruby and a radiant cut ruby. That's going to be our trade for them. I'm not going to give up on it. I will get to the point where I start doing that, but I need to get good at the game again. Once I get good at the game again, then we can start doing stuff like that. How to get dwarfs to pick up little rock things like the gypsum and shale and so on. You have a stockpile, but they seem to be ignoring them no matter what you do. Is the stockpile full? And when you say little rock things, you mean the boulders, right? Like these guys? I'm assuming it's assigned to stone. And I'm assuming in here, in the work orders, you have hauling set to everybody does this. Although that's actually not totally true. I did make a custom job for doctors. Just wanted to say something. In this version of Dwarf Fortress, you can smooth building, even if they have building over them. Yeah, that's... In this version of Dwarf Fortress, you can smooth things even if they have a building over them, i.e. a bed. Are you saying that you can, or are you asking if you can? Because I haven't tried it. But I'd believe you if you say that you can. But I don't think so. Jess, thanks for the raid. The warriors are here, chat. You want to haul boulders and gypsum, so in a specific stockpile, they're just lying on beds all over the base? Is this... I mean, if the stockpile isn't full... I would check to make sure you have dwarves assigned to hauling or that they can get to it. Chat, if you guys don't know Jess, well, Jess is a member of my stream team, Halcyon Frequency. She hosts on the podcast that we run, and she is learning Dwarf Fortress. So if you're looking for a channel to go throw your skills at and help somebody learn this video game, go give Jess a follow. Because you guys have been following me like absolute mad lads for the past 72 hours. So go show some of that love to Jess, please. Click that heart at the top of the screen. Hi, learning. I'm blind. You can't escape the dad jokes. It's just not possible. Get up here, Deep. We need you to trade. But how are you enjoying it? How is it day 2 or is it day 3? I think it's day 3. Time has no meaning. What year is it? 2028, I think, approximately. Time is subjective. This is true. Day 3. Pungent for my dad jokes. It's okay. You're already in the pungent. You can confirm that you can smooth stuff even if you have a bed placed. Well, that's a game changer. The year is 3047 and Dwarf Fortress has become reality. We have connected our minds to the galactic matrix, and we too can be the dwarves. Hi there, you came from my YouTube. Hello, that's fine. Sorry if it's been asked, it probably has, but that's also fine. Is there a way to assign crossbow archers bolts in this version? You cannot for the life of you get them to pick them up. The way I did it, because I did it once in a different save, not this one, and I've deleted the world because I did that on like day 2 behind the scenes. I literally just set them up as archer squads, and they just equipped everything. I just made sure that there was an ammo stockpile in the, what's it called? In the barracks. Like, literally just put one in the barracks. But there's also this button that I've found, which is this. Toggle whether the squad will store their squad level equipment here, such as ammunition. So if you have chests in your barracks and it's a crossbow dwarves barracks, you can assign them to do that. Also, At some point, maybe even today, after I solve the upset dwarf issue, what I might do is see if I can make, because like, so caverns are mean now, right? Caverns are mean. Hops, it's good to see you, by the way. Caverns are mean now. I'll catch up with what you're saying in a second, Jess. I think it would be really cool to have a bunch of crossbow dwarf squads set to patrol around a bunch of battlements around the edge of the caverns and shoot down into the caverns to deal with beasties. And I did that once ages ago before in a fort to deal with crundles, but like, the fuck's a crundle? There's 70,000 amphibian people in the basement. Yes, macros work if you're using keyboard controls. Day 1, complete brain melting. Day 2, competent enough to navigate menus. Day 3, you're dwarfing. Hell yeah! Well, I mean, just remember, booze, borscht, and beds. Beds, booze, borscht. That was the thing that someone in chat said the other day, and I was like, that's good. I like that. As long as you got beds, booze, and something to eat, you're probably winning. And as long as there isn't blood everywhere all the time, you're definitely winning. You're definitely winning. All right, what did these elves bring? Bunch of random melons and shit, cherries, leaves and fruit, leaves and fruit. All right, well, we'll take we'll take your entire caravan. They're clearly pissed at me for not trading with them for a year. It's not my fault. We were under massive siege. And I'll give them a decent deal too. But I want those apples. And actually, you know what? Fuck the seeds. We'll just take leaves and fruit. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Still gives them a good profit. And we get stuff to make into foods. We can make apple cider again. Beds, booze, burger. That works too. Serious Q, what do you think of the premium version? Do I like the art? Any gripes with the menus? Why the fuck does it not reorganize engraved dwarves in the slabs menu? It's ludicrous. They're all the same color. The text is tiny, and I have to like squint at it to figure out which dwarf has been engraved and which one hasn't, which one's a ghost. Just sort them by engraved, not engraved, and put ghosts at the top. Done. Like it did before. Please. And also, I don't want to click 45,000 times to designate every single individual block to make a wall. So you're going to give me, like, fucking carpal tunnel. But, aside from that, game's great. Oh, also, why the hell is the mouse wheel inverted by default? The fuck? That's my issues in a list. Watching a YouTube video right now, and he's saying he's probably streaming now. Clicking on the Twitch link, and voila. Hey, it's almost like I know what I'm doing. Speaking of booze, any tips to set and forget in order to sustain plump helmets and seeds? So I'm an idiot, Cole, so I almost never use them. But if you have a manager setup in your Nobles screen, which requires a meager office, which by the way is literally just like a room with a chair in it. If you have a manager setup, you can go to work orders and then you can go plus and then just say, because you said brew, right? Brew plump helmets, brew drink from plants, done. And then you just go here. And then down at the bottom, there are conditions. So you click on this little symbol. Down at the bottom, there are conditions. So brew if amount of seed drinks. Brew if amount of fermentable plants. Brew if empty food storage. So I can just go bop, 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 and they will just repeat those. But they'll only start repeating it when we have less than 10 drinks. So I could be like, if I have less than, let's just say, exactly less than, at least, at most, greater than, is less than. Okay, so let's just say is less than 500. So when we have less than 500 drinks, that'll be satisfied for the check, and pop, they'll reissue the order. But I never do that, so I'd rather just queue up drinks every so often. It's just easier on my idiotic brain. Liking the game so far? I'm glad. Primary objective. Like, literally, so every 4 months or so, Zach or Tarn or Zach and Tarn join me on the stream and we do a live Q&A. And we're going to keep doing those. But the next one, the first question I'm asking is, why was the mouse inverted? Or actually, no, I'm going to just say, do you play games inverted? No context. Just, do you play games inverted? Because, like, I know he, like, played Destiny and shit, so like, play games inverted. I'm just asking. Just curious. Genuine question. You know. We don't need a broker here anymore. It's like being a millionaire. How does it feel to outsell Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty? Okay, I'm just waiting for Dwarf Copter, actually. Amateur? I want Dwarf Copter. I want to play Dwarf Copter. Also, we really need to pretty up the surface up here. Yeah, well, some people's brains are wired backwards, okay? It's not their fault they're broken. You know, we're all broken in our own weird ways. My body doesn't function, and some people play games inverted. Like, it's just, it is what it is. It's a sad reality that some people are just broken by default. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. You play inverted on a controller? Yeah, it's fine. I don't actually care. It's just, I really perplex. It's just one of the most perplexing default settings I think I've ever seen in a video game. It's not actually bad. It's fine because I can edit it, but it's just weird. That's all it actually is. I want to know why it was like that by default, though. I did rebind it. Every Dwarf Copter, everything's on fire. The pilot is drunk. The navigator is angry. You know, honestly, I think like Dwarf Copter would just be like the equivalent of a bunch of 40k orcs trying to drive a truck, but every single one of them is missing an arm. Okay, gosh. I like to think this is a more entertaining stream than the Game Awards. Yeah. Anybody watching the Game Awards, by the way? Because if you are, let me know when cool shit gets announced. If anything cool actually gets announced. He's thinking of a lot of stuff as arrays of vector graphics. You have to say that as a math person, all of these complaints about directions, plus, minus, simple, C, normal. Okay, fair enough. Dwarf Fortress is the sequel, though, Miss Venture. The original was Slaves to Armok. Just Google it. Do you think Dwarf Fortress is a weird, obtuse, messy nightmare? You should see Slaves to Armok. Also, we got some migrants, so we're back up to 93 dwarves. 94. Look at that. 95. 96. 97. Hell yeah. And some chickens. They come to snuff the rooster. More the merrier. Piggy. Other thing. Gosling. Cow. Goat. Goat. Duck. You know what's the saddest part about this variant of Dwarf Fortress now? Is new players will immediately realize that a drake is a duck and not, in fact, a dragon. And so people aren't going to be like, you can embark with a dragon! Because, no, you can't. It's it's a duck, guys. But yeah, to be clear, I'm not actually mad about any of the changes, really, because they're all very much fixable. You have a good one, Mind. The ducks rap. Whack. And they also all get killed in League of Legends all the time. Strangely enough. You look old, Dwarf. 167 years old! Wow! That's an old dwarf. Uneasy after being unable to pray. Well, me too. You're not very happy about seeing a dwarf die in 252. Literally just has mom. You look old. You should name their, that's fair enough. Yes, give them more value and then they will be happy. You have to give them actual value. Also give them gifts if you want migrants. That's not that old. That's 2 years away from the maximum, dude. Only has one kid? Has one kid? No lovers? Look at this family. Hey, their nephew is in the fort. How old is the nephew? Their nephew is 154. Wow, what an old family. That's amazing, actually. Dwarf Fortress isn't based on D&D, if that's what you're suggesting. Yeah, they reflect their description generally. They're not perfectly detailed, but they generally fit their description. And I'm mostly certain that the Forgotten Beast and Were Creature sprites that are supposed to fit the descriptions aren't in there yet, and they're working on them. Family tree is a straight line. It's always been a straight line. Like this UI is like this is literally just like a better presented version of the exact same original UI. Yeah, but it doesn't take D&D rules at all. This dwarf has like a ton of deities they worship, a bunch of acquaintances, no friends, but shit tons of family. Also cousins in the fort, almost as old as you. And their youngest son is in the fort, and their youngest son is 14. Damn. Cool. Also, this is all my gold. We do have gold nuggets. Smelt gold. That's gold nuggets are native gold, right? I'm assuming. He's angry because his joints hurt? I'm angry because my joints hurt most days. Yes, native gold. Gotcha. It's one of those things that still confuses me about this game, and I've been playing it for thousands of hours. It's like, wait, that's that thing, right? You can make the max depth as deep as you want with custom settings. But by default, I'm pretty sure it's 256 Z levels, isn't it? Meanwhile, Odd Realm is 64? Oh, absolutely it's okay to grow things on poor soil. It's just going to take a lot more dwarf hours to get the thing done. Odd Realm. No, Odd Realm is an Odd Realm. Odd Realm as in... this game. It's kind of like Dwarf Fortress, but think about it this way. If Dwarf Fortress is Minecraft, then Odd Realm is Terraria. Odd Realm is like... it takes a lot of very similar ideas, but presents them completely differently. Also has Z levels and the same kind of building style. Made by one dude from my city. It's a cute little game. There's a link if you're interested. It also has a demo, I think. It's quite cheap. Good little game. If you want like a Dwarf Fortress light experience that is similarly complex to get into, though, Odd Realm is pretty fucking cool. Administrator is visiting. I really wish it would just give me their location when I click that. The location of where they showed up. But Songs of Six? Songs of Six is fantastic, but absolutely nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Songs of Six is the best fantasy game that plays kind of like Pharaoh that I've ever played. Yeah, no, Odd Realm is more based on playing like super specific different factions that are all completely unique to it. Like it has humans, and then it has like these weird liches that need to mine a certain material from deep underground. which they then spend that using rights to summon demons that are super powerful, but then the liches themselves can't multiply, and the way you get more liches is by digging around underground and finding tombs with more liches in them. And then there's like these dudes that don't actually eat or sleep. They're kind of these weird undead spirit things, and they have to enslave humans or other creatures and siphon their life force out of them, or also bunny rabbit's life force. It's a neat game. It's got a lot of weird shit in it, and I like it. And there's like weird written characters that are underground. The lore isn't scrambled like Dwarf Fortress. It's got set lore, but it does randomly generate the world every time. It's a neat little game. If you are interested in games like Dwarf Fortress, I recommend checking out Odd Realm as well. Whoop, we've got an artifact being made. Fey Mood. I might actually slow down the frame rate for you guys. You have a job like that? Yeah, my old job was like that. So we have a glass maker. Again. I have no sand still. I've requested sand for the next caravan, but there's no sand in this map. So, here, I'll link it in chat again. There you go. I'm also, I know the devs, so I kind of promote that game from time to time, just out of nowhere, because I think it deserves it. There's also a bunch of videos of it on my YouTube channel if you want to go look. Let's go to the YouTube channel and look up Odd Realm. We'll make a glass magma furnace right on the corner here. This super duper safe, like, forge area that definitely got assaulted by a giant cave spider once. It's okay, it just ate my goats and then it fucked off. You're off to bed? We'll see you when we see you, Rolf. What do you look for on the embark screen to get the caravans? What do you look for on the embark screen to get caravans like the one on this map? Having neutral neighbors, or neighbors that are allied to you. This faction is at war with a dwarven faction that's right next door, but we are at peace with an elven faction and a human faction, but the human faction is far away. We're actually allied with the elven faction, which is kind of neat too. I kind of want to go out into this cavern layer more and like get more stuff, but I'm a little bit scared we're just going to run into stealth critters again. I'll be honest. Oh, caverns. This is just default settings. So just dig down. I misread things from time to time. I apologize. I'm actually just going to dig this way through here. Let's see if we see anything. We're scouting. Scouting. God, that looks so cool. I actually love this cavern there. This is a really nice one. Between this game and RimWorld, I will give you the short, quick description of why this game is different than RimWorld. For clarity, I played RimWorld throughout all of its early access and pre-Steam and have probably 3,000 to 4,000 hours in RimWorld. Didn't really play it beyond its 1.0 because I grew to dislike the game over time. But I don't really have anything against it. Dwarf Fortress is a world simulator, and what makes Dwarf Fortress interesting is this. RimWorld gives you a map, and that's it. It's a spherical map, and there's a bunch of different icons on it, and you can kind of interact with them if you want. And it gives you really interesting scenarios to make that map what you want, and you can really toy around with that toy box, right? But RimWorld is a game about handing you a toy as you deserve it. Dwarf Fortress gives you the toy box, and then pulls a lever, and a trapdoor opens above you, and another toy box hits you in the head. Dwarf Fortress is a clockwork world that is using behind-the-scenes procedural generation to run a clockwork-generated world with hundreds, if not thousands, potentially, years worth of history that you've generated for yourself, and it's actively moving. So while you're playing Dwarf Fortress in a world, there is the world above you that is playing a game of civilization with every single faction in the world, taking over sites, raiding places, stealing artifacts, characters moving from place to place, books being written, stories being told, adventurers moving around, and you're just a tiny cog in that machine. It's also the game that inspired Minecraft. So that's what Dwarf Fortress is. And why Dwarf Fortress is cool. It's less of a defense game than RimWorld. It's less of a strategy game. Like, it can be a super deep management strategy game if you want it to be, but it's not as much of that by default. It's much more of a it's much more of a like simulator where you just kind of play with it. It has a lot more in common with Crusader Kings in like the kind of tales that you can tell and the stories that it generates. How big of a fortress can you make? All right, well, let's see. So this is not the biggest map that I could make. This map is what, like this, plus you can go up. So this is the surface, right? This is not the biggest map you can make. This is a 4x4. You can set the game to go up to 16 by 16. If you do that, it will lag like shit. But you can do it. Then you can go all the way up to, in this case, up to layer 63. And then I can scroll all down to layer minus 109. And I've seen taller maps than that. So instead of and if you're sad that the maps are too small, just remember, in RimWorld you get the one map and that's it. In Dwarf Fortress you get up to 200, 250 stacked. Yeah, but it's more dramatic to do it one at a time. So I know you can scroll faster. I just didn't give a shit about doing it faster. Also, Chad is telling me to read the Discord word story, so give me a second while I have a seizure. On my Discord, there is a room called Adderword Stories Room. You can find it by joining my Discord at !Discord, and currently there's nothing for me to read, so what I want you guys to do is jump into my Discord, okay? Go to the Adderword Stories Room, and then type one word at a time like you're playing telephone with a bunch of friends in elementary school, right? And then I am going to read them, okay? But if you just drop curse words, I'll probably just ban you from the Discord, and then we'll all be happy. So I'm going to scroll up a little bit until I get to a spot where I can start reading, and let's say, cats is unethical unless there is giant plump helmet men dancing around cheese. Those pesky dwarves silly around the beers. Giant whereas destroys hairless apes with toothpicks. Meticulously before the blood flows from the face holes within the... Well done. Caught up. If you guys typed faster, I'd have to read longer. What was happening? Right, so that strange mood dwarf has claimed that glass furnace down in the basement, but they're probably going to die because I don't have sand. So you can see the good stuff? I mean, I think I have, actually. Yeah, I've dug about as far as I can without going through the magma sea. Well, I mean, we could just dig deeper until I hit lava. Why not? There is a point where the game will just kill you if you just dig too deep. Keep an eye. Like, you know the part in Lord of the Rings where Gandalf screams, "You shall not pass"? Well, then you know how this story ends. Okay, I just gotta be careful where I dig. It's actually a really deep lava sea. What's down there besides lava? I don't know. What do you think's down there? Strange things. Dangerous things. Evil things. Monstrous things. Fun? Mostly. Piping hot beepus. Secrets. The circus. Friends, enemies, loot, tales, exciting adventures, monstrous discoveries, semi-molten rock. Dwarf Fortress. I don't really want to kill this fort right now, though. I'm kind of attached to it, so I don't feel like digging too deep currently, but we can dig down a bunch. Can you make rings and necklaces with your cut gems? You can't seem to find it. Rings and necklaces with your gems. So no, you have to make the rings and necklaces out of metal. Hey, look, a fire snake. Look at it, he's so cute. Many dwarves don't like fire snakes. So you can you make necklaces and whatnot out of what's it called? You make necklaces out of metal or other materials, and then you engrave it. So we've encountered semi-molten rock down here, I'm assuming. Inappropriate dig square. Yeah, we've hit stuff we can't dig through. Which that last one's gonna get canceled in a second. There it goes. So that's as deep as we can dig for right now, but now that we're down to this point, what I can do is I can go below it. I can remove these. We can dig around just a little bit until we hit lava. Don't really feel like murdering my dwarves in the lava sea, but thief, protect the horde from stinking filth. You go to location on the map, and as your pen passes there, tell me what the thief was and what was stolen. Any idea? So if you hit U and you go to others and you scroll down, you'll see the psychedelic frog invaders in my fort anyway. But there's one that will say invader or thief. I can't remember. But it'll say one of those things. Click on the magnifying glass next to them, and you'll see them. Also, screams echoes from the darkness. Yes. Also worth noting, we're at 1,100 subscribers on Twitch. You guys are extraordinarily kind. We've more than doubled my sub count in 2 days, and I have 17,069 subs on YouTube, which is bananas. So thank you. You guys are extremely, extremely kind. Nice. Your others only shows 5 chinchillas. Okay, so it was probably somebody trying to kidnap your children, which is a big bad. You don't really want people kidnapping your children. So goblins believe that kidnapping is a perfectly ethical and legal way to free people from entrapment in society, and feel that it is a very good and healthy way. Hey, now we're at 1,001 or at 1,101. Death by Gecko. Appreciate you. So goblins believe that a perfectly valid way to expand the size of your civilization is by going out and stealing other people's babies. And then they integrate them into their society. So every now and again, when you become an uber nerd and play too much of this video game, you'll realize that, oh, they all have individual languages and naming schemes, right? And the beauty of the different factions all having individual languages and naming schemes is that you can tell when somebody came from a different faction. So if... You should try and keep your children guarded, yes. If they're having trouble keeping their population up, they will go out and kidnap people actively. And snatchers are pretty common thieves, so it was probably a snatcher. If it wasn't a snatcher, then it was a kobold trying to steal a meal or a necklace or something. Kobolds are basically crows. They want shiny. I try and let the kobolds steal things when they show up because they're adorable and I love them. Goblins, on the other hand, can eat a fat one and get stabbed to death. Preferably with something painful. Unless they're in my fort, in which case then they make excellent dancers and decent soldiers. Finally, I'm starting to see wear on my clothing. My God. Double standards. Yeah, everybody has to play favorites, right? Chain them to the wall, pretty much. Putting dogs at the gates keeps the goblins away. Oh, absolutely, I know. Guard dogs are super helpful for stuff like that. Because, like, this game is not afraid to just steal shit from you and not tell you why. Oh, God, this is such a cool cavern. Okay, I'm going to... We're going to go into this cavern. I want to have access to it. So, because the thingies down here are going to be expertly evil, we're going to set up a drawbridge down here. I could make it out of gold. Speaking of gold, and does my mayor want anything? Probably. Coffins, 3. Rock. We're going to make some things out of gold. Gold goblet. Let's make 25 golden goblets, and let's go gold. Not neck. What are necklaces called in Dwarf Fortress? Why am I blanking on this? I'm an idiot. What? There's an arachnophobia watch group that's going to spotlight my mod. Hey! Amulets, duh. I knew it started with an A. I was like, what? I wanted to say pendant. I was like, that's not a necklace, you doofus. All right, sweet. There, let's just make like 50 amulets. How about that? Bling? Butt plug? You know, the usual. Anyway, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go... Just kind of down through here, probably? Yeah, let's just go down through here. And we're going to erase the top side. That. And we are going to fill this up with weapon traps, methinks. Work orders. Let's just do iron short sword, right. Let's just do 250 of them. And then let's also do rock mechanisms. Sure, we'll make them out of real light. And do 75. And then this over here is where we're going to build the library. I'm sorry, somebody punted an altar? Constructing a kill box? No. Trap hallway. Much older, more refined strategy for a more intelligent and ancient video game player and enjoyer. Alright, pretty much. I'm making a hallway with some traps in it so that big scary things in that lower cavern layer don't like come running in and murder everybody to death. This is going to be my library over here. For it's having all kinds of fun. That's phenomenal. I'm glad. Is it going to survive the fun? So there's normally 3 cavern layers. I've only found 2. Where's the third one? There you go. It's going to be a nice library when that's all done. How in the hell do you activate a burrow? So if you've built the burrow, you go to this screen. You go to the burrow screen, right? You click add dwarves. You assign all the dwarves to the burrow. And then you unpause it. So if it's played, you pause it, and you unpause it, and make sure this is set so that they don't go outside to get items from workshops. It was an infuriating, annoying setup, H-Jinx, but I also have a video on my YouTube channel on how to do it if you need help that way. They're so happy with how well this runs on Steam Deck. The community control schemes are already made. Awesome, really? Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, it's really weird. It's like they designed burrows explicitly to work the way they're intended and not just as an emergency alarm button that the player base which is what the player base uses it for, largely. 56 subscribers away from a new emote. We'll get that tomorrow, I bet. It does have cloud saves. I just don't know if it works. Like, it does have cloud backup. Someone was reporting earlier that it doesn't work if you're, like, porting them to and from. But, where capybara? What? Literally only bought a Microsoft Surface for Dwarf Fortress, and Garrett Gygatsby's War in the West, too. Wow, you were like the I play obtuse games person. Jesus, dude. Mad respect. War in the East and Dwarf Fortress. Your cursed dwarfs turned into a were capybara? That's brilliant. Does anybody okay, I have a question. Has anybody here seen a were donkey? I want to know if they're still called a were ass. I'm assuming it's just called a were donkey now. And if that is in fact the case, then rest in peace, were ass, because were ass was superior to were donkey. For years, donkeys in Dwarf Fortress were just like a wild donkey was just called an ass. So you could get Forgotten Beast asses that was a giant ass twisted, and then you could get were asses, which were just giant asses that were twisted into humanoid form, which, as childish and dumb as it is, never got old. Steam has a rating system? What? I beg your pardon? Just had a group of 10 local elf children turned into were-donkeys. Boo! Okay, fine. Can someone please make a mod to turn were-donkeys back into were-asses? Appreciate your service. Wait, Anno 1800 is on Steam? Weird. I wonder how that's selling. Also, looks like Dwarf Fortress is back up to #1 seller on Steam. Nature is healing. How do you cage animals? You construct the cage and you assign the animal to the cage. And then you deconstruct the cage. I'm assuming it's still that way. And, like, can you play in Dwarf Fortress as elves and humans? They're not directly playable races, but there's many mods that let you play as them. They're not totally playable, but yes, you can. In adventure mode, you can play as any race in the game, which means, which isn't in this version of the game yet. And in adventure mode, you could be a human, you could be a elf, you could be a hamster man. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something for fun. Chat. We're gonna do something for fun. This is a pretty long walkway, yeah. Pretty long walkway. Nobody likes long walkways. That's better than a long walkway? A train. Let's go. Okay, so let's do this. Fun? Oh, you know it. Won't make it far enough, though. You know what? Let's actually do it this way. This will be fine, right? What could possibly go wrong? Nobody likes walking. We're just going to make a one-way push minecart. The quantum dump still work? Yep. They're never not going to work. Eric, thank you very much for that Prime sub, as well as Kodak. Appreciate you too. But no, I'm going to make a riding cart that has no requirements for filling. Could also make one going the other way so they could just go whoop up and then go whee. I don't know if they'll even make it that far, though. It might not make it far enough. Actually, I can make them go up one higher. No, I don't want them to get going too fast. If they get going too fast, then they'll go splat at the end. Aren't actually uploading because of how large saves can be? Okay. But it doesn't actually upload? I'm sure they're working on it. I'm sure it's been reported. I don't ever use cloud saves for anything, so... Although, like... So, let me show you something, chat. If you're willing to go through a wall of tedium... local files... browse local files. Okay? Data. Where did they put saves? Saves. Copy your world save from here. Okay? Plug your Steam Deck into PC or USB stick or whatever. Click, drag into this file, and it'll work. Literally, that's how you move a save around in Dwarf Fort. It's that easy. So if you're like, I have a Steam Deck and I really want to play Dwarf Fort on Steam Deck, if there's a will, there's a way. Is it possible to flood hell with water? I flooded hell with an ocean once. Pichu? In hell, assuming it hasn't changed, this is massive spoilers. Assuming it hasn't changed, there is a, there are these glowy pools, and water just goes woof into it and disappears. Really good for disposing of trash and unwanted citizens. You got bans on certain exports. What's your bans? I can't export coffins. Oh, blimey. I go bankrupt. You've crippled the economy. If you're wondering why the dwarves are all moving so slowly, they're all hauling boulders. Have I found any secret fun stuff yet on this world? On this particular world? No, but there's nothing secret. Lots of fun stuff, though. I'll actually define secret fun stuff. I got attacked by an army of psychedelic fishmen. If you mean like hell, no, I haven't dug too deep. If you mean the underworld, no, I haven't dug too deep. I mean, you could build over top of them theoretically, but I've never met anyone who's done that. But there, you'd still have the problem with it flooding. I guess, like, theoretically, you could go into hell, you could build up and over every single glowy pit, and you could build walls at the edge and then flood it, but, like, good luck. Automatically take weapons. I have a video on military squads on my YouTube channel if you want to watch that. That's the easier way to do it at this point. We'll just set them to do this, and then we'll smooth the stuff on the outside afterwards. But yeah, if you assign the oh, there we go. If you assign them to wear a uniform, they will just go pick up the weapons for that uniform. Although I've had a weirdly hard trouble making them equip boots for some reason. Yeah. I've survived digging too deep using some gimmicky tricks, but I don't know if they still work. They might. I haven't tested it yet. That doesn't seem to work, even though I feel like it should. It did when I did it, and I've done it multiple times. Click at the bottom and scroll to the edge and scroll up and then click again. It's worked in every single version of the game I've ever played. Define too deep. When you see the glowy pits and demons come pouring out, and suddenly your fort is overrun with whatever the fuck random named demons. That's too deep. Teach chat the way of cheese. I mean, I don't know if my cheese still works. Well, that's good. Are they going to run away this time again? The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. It appears... I'm sorry, what? It's once again...
Cheese for everyone!
Putrid Stocko Dingo person and this dude. And they immediately leave again. And then let's see. So they always just show up and then immediately leave. Where's the necromancers this time? Every time necromancers follow them. They always show up and then immediately leave. And then a bunch of necromancers show up and try and steal my stuff. But I'm not seeing the necromancers this time. I'm not seeing anything. Boxman Siege? I mean, they keep leaving. It's a tower that's attacking other things that keeps running into me. Is that the coffin guy? Oh, shit, I should have checked. Man. Pissed I didn't check. But yeah, no, we'll probably dig too deep. I mean... I'm trying to figure out what we want to do. Do we want to keep playing this fort for the next few days? Or do you guys want me to dig too deep? Tonight. I mean, I'm only 8.5 hours into the stream. What theoretically is defined as an unconnected tile? Well, you mean like collapsing something? This is a good fort, play it. Tricano is a fun location. I'm not going back to that fort. That fort's been abandoned. Keep going. So chat, I'll say this. I'm planning on streaming tomorrow, okay? I mean, I've still got another 4 hours left in today. I'm planning on streaming tomorrow. So how about this? We finish it out tonight. There's a ghost in my fort. We finish playing this out tonight. See how much further we can get and how much more we can find. That's a lot of crundles. We play it out tonight. They aren't wearing anything. Do you have any armor, Vizirby? Make an armor stockpile. Give them a location to find armor. And otherwise, see if they have a uniform equipped. If they don't have a uniform equipped, select them, go to equip, and then say assign uniforms and make sure that there is a uniform assigned. They should have metal armor equip or archer or leather armor depending on what you want. So what I'm thinking is we play this out today and just keep building and then like fucking around in other layers and building cool shit and like look for some adamantine and be careful and cautious. And tomorrow we'll end this fort. I think that's what we'll do. And then we'll start up a new fort over the weekend. That I think is the plan. Yeah, that's because it's Moon Moon. Moon Moon gets like 8,000 viewers for Moon Moon is kind of low. Moon Moon is one of the biggest channels on the site, so obviously he's getting like 800 viewers. Obviously, sir. But yeah, I think that's what we'll do with this fort. I'm enjoying this fort and I like this location, but you know, we gotta dig too deep. So we'll do that tomorrow. We'll dig too deep intentionally tomorrow, and if it doesn't happen tonight, it doesn't happen tonight. But we're gonna fuck around in the basement regardless. As I say, fuck around and find out, right? Let's make a minecart rail. I'm not afraid to dig too deep. I just get attached to the locations. There's a big difference. It's the natural end of things. Is there a way to pull it back up through announcements? God, I wish. That's one of those features that I'm missing right now. Jump the minecarts? Jump? What do you mean? How hard is it to survive digging too deep? We wouldn't survive right now. So, have you seen a Forgotten Beast yet, Millibar? Because if you've seen a Forgotten Beast, imagine getting attacked by like 300 of those simultaneously, assuming it hasn't changed. Imagine getting hit by like 300 of those, all with different attributes, all with different skill levels and effects, all with different possible side effects, and then all you can really do is just kind of scream and hope it doesn't kill every single one of you. That's what it is. Looking for the one ghost I have. There it is. But apparently Slabs engraved already, so. Yeah, we can go too deep with this fort tomorrow. We'll kind of put a bow on this first major fort for this version, and then we'll start up another one in this world. Or actually, no, we'll probably generate a new world because I want that patch. I don't want fishing to completely fuck all of nature every time because as fun as it is, it's kind of annoying. I prefer my worlds to be playable. I don't know. I mean, I don't think I've never tried jumping a minecart. I don't know if it would work. Co-op mod? No. Well, yes, but no, you don't. You don't want it. You think you want it, you don't want it. Playable worlds when casual. I know, right? What's the fishing bug? It was fixed this morning, so worlds that are generated post today don't have this issue. The fishing bug essentially is Untamed Wilds biomes have this problem right now where Untamed Wilds biomes have this problem where and also any biome that has agitation, which I think is just wilderness and untamed biomes, has this problem where fishing agitates the wilderness. So if you just have like one dwarf fishing, within like 6 weeks in game, you'll just start getting bombed by every single wild animal. Like, every animal will just go hostile and attack you for no reason, basically. Which isn't fun and makes the game kind of unplayable. Which happened to my first fort. I normally settle in Untamed Wilds biomes all the time and I'm fine. But, like, suddenly just couldn't play the video game because it was like, oh, there's like 250 giant, not quite, there's 12 giant chinchillas on the surface at all times trying to kill us. And giant peregrine falcons. It's like that, yeah, that's you can't go to the surface, you can't do anything. It wasn't even carp. But it was certainly painful. It was pretty salt-inducing. All right, so let's go. You've been enjoying my YouTube clips? Thank you. Been struggling caging animals and butchering. Definitely appreciate a lesson. Caging animals is weird because it doesn't work the way that you want it to. Caging animals, like, you build a cage and then you can assign animals to the cage, but you're better off, like, if you have caged animals, like if you've caught caged animals, or if you're trying to trap animals from the surface, you have to build cage traps and just wait for them to trip into them. But pen pasture zone is really what you want. You just want to make a zone and pen pasture them. Like, if they're tame already, just pen pasture them in a zone. And, my brain is, like, farting today. You want to make a zone, pen pasture them in the zone, and then, words. And then you can butcher them from there easily. What the fuck is that icon? Oh, yeah, we had a dwarf go start raving mad, finally. Never actually, I haven't seen that yet in this version. There's just pants in its place. Yeah, that checks out. I did in the glassmaker when Stark raving mad. What, are you just gonna go strip your clothes off until you starve to death, I'm assuming? Yep. Running around and babbling. Goodbye, Iden. You were a good dwarf. Like the little icon above them. The face. All right, let's mock up a second military squad. Where is that button again? Is this button? Nope. Whip. Nope. Nope. Where's the add other people to squads button? Can you, wait, hold on a second. Can you not add people to squads while they're training? Oh, no one is, wait, are you not appointed commander? What? I understand. I just don't have a commander for that squad. That's bizarre. That's odd. Sure, furnace ops can have that job. Weird. I didn't realize that they didn't have a job. Yeah, I actually, no, I remember what happened. Commander died to, Commander died to, what was it called? They got possessed by a ghost and went insane during the absolute mess. But if we're going to dig too deep tomorrow, we need at least 2 squads, so. Yeah, I know. I blanked on it. Yay, another ghost has been put to rest, thankfully. But scrolling up. I need to translate that. What's that say? Spanish to English. Sorry, brother. I played for the first time in my life today, and I don't know how to collect water or how to connect a lever to water doors and floodgates. You can use pit pond zones, but I do have a tutorial on YouTube on how to make a simple bucket well. Let's do competent spear dwarf. They don't necessarily need to have relevant skills, but if they have relevant skills, they'll train faster. Competent wrestler, because we don't need beekeepers right now. It's also sometimes a decent idea to put skilled soldiers into squads. Yeah, I love how you can actually like see them putting on their armor in real time. That shit's cool. No, absolutely you could. But keep in mind, dwarves don't like witnessing violence generally. They're kind of like humans, right? Like if someone, you know, if someone sat you in front of a big room and you had to watch other humans rip themselves to pieces and kill each other, you'd probably be relatively disturbed. And dwarves are kind of the same way. They don't actually like seeing people die. So you can do that, but just keep in mind, if you do that, it's wise to set it up as a... If you do that, it's wise to set it up as a what do you call it? If you do that, it's wise to set it up as a I'm way fucking tired right now. What the hell is wrong with my brain? It's wise to set it up with like opaque windows that they can't see through, or like just pretend that they can see it, so that you're not like repeatedly scarring your dwarves for life, because you'll end up with a lot of really pissy dwarves like this. I've been talking too much for the last 2 days at like 1,000 miles an hour. So, apologies if I seem kind of tired. It's been a long week. What would be a good place for people to post guides? I mean, there's a self-promote room in my Discord. There's probably some room in the KitFox Discord. And you're all good. I don't want people around if their whole goal is to purely promote their shit. You know, like, believe it or not, I'm here to promote my shit, and it's okay for people to promote their stuff occasionally, but if like it starts to feel like the only reason you're here is to promote your own stuff, I'm going to tell you to sod off after a bit. So you're totally good, but please don't just sit here and do that. The subreddit, it allows a lot of that stuff if you have guides and stuff that you want to share to people. Same with like the KitFox Discord and all that stuff. My Discord has a self-promote room in it too, but use it for what it's for, which is self-promoting. Yes, you can plant on clay. Clay is considered dirt. This is going to be really dangerous. There's a suck. Oh shit, some migrants arrived. We got 104 dwarves now. Cool. Look at that. Thanks, Clino. You have some hardworking 1-year-old hauling babies and then a lazy 0-year-old baby that's not doing anything. Well, because a 0-year-old baby isn't old enough to walk yet, so it's crawling. Go easy on the child labor, yeah. For whatever it's worth, up until this version of the game, the only thing that kids did was stand around and play make-believe. So consider yourself lucky that, like, you're playing a version of the game where they actually do stuff of value. Like, you know, working in some capacity. Like, chores is one of the big new features of this version. Also, Clinodev is one of the mods on the subreddit, so Clinodev would know. One of your dwarves took a lungfish and has just been keeping it in his room. Weird, but okay. It's probably his favorite food. Look at his preferences. Probably really, really, really likes lungfish. Loves eating lungfish. Anyway, this is going to be like a very dangerous library. What the fuck is this Savannah Devil? Someone dug too deep. Read its description. You know how you guys are telling me to dig too deep? Yeah, that. Congrats. You found shit. Which is what we're going to do once we have like 4 squads tomorrow. How to implement the cloud saves. I think cloud saves are just busted currently. But it was a pretty black diamond. Yeah, well about that. You found the source of the diamond. Now kill. Speaking of, let's go back to digging underground as well. I'm doing too many things at once currently. Oh, also, I was going to mine out more of this. Okay, so this, yeah, we're just in semi-molten rock down here. Also, there was sarcastic response I could have to that question, which is that it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a devil that is in the shape of a Sven. Which I always am told that I pronounce incorrectly, which is fine. Yes, if I dig into it. Rose quartz? No, that's a Chevy. Actually, maybe, I don't know. I know, like, nothing about cars. That's a warm lava wall? Okay. So anything that's warm walls, lava will come out of if I dig through it. Basically. It's like the game being nice to you and being like, oh, you don't dig here. Don't be a dum-dum. We're stopping you. We're saving you from yourself. Although, I'm going to try this. I'm sure this is fine, right? Digging straight down into a lava pool. What could go wrong? Just want to see it. I want to know it's there. All right. I can now see a bunch more. Ooh, magma crabs. Uh-oh, pause. Don't really want those coming in. Might want to plug that hole. Yellow diamond clusters. Obsidian wall. That's sus. Wait, hold on. Is that smooth? Looks smooth. Oh, nope. Still on auto. But yeah, no, lava flows. It just doesn't flow as fast as water because it doesn't have pressure. Whereas water builds up pressure and will like do some psychotically evil things if you dig into it, like insta flood a fort. You flooded your fort again? Or no, quit without saving, or succumb to fun. So your friends have told you something of the old days of DS, something about carbs standing up. What's that all about? So there was a bug in Dwarf Fortress like over a decade ago. That was similar to, you know, the Gandhi nuke problem, where Gandhi will just become crazy because he gets so good that he turns evil and then he nukes the world. Well, imagine that, but instead of that, it's all animals gain strength. Well, turns out at the time, one of the best ways to gain strength in the game was swimming. And at the time, when carp would swim, they would just slowly gain strength because they were an animal in the map, right? So if you just had carp swimming, they'd get stronger. And then eventually you'd have carp running across the map and like stabbing your, like eating your dwarves whole because like they could climb out of the water because they would just get strong enough that they could just like body flop and like I don't know, like maybe do the worm across the map. So it's just like a decade-old joke, basically. Like it's an old meme from a ancient history bug in the game. That's all it is. It's not really a relevant thing or a concern or something that you even need to worry about these days. It's just funny to think about. Hey, Thron, thanks for that sub. Cheers. Bringing us up to 1,104 subscribers, more than doubling my sub count in 72 hours. Fucking crazy people. I love you guys. I don't deserve this. It is still a great story, but know that that's all it is, a story of an old bug that isn't in the game anymore. Buying a new PC? Nah, my PC's fine. No, putting money in savings like an intelligent person. Is there a reason that you make those liver-shaped rooms apart from aesthetics? Squares are boring. That's why I make weird-shaped rooms. I'm curious, how many people are following Dwarf Fortress? To 140,000 followers on Steam. That's wild. That is wild. Don't make squares is my beauty tip. So when Dwarf Fortress does the Walk of Fame, you'll just be like, yeah, don't make squares. Hey, more native gold. That's what I wanted. Excellent. Grew 250 plants. I literally made that temple. What? Thought I did. I swear that I finished that. Maybe something happened and I got distracted. Back to mining devil gems. Pretty much. Actually, I'm back to mining over here, really. Did I not? Oh. Building that drawbridge and then didn't connect this. Because I want to dig out into here. And there's a bunch of gem clusters in here that I want to get to. And also these caverns are just fucking gorgeous looking. I'm sorry. These plump helmets from higher up looks like a little Angie face. Which is very amusing to me. Realizing dwarves in New Embark have been crying for seemingly no reason, deciding to roleplay as the mountain home of their oppressive for the first opportunity to get the fuck out and start their own outpost. I mean, dwarves cry for all multitudes of reasons. Everything from like, oh no, my lover died 10 years ago to like, I haven't had a drink with a nice cup in a while. Like, lots of things can cause upset dwarves. We're making sword traps. So they come over this and they get surprise stabbed by swords. Not my dwarves, just enemy dwarves or enemy things. Sure, we'll use the one battle axe, why not? Rain doesn't bother the dwarves that much. It used to bother them very heavily, but not so much these days. No problem, Sanohari. No problem. Angry creeper face? I was thinking kind of like a Shih Tzu, but creeper face too. Mechanisms and fluids. Make a lower cavern lever. You have tons of threads, so you need clothes shops to make that stuff. Clothes shops. And dwarves accidentally set off traps like Rimworld? Only if they trip on them, and way less likely than Rimworld. It's really hard to make a dwarf trip onto a thing. They have to get, like, attacked by something, basically, to make that happen. Loom is thread into cloth, yep. Loom, thread into cloth, and then clothes shops for the full rotation of all that. Yeah, if it's hair, they can't make it into thread. Sorry, I'm just trying to get caught up on chat and also, like, stare at another thing that's distracting me. Even round squares are better than straight lines. Honestly, when it comes to beautification, it's just like, I think the easiest way to build pretty forts is to kind of do what I'm doing right now, which is just go to the cavern layers and just make something cool. Make something that you think looks cool, really. Like, that's the best thing that you can do, is just try and either go to the cavern layers and start building something that you think looks cool, or alternatively, if you're not, like, in the cavern layers and making something look cool, go to a big mountain and then make something that looks cool in the big mountain, is my advice. Let's go track stop, and then this one will be a full stop track stop that doesn't dump. And then wood minecart. Effective moats for most things. Don't put water in it. Unless you know what you're doing. Dry moats are generally more effective. Is blue an aquifer? Blue's open space. This is water down here. This is just open space for the cavern layer. Alright, so we got track stop. And track stop. Sweet. So we can now go up. We can now go route, add a stop. Boop. And the options are ride that way. Actually, doop doop. Every 0 days. Doesn't need to be full of anything. Doesn't need to load with anything. Done. And then we just need to assign a minecart, but we have no minecarts yet, so now we just need to wait for a minecart to be made, and then we can make a minecart run. And people can go, whee! And hopefully don't go splat. Yes. If you want to fix the inverted mouse wheel, it's key bindings, and then it's this one. Move view cursor up, Z. Move view cursor down, Z. Swap mouse 5 and 4. You found a flesh ball sprite and it's gross? It's just a testicle. Come on. You act like you've never seen a testicle. Wait until you find a cave blob. Do they need fueling? So minecarts can either be pushed, ridden, pushed, as in like they push it and then walk away, or they can be, what's it called? Powered by wind or water power. And the wind and water power ones are a really good way to turn your dwarves into a fine red mist, but are quite effective at making things turn into a fine red mist. You know how to check how full your stockpiles are? Stare at them and look. If they're full, they're full. Hot rodded off an incline. So, pro tip, chat. Start minecart high up. Okay, tell it to fill up with something heavy, like swords, or something sharp, like swords, okay? Have enemies down in the bottom in a specific area. Tell dwarf to push it at the top, okay? It go down, then at the bottom, make them slam into fortified walls, okay? Stuff fly out of walls, send stuff flying like all fucking crazy, and then anything that gets hit by the shrapnel falls to pieces. And if you want to get real fancy, you can make them go down through lava, and poof. That's the normal schedule for me, Belgiumon. Although my normal schedule is I do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and I do 12 to 14 hours Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. But because Premium's out, we're going to be doing like normal people length streams Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday I'm going to probably take off. We'll see how I'm feeling. And then Tuesday will be a normal person length stream again because I'm still exhausted because I did basically 12-hour days Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday this past week because I got the game early. And then we'll be back on it. And we're going to keep weekends on the schedule and Fridays on the schedule basically until Christmas. Take a day off? I'm fine. It's all good. Trust me, this is the most success I've had on Twitch in about 5 years, maybe longer. And definitely like the best like stats I've had ever in my entire career. It's okay to work a little bit of overtime. We'll be okay. It's not like I'm streaming 24 hours or doing things that's actually hurting me. I've meal prepped everything, you know? Like, I literally make 3 days worth of dinners, 3 days worth of lunch, and all that shit. Tattoos? Sure. Hold up. It's very unfinished. Maybe I can get it added to with all this sub money. Although I do need to find a new tattoo artist. It's actually supposed, I have the full designs for it saved somewhere, but it's a piece of Portal concept art that's supposed to go into another piece of Portal concept art, and then the back of my arm's supposed to be Half-Life. Like the I always forget the name of it, the big scene at the beginning of Half-Life 1 with where the aliens come out of, that thing exploding at the back. But like I need a new tattoo artist because my tattoo artist stopped doing tattoos when the pandemic hit, and he's like just gone completely off the internet. Just Black Mesa, yeah. I can't remember the name of the actual contraption, but that sequence from Black Mesa. Classic DF icon link. If we get 2,000 subs by the end of December, I will go get a tattoo of Dwarf Fortress icon somewhere on my body. Non-disclosed location, because I don't know where I'd put it. Yes, that thing. The anti-mass spectrometer. Thank you, Stone. I knew that you'd know it. Not on my ass. Like I said, undisclosed. Look, okay. 20,000 subs. Not YouTube subs, Twitch subs. If you can give me 20,000 YouTube subs, I'll consider it. Hey, Sunday, what up? Fleshball? I already have 2. I don't need more. How you doing, Sunday? In the caverns? I mean, we dig around in there all the time. Sunday, are you going to be playing this? I know you're a RimWorld head. See, the streamer knows how to sell out. Thanks, Lithium Falls. Now, let's check my routes again. Do I have minecarts yet? Yay, there we go. What's the alert? That's not good. Oh, hey, Famood. Oh, hey, the glassmaker finally passed away. That's a shame. Oh, shit, we got... One of my kids has a fate mood? Nope, never mind. Boyer. I have to make a Boyer shop. Looks like multiple dwarves went mad. Oh, no, that's not good, Crispy Crisp. That is not good at all. I don't understand the joke. Oh, I whispered it out loud to myself, and now I understand the joke. I hate it, Krista. So we're gonna get that strange mood over here. Arch heard that, I think. You have 900 plus plump helmets, and you can't brew them fast enough. You're loving my YouTube videos, and it's amazing how fast they came up and helpful. You followed well. Oh, cheers. The winter immediately was but the water immediately was emptied, and the dwarves wouldn't fill it, and also the water was stagnant. Yep. You didn't do anything wrong. Bucket wells are just like the least optimal well format and are kind of disgusting and are super basic. But the point of that video is to show us how to set up a super basic well. Not how to set up a good well. There you are. What you really want to do is you can reactivate the zones to dump more water into it so that it fills up again. But if the water is draining, it probably means your dwarves are drinking water. So just make sure you have booze available. Then your dwarves will be a lot happier. At the beginning of the game, 100. It usually goes down to around 40, and it generally stays around there. But there's also like 500 entities in the caverns right now, so. Although, if I want to increase my frame rate, turn off weather, turn off temperature, done. It's now going to sit probably around 50, 60, I would guess. Oh, no, it's going back down. Not too much. Saves me about 6, 7 FPS right now. Because it's mostly just the entities. But if you're experiencing some extreme lags, turn those off. Works furiously. Hey, got everything you needed. That was quick. Did you okay, grabbed logs, blocks, and bone. Okay. Simple. I like it. Oh, hey, there's a dwarf riding the minecart. Whee! Are you gonna go do it again? Place track track vehicle. Let's see if we can watch this minecart. i7 7700K. Okay, let's follow the minecart. I think I can. Okay, hold up. Let's just wait until another dwarf comes up. All right, here he comes. Whoop. Whee! Whee! There you go. See? Goes and grabs it again. We've successfully set up a dwarven roller coaster, and this dwarf is very satisfied at work because this is considered work. Look at that. And go back. No. Okay. Okay. Is somebody else going? Nope. Nope. There you go. Goes all the way up, and whee! Basic minecarts. Got him. Went to sleep watching my stream. Woke up and you're still streaming. Great stream. Thank you. Means a lot. But yeah, I should probably set that to happen less frequently so they're not just like constantly wasting their time. Let's say every 10 days, someone can go ride the roller coaster. We do, in fact, have an emote for this. I mean, it is the hype train emote, right? There's a petition. What's the petition? Sure, Thran, you can stay here and help us eradicate monsters. Made those minecarts. Stairs construction. We've got a swords dwarf. Dwarf skin skills. Fuck. Holy crowley. Hold up. We've got a bunch of interesting critters in the fort right now. No, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Creatures, others. Go past all the psychedelic fishy people. Elf pilgrim. Oh. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Behind my camera. Health description. A large white snake with the arms and torso of a man. These creatures are evil. Live far underground. He's incredibly skinny. We found an actual living danger noodle. An actual living, breathing noodle person. And if this noodle person wants to join the fort, we're going to allow the noodle person to join the fort. Thanks for the mini train chat. You guys are kind. I like that the tile doesn't quite fit. It's kind of funny. It's like, it's tail sticking into the wall. Dude, I'm a big fan of noodle people, okay? See, he's just here to pray. Look at this. Actually, I think he's here to have a meeting. Somebody probably. We also, King, are you lurking? We got a wolf person. The furries have arrived. The scalies and the furries. It's great. Everybody's represented. Tower cap crossbow. Look at that. Could have called him the nope rope. Are all creatures one by one? So things only fill up one tile currently. Long time in the future, and maybe 5-10 years, we'll get multi-tile creatures. But they only fill one tile. However, large creatures fill up multiple tiles. They still can walk through one tile doors, though. You second nope rope. If he joins the fort, we'll call him the Iwi nope rope McDanger Noodle. How's that? You happy? Enjoy your lurks, Kodak. The Boyer has created... Okay, so we've got an artifact. Katan Ukerfeb, the Boyer has created Sodomas, a tower cap crossbow, and offers it to the terrible machine. It's Sodom Ass. Okay, so it's worth 2,000 Zethal, which means very cheap. This is a tower cap crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap, and this object menaces with spikes of fellite and turkey bone. What a boring artifact. Sodom Ass. Pope no, yeah, okay, the Holy Pope of Nope Rope, yes, would be. So if that snake person joins the fort, okay, and becomes a member of one of our religions, we can call it the Holy Pope of the Nope Rope, if you guys absolutely insist. Okay, so we're going to link this to Deep Beneath the Ground before I got distracted by the Holy Pope of Nope Rope. 2,000, put it in the trash. Leave it out as invader bait. You used to play bass for Holy Pope of the Nope Rope. I loved it when they opened for King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, you know? It was good times. But, you know, I don't know what was up with all of the psychedelic porn crumpets covers. Like, come on. Like, play more of your own original stuff. Like, they wrote good stuff. They just didn't play any of it. Sucked. Really. I need to see Giz one of these years. Every single time they've come here, it's like, why are you charging like $45 more than I'm willing to pay? Like, I like King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, but they're not a $100 show. I'm sorry. I'll see Iron Maiden for that. King Giz is going to be around for a while. I just kind of want to wall this off. I said psychedelic porn crumpets. It's a band. Look them up. They write bangers, okay? Like I Found God in a Tomato. I've seen some pretty good shows. Here's the thing. There are other psychedelic bands that have pretty incredible jam shows similar to King Gizzard that I will get on a plane to go see that I like more than King Gizzard. King Gizzard is pretty fantastic, but you know, if Moon Duo's ever here again, I will go see them again over King Gizzard. No questions asked. Okay, so we're just going to build a wall right here. Oh my god, this is such a cool cavern. Such a nice cavern. We're going to get ambushed all hell in here, aren't we? Building a wall to keep the giant cave spiders out. You know they can just climb along the ceilings, right? Like they don't give no shits. Also, there are giant cave spiders in this area because like we've been over here and this is not secure at all, and giant cave spiders have stolen our goats from here a couple of times. So. Evening, Hockey Thighs. How we doing? Good day. Hello. Do you see it or does it happen in the background? The dwarves leave map and then you get a report of what happened. Which some people don't like. I think is actually kind of cool. But in the far future, when the map rewrite is over, the game will theoretically have the capabilities for you to watch the battles happen in a second screen. But it's just not the style of game where you're going to go control the fights. So if I can just get this sealed off here. Don't need dwarves running off too far. Where are you going? You're going to go clean? Clean up blood. Great. Yeah, definitely clean up blood down in the caverns. Oh, hey, Trogdor's down here. Where are you headed? Constructing building. I love just like the soldiers constructing shit. I'm so used to just like the single sprites that like I'm not used to my dwarves running around and constructing shit in full suits of armor. I'm just used to them being like the soldier sprite. All right, you are going to cancel that. Why don't dwarves poop? Why don't dwarves poop? Also, who's to say they're not pooping? The better question is, why don't you know when the dwarves poop? Do I not have any woodcutters? I may have thrown them all in my military. Yep, straight up just don't have any woodcutters. All right, you, and you can all be woodcutters. And then make 10 iron axes. I'm sorry, what? Why can't I just make... There we go. There you go, Locker's line. Why aren't they creating a compost pile? Are you talking about like refuse pile? What do you mean by compost pile? How specific can combat in DF? Can combat be in DF? I felt like you had to micromanage combat. Can I microwave combat in Dwarf Fort if you want to? Dwarves do what dwarves want to do and don't give a shit about your wishes generally, is my statement. So can you micromanage combat in Dwarf Fort? Yeah. Will they listen? Maybe. Like, honestly, maybe. Can't guarantee you that they'll listen. They might. Where's charcoal in the custom menu? Good question. It's under bars, isn't it? It's bars other, I think, for charcoal. Like, mostly certain it's bars other. This is an odd place for them to go. I'm pretty sure. Is it called coal? Because it used to be. They used to be called charcoal bars. But if they're just coal, then yeah. For some reason, you didn't start with them. You have to either purchase them or dig down to the cavern layers and pick them up. Game saving, so. Building walls is hard. They frequently get themselves in a spot where they can't build a corner of a wall. You think they're hard now? My God, you spoiled little bean. You know nothing. You successfully executed 20 Crundle? What did the kind of 20 Crundles do? Poor Crundles, man. What the fuck? I tell you, those Crundles... Should apologize to that Crundles family. Those Crundles are lovely little creatures who didn't do nothing wrong. Interrupted your web collecting? Yeah, they do that. But if you want to get more plump helmet seeds as well, you can also go down to any cavern layer and just do this. Let's see, we got plump helmets, and then you brew them. So that's another way to acquire more plump helmets. Is just go down to a cavern layer and gather them. There we go. We finally got a roof coming to fell trees. Beep, 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 beep. Oh no, we got another ghost. Great. Okay. Time for me to squint at this shit. On YouTube and saw you were live, so you came to follow since you're looking to get into DF? Well, I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress for about 4-ish years. Little over that, I think, actually. So if you're looking to get into DF, you're either in very much the wrong place because I will not let you do anything else ever again, or you're in the right place because I generally stream DF with the occasional side diversion into something slightly different. Like on Saturday, we're going to have a brief side diversion in the morning and go play a traditional roguelike for a bit, and then we'll be playing Dwarfs again. It'll be great. Oh shit, we're naming weapons. Kodal has bestowed the name Numus Dor upon an iron spear. So Kodal is one of my military dwarves. I wonder, does hitting... Oh my god. Sorry, just... You guys have no idea how cool that is. Something small. Kodal, where are you? This dwarf named their spear. I have a water skin. So they've named their spear. It is spattered with elf blood. I'm sure you guys are proud of him for that. The description of it is it's just a normal spear. But it's an artifact. It's a finely crafted iron spear. It is spotted with Narnia's player trance's elf blood. And the dwarf using it killed an amphibian man, an elf, a goblin, and the goblin's name was Damasto Vigilgirders, the Uncertain Path of Keepers. Do different shroom do different thing? Yes. The different shroom trees have different properties, and the different shrooms can be used for different things. Like, dimple cups are used as dye. Oops, they're not used for food. They're used for dye, and other underground stuff are used for different things. Like, one of the mushroom trees is cold all the time and actually lava safe, as an example. Patriotic hero? I mean, the elf went berserk in our map, so yeah. Patriotic indeed. I think I can suspend that food order for a little bit. We got plenty of food. Actually, what are we eating in this fort? I keep trying to hit the old hotkeys, goddamn. Drinks. So we have Dwarven Ale, Dwarven Wine for drinks, which is kind of shitty variety, but is what it is when you're a cavern fort with nothing growing on the surface. But for prepared meals... Prepared meals, we are eating prepared raven kidney roast, prepared cow spleen roast, and prepared peafowl roast, and blue peafowl roast, tallow roast, and a yak tallow roast, obviously. And I'm going to queue up another round of food, but I'm not going to leave it on the repeating job. So here's the thing. Are you doing it in the manager screen, Commander Hops? You have to type in the material first. So they've like removed all of the indexing from the searches, which drives me nuts. So you have to type in like rock mug or iron goblet or so it's mugs, goblets, and wooden cups. Wooden cups metal goblets, and stone mugs. Or rock mugs. If you do it in the workshop, do you need to select the material first? If you are doing it through the manager, I think so. I need to try it again. It's a cool-ass cavern lair. Like, genuinely, this is a cool-ass cavern lair. All right, well. Cautious. Thank you, Chess Shrek. Not bad for a day and a half's day's work. Just don't even worry about the fact that glass doors are called portals. Dante. Don't even worry about it. Just don't even worry about it. And don't let me remind you that there are coffers, chests, and boxes. Boxes are glass, coffers are rock, and chests are metal. And then there's bins, boxes, and bags. Yes, that's all of it. Like, just how to remove furniture. Dig button. Oh, actually, no. Click on furniture and remove it, or dig button and this little exit stairs thingy. Hey, Fat Attack. Thanks for that prime sub. Cheers, dude. Thank you so much for helping us increase that absurdly high sub count, which I don't know how to deal with. Let's see. What's going to come out of this? Let's go dig around. Red diamond, star sapphire. Sapphires are rare, damn. Black diamond. Do you use wheelbarrows? Yep, I use wheelbarrows. I also use minecarts sometimes too. Yeah, Kinder, we're growing. We're growing. It's dropped down very heavily a couple times. Diamond. Sweet. Looking around. They're fun things. Let's go get these. With Pop-Up 56, dealing with a wear infestation every full moon, a few die. If you are a crazy person like me, and you stare very closely at every single combat log, and you see who's been bit, mark them down, and then either expel them or quarantine them in between the full moons. Or, like, let your fortress fall into fun. I mean, both are valid options. I usually just try and set it up so that they kill whoever they bite in the process, which is dark, but... Where was I digging? There it is. If everyone becomes werewolves? Well, werewolves kill each other, too. I do definitely owe Clinodev a sandwich, yes. Russ money. I have bad news. Russ money. Dude, I got bad news for you. So your Gelder got ripped apart by a were chameleon. pretty glorious way to go, I have to say. She didn't make it, but she lived a good life, never was depressed, was never one of those red beans on the right, was definitely more in the green bean side of things. Loved her job, was a great farmer. It's a shame. Also, it's just karma for the Gelder. You guys don't know Russ. Russ is your prime source for Space Station 13 content, but also a fan of games that have more depth than a brain can comprehend, so plays Dwarf Fort. You should go give Russ Money a big ol' follow for Dwarf Fort and Space Station shenanigans. Your one-stop shop for the best clowning on Twitch, in fact. Big fan of his streams. Cancel order. Clino, can you do me a favor? Can we get a warning? Can you, like, ask Tarn really nicely to give us a warning when we click the disband squad button? Because I've accidentally disbanded squads too many times today. It's way too close. I actually had to go back to a save once because there was a big bad thing happening and I clicked the wrong button. Well done, Keg. Well done. Very proud. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Keg? Also, just for the Raiders in general. For those of you who are new here, my bot really likes beer. So if you type in the word beer in multiple languages, it works. And also variations on the beers emoji and the beer emoji, as well as HS Cheers and several large streamers' beer emotes as well, all work and make my bot give you beer. Welcome, Raiders. It's good to have you. Beer just has to be the first word in the sentence. Okay. We're also going to throw a door right there. Migrant waves only. Welcome, migrants. Amber fluid. No, that's urine. That's something very different. I mean, if you want a big old glass of that, that's up to you, but none for me, please. But how was the forting to Russ and Raiders? Did you guys have good time? Did you have fun events happen? Did you discover exciting things? There's an army of psychedelic crazy frog amphibian people in my second cavern lair, and about 200 of them attacked us for, I don't know, crafting in their lair for too long. They weren't a big fan. Grog? I don't have grog isn't beer, though. They're back? No. They're still there. They're just locked there. Lick the frogs. I really, really, really want to just fill that cavern layer up with lava. Just burn them all. But I still love them. They're fantastic. Your ambient sounds are very haunted, but nothing is haunting is happening. Oh, are you in a sinister biome that isn't actually that sinister? It's like, oh, it's so spooky. The trees are dead. But, like, nothing scary is actually happening. Crazy ducks in Rustfort. Giant ducks in Rustfort? 200? Okay, I exaggerated a lot, okay? But there's not a small number of them. Also, if you guys haven't seen these yet to the Raiders, look at these fucking duders. Like, look at them. These ones are underwater, so they're black and white right now, but, like, hold on. Let's see if I can find one. Is there a above water one? Nope. It's edge. Okay, just look at these dudes. That's their little sprite. It's kind of tiny, but they're phenomenal. I love them. They're great. And they're also a free source of steel because they have steel spears. Oh, hey, a cavern. Really autumn. It's time to trade with the dwarves. So what did we have agreed to trade with them? Civilizations. I like how we have this unnamed amphibian man civilization who we're apparently at peace with. I call bullshit. Oh, come on. Why don't you tell me what the agreements was after they arrived? I know I requested sand. They're also lonely. I mean, aren't you? Everybody is. This planet Earth we live on. Could just sell them gold goblets. All those amulets I made got claimed. Cherokee Chowder, thanks for that subscription. Cheers, checking I got a couple beers. They're waiting for the right time to strike. Well, they're never going to because they have no in. They have no way in. I wouldn't allow them that opportunity. At 120 pop, yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. I mean, I'm still running at 40 frames. I would guess we'll probably, in this fort with its current layout, we'll be at 30, 20 if I go up to 200 dwarves. There's a lot of things thinking. Once reading about a corrupted save of a prototype of adventure mode era where a player character would phase through existence as various creatures. That just sounds like a mod. It just sounds like a kind of normal mod for Dwarf Fort. Are mugs reusable? Yes, absolutely. Need to kill dwarves to increase sim speed? Turn off temperature in your settings. That'll help a bit. Because every single item in the entire world has constant frame speed. Also, like, the more entities in your world, the more things lag out. Is this all swords? Yep, and some spears. All right, well, here's the thing. We're going to offer those diamonds and those 2 giant diamonds as gifts. Giving them gifts. And we are going to request the meat. The cheese. I just want them to bring books. I did want sand for glass, yes. Donk. I'm going to make a bunch of raw glass. Thanks for reminding me. I know I said it out loud, but it's been a long day. It's been a long couple days, actually. I'm just trying to give them a good trade, and then I'm just going to give them the rest for free. Just books. Because I was starting a library and then kind of got distracted by that cavern layer and gems. Okay, there we go. Trade. And then the rest of these offers gift. If that doesn't bring me a big caravan, then I don't know what will. What? Since you're creating irregular walls and rooms, you should make the irregularities in all 3 dimensions. Corridors should go up and down as well. I want chat to be able to follow them, so... Shimmer in Terraria causes you to fall through the floor continuously until you run into an open space, and you'd think that there would be a mod in DF for just instant... Yeah, no, I mean, if that was a mod in Dwarf Fort, yeah, that would just kill you. But dwarves manage to phase through walls sometimes anyways. I wonder if it's still a mod. There is a mod, or what's the word? Not a mod. There's a bug where dwarves can dodge through walls. So I wonder if that's still a bug, where dwarves can dodge through walls, because that would be fun. Are dwarves collecting webs? Building. I feel like spider webs are way less common now. Kind of annoying. Oh, hey, push track vehicle. Hey, chat, you guys want to see a dwarf go for a ride? Watch this. Whee! Serves no practical purpose. But It's a Wii. A Dorfio. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Thank you, Cheese Cannon. By the way, Cheese Cannon, did you know you could literally make a cheese cannon in this game using that exact setup? In fact, you could, in fact, do that. We're going to make that library now, though. All right, let's do that, that. All the way up to there, all the way down to there, all the way up to there, all the way down to there. Perfect. This is going to be our library. Except, new library. The Fenced Palace. You know what? Yeah, let's allow visitors. Let's live life dangerously. Bookcases. I need some more bookcases. That's not enough bookcases for such a big room. Let's just do 50. Into a target? I feel like the density of cheese would make it a kind of lousy projectile, to be honest. But, like, because, like, density is what matters, right? Like, spiky iron balls are, like, notoriously famous for being particularly great, like, things to fire out of, are particularly great things to fire out of minecart shotguns, just because they have this, like, incredible ability of, you know, just causing things to fall to a billion pieces and turn into a red mist. But, you know, so here's like a dirty secret about me and minecarts. I've known how they worked for a very, very, very long time. But you see this? It says track east-west, right? Track east-west, track northeast, track southeast, east-west. The way that you used to have to do them was one tile at a time, and you had to designate the direction if you wanted to construct them. So I've known how minecarts worked for years. I've touched them maybe 4 times in my life. Enough to make them work. But it used to take so long, especially doing multi-Z level minecarts, that there's something about just being able to do, like just ask Clino about the DM that I sent him when I found this. Just, Did you mean Krug Smash? Because Crush Mash is my favorite strain of weed now. But yeah, a long time ago. It's a great video when he put that out. But yeah, so you can just do that now. It's like, Chef's kiss. Minecarts are easy as fuck now, yeah. I mean, the only kind of complicated thing about, minecarts is, like, you know, still, like, the logic for them, but it's literally just like, this one is just every 10 days go that way, and you don't need to put anything in it. They get a little bit more complicated when you start, like, adding in different stockpiles to them with give and take stockpiles, and the icons are a little silly, but, like, it's so good. So good. I might even build cart grinders again for defense. See how many kills we can give a minecart. Like, it's not the logic of the minecarts that's been complicated in the past. It's literally constructing the minecart tracks. One direction in one Z level at a time. Oh, we got diplomacy. Ah, we have traders here. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situations. As the elf liaison Cole? Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend for this elevation? I can scarcely believe this great news. I have some recommendations. Vlam, the legendary Boyer. I think Deep has earned this job. It's been our broker for forever. She's fantastic. Brand new Baroness. What happened when your expedition leader dies? Another dwarf will be elected expedition leader. Sus dwarf or Baron. Nobody knows a sus dwarf in there. They forgot it's there. That's my headcanon at this point. They forgot it's there. Sus dwarf is still there, obviously, but they forgot he exists. Or she exists. So, welcome, Deep. There is much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Gypsum plaster? And that's about it. Gypsum plaster has been requested. They want backpacks. Okay. Is this game pretty much RimWorld? Think RimWorld, but also imagine the map was playing a 4X game where every single other colony wasn't just like an icon that you can go attack, but a fully living, breathing fortress with hundreds of individual characters in them potentially that all have their own goals and needs, going from place to place, taking over places, founding new factions. Also, instead of just generating you a world, like in RimWorld, which is just a map with a bunch of icons on it, it generates you hundreds of years of history, which you can go back and read every single individual event. After your fort is done, instead of having to like I need to make one slip phone. After your world is done, instead of like just booting your world out into and making a new one, you can make a new fortress in the same world and attack your old fortress and steal shit, or you can join the same faction again, and some of the dwarves from your old fort will come to the new fort. There's also a yeah, exactly. Quick crumbs. And then there's a lot of streamers out there saying, oh, it's basically RimWorld. So I'm trying to like clear that up a little bit. And then there's also adventure mode, which isn't in the game yet, but is coming sometime in the next 6 months to a year probably, which is literally Kenshi, but you play in the same world. So you generate a world. I'm hitting the old hotkeys. You generate a world that's literally the size of New Zealand. And then you can play an open world party-based RPG in that world with quests and monster slaying, and you can go build a base. And then you can, let's just say this is a fort that you started. You could run from that fort to this fort with people from the old fort to the new fort, and then found a new fort with that group, and then claim that fort from fortress mode, play in fortress mode for a little bit, build up that fort, attack a bunch of things, start a bunch of wars, kill a bunch of people, do the stuff that you do, start a new fort, and then retire that new fort, and then jump to that new fort with a bunch of adventurers, and then go back to the old fort and reclaim the old fort with the new faction. So sure, it's just like RimWorld, except it's nothing like RimWorld. The similarities kind of begin and end where with you can make bedrooms and there are people that you have to keep happy. It's not a replacement, but the mode in Dwarf Fortress that's like Kenshi is adventure mode. Also, hey Navy. How have you been enjoying this? I saw you streaming the other night. Rap God? So, there was a running joke on my YouTube channel for a little bit, which was the true fans of Blind are people that are watching at 2 times speed because they're watching my VODs on my YouTube channel and then suddenly jump to a recorded video where I'm like talking through a spiel and I talk so fast that they think they're on 2 times speed even though they're not on 2 times speed. Because when I like have a spiel, I rapid fire. No, it doesn't. But I'm trying to give a broad description of what the game is, Nicole. or MK Cole, right? People want a broad description. I'll give you a broad description. It's not tracking every single entity's current position in the world, no, but it is tracking their name and their general location and their needs and what they've done. And every single time a save tick rolls over and the simulation goes thunk forward, if you want me to like go into descriptions of how it works, sure I can. Yes, it's simulating the different numbers, but that's a fuckload more than any other game like this does. So I'm giving people a broad strokes description. Also, you can make thongs, so it's a pretty great game. It's The Sims 3, but it's Crusader Kings, but there's dwarves, and it's also inspired Minecraft and RimWorld. The heck are you? Hey, Gorlax! And a plump helmet man. Plumpy! Look at that! Chat, you know what to do. Some of you might. They're still in the wall. Come on, chat, you know what to do. Just saying. It's very different than RimWorld. I mean, RimWorld's combat is a lot more engaging than Dwarf Fortress, but everything else about Dwarf Fortress is, like, way more in-depth. Unnecessarily so in a lot of ways. But that's the charm of it. Cheers, Tailing. You have a good night. We'll be on tomorrow at some point. Probably normal-ish time. Can you brew plump helmet men? Why would you consider such a dastardly thing? I think there's a mod that lets you brew them, but not in vanilla. But yeah, people will call me out for giving the simulation in this game too much credit, but it doesn't quite matter because what it does is it gives you a convincing enough simulation that it doesn't matter. It's like Civilization isn't simulating the entire world, but it gives you a convincing simulation of it, which is what this game does. That's all that you really need. So. But like even just things like, you know, the tile that we're on right now, right? Like this map on the surface. The way the world gen works, like in adventure mode, this is just an open world that you can walk seamlessly all the way across, right? And you can walk right past this, and this tile will connect to the next tile seamlessly, and the whole world will just connect, right? Like no other game in the colony builder genre comes close to that. Why is sand considered a coin? They're not considered a coin, but it has value, and it gives you coin value of it. I really need to finish this dry mode at some point. You know, stuff like that, right? It's, you can't, I don't know. I'm just trying to do my best to explain this game to people who've never encountered it before. And a lot of people have never encountered this game before and just saying, oh, it's like RimWorld is not giving it enough credit. And it's also doing a disservice to RimWorld because it's really not. So. It's well designed because despite its various ways it simplifies, it still creates believable simulations. Exactly. Exactly. Also, like, there's the part where I've been streaming for hours and hours and hours every day. So there's a point where I don't quite have the verbiage to properly explain shit. So I just do it the best I can. Wait, this game is a spiritual successor to RimWorld? You do know that this game's been in development since 2003, right? Oh, predecessor, not successor. No, well, okay, so here, let me show you a blog post. Okay, RimWorld, it's basically sci-fi Dwarf Fortress. Originally posted around the time the Kickstarter was live. Or right before the Kickstarter went live. This thread has had nice 1070 views. This was Tynan Sylvester's first ever post on the Bay 12 forums. And the first response of this will always amuse me, right? September 15th, 2013. Obligatory: creating your account and making your first post and as an advertisement for your game is seen as rude as in this community post. Just remember, the first ever post from Tynan Sylvester on the Bay 12 forums was a self-promo for RimWorld. RimWorld owes a lot of its success to this game. I'm just saying. And there are people out there that are surprised that this game is selling well. RimWorld wouldn't exist if it wasn't for this game. It's not even like a spiritual predecessor. It's like it was a game that sold itself on the back. Am I channeling water? Where? I thought I made it. No, we're good. Okay, I know, you're right. There is one tile where I missed it. I was going to do it once over, but... Thank you. I mean, I haven't done the math or looked. In space!
The one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space.
There's a deep fake that makes Jordan Peterson say that, and I cried laughing so hard when I saw that. Some RimWorld-esque graphics? Do you mean like smooth animations? Because that ain't happening. Not anytime soon, if ever. I don't think the engine is capable of it. I saw it fly by on Twitter once. No idea. Gus? Yep. Not a big fan of the dude. But I don't feel like talking about him. It popped into my brain is all. Which should put their earnings around 5 million. Subtract 30% for Steam's cut. I think it's 20% for Kitfox's cut until they repay the amount that they spent on their budget, and then something else. Like it's not a flat that amount of money. Plus then like 30% business tax plus like there's a lot of fees and expenses. It's not so like yeah, gross 5 million, but though I always thought that the RimWorld peoples look stupid. I always thought that RimWorld was kind of like here's the thing. I have thousands of hours in RimWorld. I like RimWorld. It's a good game. But like the thing that I've always felt about RimWorld is it always kind of felt like a lesser more combat focused variant of Dwarf Fortress that just straight up stole the art style from Prison Architect, which is still weird to me to this day. Have you never read about private business tax, Zen? It's not as bad as Canada, but it's generally about 30%. Try running a private business. That's about what I pay in taxes, about 30%. In some cases, a little higher, actually, because I live in Canada. Literally just came from another streamer you're a fan of and was bored as fuck of Dwarf Fortress and nothing was happening. No clue about the game, saying how RimWorld was so much better. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fine. It's not for everybody, and it's never been for everybody. They're very different games. One of my biggest gripes over the years with RimWorld is how much people compare it to Dwarf Fortress, because it's like, they're very different games. It's just kind of a fact. Also, was it Disnoff? Just open question. I'm trying to think of who's streaming right now that would be streaming Dwarf Fort. Prison Architect was 2015, though. It came out of early access in 2015. It went into early access in 2012. It predates RimWorld's development by like a year or something. Can you dam the river and dry it up? Yes and no. Rivers, yes. This isn't a river. It's a brook. Brooks have kind of weird rules. The way I see it, in Dwarf Fortress, you build to lose. No. No, that's very much not true. Dream was Biggs and Jam. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. He's odd opinions on video games, though. No, in Dwarf Fortress, you build to create a narrative. In RimWorld, you build to min-max a strategy game. D to designate and J to work orbits. Oh, yeah, me too. I keep trying to DBC. Also, that is extraordinarily ableist. What? Careful with that shit, render. Cavern Dwellers. What are we getting? Lizardman. Look at that. He's terrified while in conflict. Is he, though? Is he really? Let's fight off some Cavern actually, they're going to probably come in this way, right? No, they can't get in that way, so they're probably going to come in this way. So, stand them right here. Let's see, what direction are they coming from and how many is there? Doesn't seem to be that many. I enjoy both games, and I think that they're extremely different. And I think marketing them as each other is bad play on both parts. I think it's shitty that RimWorld marketed itself as Dwarf Fortress, and I don't think people should go into Dwarf Fortress expecting RimWorld. Can they even swim? I'm wondering if they're even going to make it over to my fort. They're certainly fighting with that ohm. It sucks, doesn't it, Anander? Jeez. I don't like dwarf therapists, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask that question. I don't think they can actually get across this water. Fighting with the giant ohm. But yeah, if you go into Dwarf Fortress expecting things to happen, you're playing the wrong game. Okay, so Reptile Man Blowgunners, gotcha. They have poison darts. Tynan has openly admitted that he failed to make a story generator. He wanted to make a story generator. It's a tower defense game. With some story building elements in it, which aren't great. Terrified while in conflict, panicked after being attacked. I mean, think about it this way. Going into Dwarf Fortress and saying that nothing is happening and it's boring is like playing a Paradox game and not clicking any buttons and going, what do I do? Yeah, you'll find it boring. Of course you will. Sheesh. No, you don't need a RimWorld Total Conversion mod. We just need a tile set for Long Night. The Long Night mod. Which is, in my opinion, kind of cooler than RimWorld is. Songs of Six is fucking cool. It's a neat game. I like that game a lot. But just to be clear, when I'm talking here, I really enjoy and have enjoyed RimWorld. I'm one of the people who helps out with the behind-the-scenes stuff with the Hot Potato Charity Marathon every year. I really like that game. It's really neat. I'm not a big fan of its DLC model, so I've stepped away from it a lot, and burnt out real heavily on it a couple years ago, and prefer playing Dwarf Fortress. But they're both fucking phenomenal games with very different approaches to kind of a similar idea. I just prefer Dwarf Fortress's approach, the more player-controlled side of things. Less of a, we're just going to throw random shit at you until you lose, which is very much how RimWorld works. Unless you know exactly how to overcome every single possible event, which is the knowledge goal of that game. Dwarf Fortress throws curveballs at you in the dwarves don't give a shit. And will sometimes just straight up just go to prison for insubordination. Which is very entertaining. I don't know if these guys are even going to come over to me. You hit the pickaxe button and you click this button to remove walls that you've built. This button. And then you have to make sure you unpause or the icon won't appear. It's a little bit unintuitive. That swooped out to kill your dwarves who were wounded from a giant coyote. That sounds rough, 800 mem. But did you have fun? Okay, you know what? Let's just cancel order. Don't disband squad. Cancel order. Because I think they're just going to stay over there, and that's fine. And let's just forbid this door for now. We're going to see what they do over here and see if they come over. If they come over, we'll fight them. But for right now, we'll just leave them there. Yeah, you have to that's the part that really tripped me up, is the part where you have to unpause for it to show. All right. So I have a Baron now who I have to satisfy. So let's go do that. Let's go make our Baron happy, who is deep, by the way. Who's a dwarf that's been in our fort for a while, and they're going to have demands, and they're going to need to be satisfied. And if they're not, we're going to be in trouble. So let's go deal with our Baron. Oops, wrong button. Let's go deal with our Baron up on the surface. A bug that squads get stuck equipping and unequipping their uniforms over and over. I haven't encountered that, no, but that is a bug in the game that I've seen reported in the past. Have I encountered it myself? Nope. We're going to put the Baron's bedroom on the same bedroom with the other bedrooms. Or, yeah, sure. We'll put it on the same layer as the other bedrooms. It'll just be considerably bigger. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that this game's for everybody. Like, this game's been niche and obtuse for years for a reason. And yes, it has a very dedicated community, and it's not going to be for everybody, and I don't expect it to be. But that's fine. You know, it's a very different flavor of extremely developed, interesting video game. And if it clicks with you and you like it, welcome to the club. If not, that's fine. RimWorld exists. So does Space Haven. So does, I don't know, whatever that Nebula thing is going to end up being. Yeah, I don't answer questions from people who ask questions. I don't answer questions from people who answer questions right when an ad's hitting if they're not subbed, so it's okay. Funny question, though. Okay, so they are coming in. They're going after my sheep. All right, we threw ads. We threw ads. So in regards, do you ever get new barons? So if you had the baron and they didn't immediately appoint another baron, it means that the barony, or that barony line is ended. So if they had kids, like a kid would inherit the role. But if they didn't inherit the role, then the barony line has ended. We have to fight with these blowgunners. Which essentially just means that you have to wait for another opportunity to arise to get another one, or one to move in. I'm so sorry, Gashlex. There's scripts to block ads pretty effectively on Twitch. I would recommend looking into those. There's also a pretty good plugin that blocks them, and my web browser just straight up blocks them. So, what impact does the Baron have? It gives you more control over your over what you get from caravans. You get bigger caravans. You get more caravans. It causes helixes to spawn, who you can request workers from, and you can send workers to. Basically gives you some light overworld strategy elements. They're pretty light, though. I don't know exactly what they're like. What? Oh, are we pinning stuff in my chat now, Clino? Can we not do that? Unless it's, like, absolutely needed. Okay, so let's see how that fight went. Just because I find it really distracting. So it's either I can read the chat or we have those. So unless they're needed, I'd rather not have them. The save started yesterday, God King. Also, VODs are going to go up on YouTube as well. So keep in mind that if you want to watch the VODs, part 1's going to go up tomorrow. And there will be, like, an ad instead of, like, the ad every 10 minutes, which Twitch VODs do, that I can't disable. The Swords Dwarf slashes the reptile blowgunner on the right upper arm with her short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The Spearmaster shakes the reptile man blowgunner around by the left arm, tearing apart the left shoulder's muscle and bruising the bone. The artery has been opened by the attack, and the lower arm has been... an artery on the lower arm has been opened by the attack. That's what I was looking for. A ligament in the left shoulder has been torn, and a tendon has been torn, and the reptile man blowgunner passes out from exhaustion. The Swords Dwarf then stabs the reptile man blowgunner in the tongue with his iron short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The Spearmaster stabs the reptile man blowgunner in the head with his iron spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Uzi, thank you very much for that prime sub. Cheers. And a tendon in the skull has been torn. And was there any other fights there, or was it just the one? There was a 2. Okay, there's a second one. Reptile woman says, "It's a tide turn. I must press on." And then we scroll down because they were beating up my livestock. They're attacking me because I'm moving into their caverns where they live. The alpaca misses the... the alpaca was fighting back. Shout out to the alpaca. The blowgunner bashes the alpaca in the upper body, and the alpaca misses. It tries. Does it attack? Ah, she dodge rolls. That's unfortunate. Alpaca gets stunned twice from 2 hits, gets a quick hit to the face. The reptile blowgunner latches on firmly after biting the alpaca in the left foot, tearing the muscle. And then the reptile woman says, "I've improved my wrestling. That was satisfying." The reptile woman blowgunner has improved sword, and that was satisfying, and keeps fighting with my poor alpacas until eventually my soldiers show up. And then when my soldiers show up, the Spearmaster punches the reptile woman blowgunner in the left hand with her left hand, and the injured part collapses. Hold on, punches her in the left hand with her left hand, and it explodes. Fair enough. The force then bends the left wrist, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. The Spearmaster stabs the reptile woman blowgunner in with his iron spear, fracturing the bone. An artery has been opened by the attack, and it seems like the Swords Dwarf then stabbed the reptile woman blowgunner in the head with his iron short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Tongue severing was a flex. I think it was a flex because I kept hissing at him. Remember, like, this game is like... To get the most out of it, you have to treat it like a fantasy novel. A fantasy novel that you're controlling as, like, a DM, right? It's like imagining you're DMing a game for 113 dwarves. That's Dwarf Fort. How do you get traders to come to a depot? They have to have access to it, and they come at the fall for every season for your mountain home, unless your mountain home is pissed at you. And then other factions that you're at peace with that are close by will come by as well. And I have a tutorial on my YouTube channel how to trade if you want to go look at that. I don't think that exists in the current game. Clino, is there a traded overlay? I'm like 99% certain that there isn't, and I'm pretty sure you told me this yesterday. Okay, so the other dwarves can come back. They're bringing the duck back. And let the squads go. Fantasy comedy novel? I mean, I don't know. Classify it as what you want. I've never read a fantasy comedy novel. I have, however, read D&D books. By that, I mean rule books. I don't really play D&D, though. All right. Just checking things so I get DMs. Okay, done. Cleared. Done, cleared, moving on. Also, we're at 1111 subscribers, which is fantastic. By the way, for anybody who's wondering why I'm shouting out subscribers and shit, 2 months ago, so I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress for like 4 years now, and I've been streaming on Twitch for 9, various different games over the years, including a shit ton of RimWorld. And like 2 months ago, this was like a 50 to 70 viewer stream. When the announcement for this getting released was announced, we jumped up to like 100 viewer stream, and since the release date, we've been at like 700 to 1,000 viewers. So I'm still kind of in that flabbergasted, holy fuck, my stream just grew a whole lot phase. So if I seem like weirdly excited about that kind of shit, that's why. Is it possible to build wall overhangs? Yeah, absolutely. Build a wall and then build one over, and then things can't climb it. The barber's wife is who cuts the barber's hair. You have a you have a giant war grizzly bear? Can you please screenshot that? I want to see how big it is. Just post it in the Discord. It's nice not having to worry about rent next month. I'll say that much, Joe. All right. So, what were we working on before that happened? Right, yes. Baron quarters. Baron quarters. Let's go back to that. Crummy RBC, thank you very much for that, Prime. Cheers. All right, let's get that bedroom done, one thing at a time for the Baron. You see Quill 18 build bedrooms on the floor right below workshops. If I recall correctly, dwarves can't sleep due to noise. So that is a lie. There are many mechanics in Dwarf Fortress that have been added over the years and then either nerfed into oblivion or completely removed from the game, and that is one of them. There are some things that cause noise. Mining causes noise, and dwarves don't like it. But workshops don't cause ambient noise. And nobody, like, on the outside cares. So it's like there wasn't a functioning economy in Dwarf Fortress once. The issue with the economy was it simulated what's the word I'm thinking of? Libertarian capitalism far too effectively, and it just ended with one dwarf with a bajillion socks and like a pile of gold and a bunch of homeless dwarves that couldn't afford housing. So they straight up removed it from the game. There's still coins in the game, but the economy's been out of the game for a very long time. So like, there's a lot of different mechanics that people will be like, oh, that's a thing that you need to worry about. No, you don't need to worry about noise. You can just put your workshops as close to your bedrooms as you want, and it's not going to affect them. What do coins do? They're very effective throwing projectiles. But jokes aside, they're a trade good. You can sell them as a trade good. You can but what's the word? You can ship them around. You can throw them at people. You can make a big pile of them and sit on them and pretend to be a dragon. They're just a trade good. They're a relatively valuable trade good. That's about it. But because Dwarf Fortress operates on a bartering system, they're not that useful. That was interesting back in the day. I just explained it. as to why they got removed. Pretty much Twitchy, yeah. Couple of hours in and you're loving this game, mainly because of my stream and YouTube videos. How do you catch fish or get meat, though? You have none? Do you have water around? If you want to catch fish, you just need to make sure that you have a dwarf set to fishing. And dwarves don't need fishing rods or anything, and they will just go fish anywhere there's water. Can melt coins into... I don't know if coin duping still exists. So coins used to be a way of really very much cheating the economy in the game to, like, because you'd make a bar would make a stack of 500 coins. You'd split the stack of 500 coins using shady means into individual coins, and then you'd melt down each individual coin and you get a bar out of each individual coin. It was a duping bug. I don't know if that still works. I haven't tried in a very long time. I also just don't like duping because it's cheaty and dumb. If I wanted to cheat, I would just use DF hack and spawn shit into existence. Oh, by the way, we're out of gold. Speaking of. But no problem with the tutorials. Your base is thriving with 24 lads. Hell yeah. The goal of my tutorials isn't to like teach you literally everything in the game. The goal of my tutorials is purely to just teach you enough so that you can take off and make your own way in the world of Dwarfiness while we prepare for a Baron. But also, when it comes to this recent success, I'm very realistic, and I don't expect the majority of a large portion of the people watching to stick around. But my God, it's nice. Let's just make 10 cabs, rock cabinets. Well, actually, let's do iron. Iron cabinet, 10. But, you know, if any of you do stick around for more than just the 1 or 2 streams, nice to have people around. It's nice to not deal with dead chat very often. Tan Banana, good to see you. What's up? Good night, Bastet. Sleep well. Iron. It's 2 R's. Chest. And what else do I need for you? Iron armor stand 10. We'll just do 10. That's fine. It's not a bad number. I actually kind of like the defaulting to 10. That's all new, too. Some are either too boring or don't take it seriously. I take this game for what it is. 2 brothers' life's work. I really wish that this bedroom would like autofill like the multi ones do. Can I do this? No, okay. It's you know, let's try something. I'm gonna try something for science. Let's delete this bedroom. Sorry, Ezem, but your bedroom's going bye-bye. And then I'm gonna be like, bedroom, multi. Interesting. So is this one just considered too big? I think it's just considered too big. All right, well, we'll just do it manually then. That's fine. Quick question for a new player: preparing carefully is a requirement for a decent run? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's just for people who are picky, who want to have a picky start. You can totally just start. Nope. Like what's required for a decent run is selecting a decent embark site on the map. But there is no requirement whatsoever to use prepare carefully. Something that a lot of experienced players will do though is they will prepare carefully every time and just have like a pre-designed embark. So instead of just having 7 random dwarves with more or less random skills assigned and relatively random stuff sent with you, they just have the same stuff every time. That's all it is. Yes. Instrument names and components are randomized. They're kind of like the potions in Noida, actually. That's a pretty good analog. Have you been invaded by anything? Do you need military? An army of psychedelic amphibian people that look like Crazy Frog, a bunch of rat men, random necromancers, giant chinchillas. The thing is, it's really easy to settle somewhere where you'll literally never get invaded by anything ever. So depending on where you settle, you might, like if you settle on a desert island, with nothing on it, you'll never get attacked by anything ever. I got attacked by 2 giant blobs, one composed of vomit, the other one was composed of water, a quadruped composed of glass, What else did we get attacked by? Yeah, no, you need a military if you settle somewhere where there's things happening. But it's easy to settle somewhere in a world that you'll never see anything. On that note, you being someone who just recently found you think having someone who's super knowledgeable to explain these games and work function is great entertainment. So you'll be around if this is the norm for your content. You're a lurker, though? That's fine. I don't care if people lurk. Lurkers are appreciated. Now, I play Dwarf Fortress games like Dwarf Fortress and traditional roguelikes is generally what I do. So it's either like weird-ass esoteric ASCII shit or this, which up until recently was weird-ass esoteric ASCII shit. So, shit, look at this. The Hillocks of Graveleads has founded a day's travel to the northwest and looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. It has been incorporated into your holdings. Hells yeah. A blob of vomit, yep. You didn't realize this game simulated college night at a local bar. You know. What constitutes a good embark for a generic run? What do you want to do? Do you want military? Do you want lots of visitors? Do you want to immediately get stepped on by an army of undead humans and weird experiments that are humans with feathers and bat wings that shoot ice shards out of their fists? What do you want? Do you want something peaceful so you can just build a tavern and just, like, have 7 to 12 dwarves and pretend you're playing Stardew Valley? A weird dwarf sex cult. Okay, well, you're gonna have to find some. Okay, so you're gonna have to find a faction with deities that worship like pregnancy, rebirth, and lust mostly, right? For starters, probably a faction that has a deity with a death god. So you're gonna need like some good gods. You're gonna have to focus a lot on temples, make a lot of public temples, get them to write books, expel dwarves that don't have high lust, and I don't know, what else do sex cults do? Don't make sure, and no, the only clothing you can produce is thongs and loincloths. I'm not joking. You could do this. I mean, like I've done death cult forts before. The last one I did ended with me dropping the entire contents of the fortress into a volcano. Oh, you know, like Dwarf Fortress. It's a fun game. You were not expecting a valid answer. So. Dwarves do not perform coitus. They have mushroom spawning where, like, they just need to stand next to each other and hold hands-ish to make babies. So it's not graphic in that way, but yeah, you could do it. You could do it. It's like Avatar. Yeah, like Avatar. Exactly. The hit film that my dad loves for some reason. Avatar. Are they going to make the graphics version fully playable with the keyboard? In the last Future of the Fortress, Tarn said that the key bindings will come with time. So I take that to mean yes? Why does everyone's dad like Avatar? Because everyone's dad's a boomer. Although I think technically my parents are Gen X. But they're not technically. They're like, if my parents are boomers, they're like the last 2 years of boomers. But, yeah, no. I guess to kind of wrap up the previous conversation, Dwarf Fortress is an excellent game to kind of have in concert with RimWorld that can be enjoyed independently for different reasons. He'll be 50 in Feb. Yeah, my dad's 63? I think. Generations mean nothing true. Well, difference in world outlook because difference is an experience, and experience means a lot. Literally boomer. Okay. Well, there you go. So let's go see where this Hillocks is. There's the monastery. Is it that? Sign monastery. That's us. Where's this Hillocks? Days travel to... Oh, I assume it's that. The little turquoise one? Cool. Economically linked to us. Look at that. We now have a Hillocks. Anything going on in the overworld? Just a bunch of people died. A few names changing. Cool. Have I done any raiding? I've raided 2 different locations with this, yeah. I could go raid someone right now if you want. It's pretty much the same as it's been previously, if you've seen what it's like previously. Can you send unhappy dwarves to Helix? Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, here, let's do that right now. I'll show you. Let's find someone who's pissed. This Weaver's pissed. He's also currently recovering the wounded, so we'll let him be pissed. Let's send this one who's just mad. I like that my captain of the guard is pissed. All right, so this dwarf's just kind of mad, right? So I can be like, yo, go away. Send to gravel leads. Leads? Leads? Send away. Goodbye. This visitor is ready to leave. Bye, lead. Where are you even? Oh, I see. There you go. I thought I clicked that button already. So now this dwarf's gonna leave. Bye. Missed you. Oh, you and your 2 lovers. You have 2 lovers? Wow. Beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. Led is being led away. Bye, Led. Cheers, clever like me. Means a lot. But yeah, also for those of you who are just Dwarf Fortress enjoyers in general, over on my YouTube channel, there are 8 hour-and-a-half-ish long talks with me and Tarn, or Zach and Tarn, depending on which episode you watch. And I'm going to pester them to do another one sometime in February once the excitement and sales and patching for this dies down a little bit, because I don't want to waste their time, you know? Can you own multiple fortresses in the same world? So you can't run them simultaneously like in RimWorld, but what you can do is you have several options. You can abandon or you can retire, right? And I had a world called... Actually, I can't remember the name of the world, but I had a world that I kept alive for about a year, and I played like 24 different forts in it all around the world, and shit started happening by the end of it where like... zombie would arrive carrying an artifact from one of my previous forts, and we interrogated them, and it turns out that they actually lived in one of my previous forts for a while and then died, and then got corrupted by some necromancer somewhere, and then were told to go steal an artifact from that fort. They stole it and then brought it to my fort, coming to steal a different artifact as well and shit like that. So there's pretty neat benefits to running a fort in multiple worlds. Also, once adventure mode gets added back into this version of the game, you also got to remember that adventure mode is not literally, but pretty close to a Kenshi equivalent. So if this is like the RimWorld equivalent mode, then that's the Kenshi equivalent. We have this Baroness now. We're going to add to this room, who now has fine quarters, which they're happy about. They now need a study. We need to give them a study. So we're going to give them their study and their dining room up here. Actually, we could do it near the office complex right there. Yeah, we'll give the Baron's study a... nah, actually, that's too close to that. Let's actually... No, the Baron obviously gets a study near the library. Yeah, that would make sense, right? I don't generally tell people about the market called Duber. In Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. It's generally like, it's like, you know, I love my kobolds, but frankly, like, we don't need to just mock their culture and naming schemes for weird caves. This up here is going to be the Baron's study. And the Baron's dining room. Kobolds are interesting. Somebody who gives me money on Patreon, type in exclamation point kobold, please. I was hoping that went over it that way, but... Oh. Is there a... Oh, I understand why there's a half-constructed statue there. That makes sense. Are there firearms in DF? Nope, but someone's working on a firearms mod, which is supposed to add cannons. The reason there's no firearms is it doesn't quite fit the era that the developers are going for. And the actual answer to the reason why there isn't firearms is because Zach and Tarn don't like firearms. And the way they designed this game is they find a subject that they really like, they obsess over it, they learn a bit about it, and then they add it to the game to the best of the game's abilities. And they don't really want to sit there and learn about guns, which I understand, frankly. But there are several different attempts over the years to add various firearms to Dwarf Fortress, and there's that one mod that I just mentioned that's coming along, and I've seen GIFs of it, and let's just say big fire explosions. Where does my hatred of squares come from? Minecraft. I just made that up. I don't know. I just like circles. Did dwarves produce body waste? They technically do. They produce grime and filth, but after many years of deliberating and trying to convince them, I think we've finally gotten Zach and Tarn to the point where they are on Team Manure. I don't think that they are on Team Dwarf Poop yet, and there's a simple reason for that. The reason they're not on Team Dwarf Poop is it would need to be a liquid, right? And if they made it into a liquid, then we could pump it and move it around and put it in minecarts and ship it to places and do stuff. And what would we do with it if we could do that? Well, we would obviously weaponize it. So I don't think they really want their art piece to have shat cannons. But if we can get manure, we could have cow dung cannons, which is less crass, just as funny, and also then we can use it as part of like a tanning system, right? Because urine is used in traditional tanning practices, which would actually be very dwarfy and very fitting of the game's development cycle. So just keep pestering Tarn about manure, and one day we'll get manure. Although we already have pus, you know, like if you really want to make like a blood gun, you could literally do that, or a pus wall. Ugh. I know, right? Sketchy. So modding, you say? I mean, I don't know about you, but like building a dwarf fort is complicated enough without having to worry about sewage systems. Miasma cannons win. That's not very effective. Would kind of be a pain. Yeah, knowing how Dwarf Fortress works and playing this game enough, I don't want sewers. That just sounds obnoxious. Wells are a pain in the dick enough already. We don't need like sewers on top of that. PTSDs from the Songs of Six latrine sound effects. You know, fun fact, I heard from his face that the developer of that game recorded those sounds himself. He told me that in a voice call. He didn't say how he recorded them. He just said that he recorded them himself. I was like, so why did you add poop sound effects? And he's just like, well, I did record them myself, but I don't know, it was a requested feature. I didn't press further. Jake's a special person. Normally dump into rivers? Yeah, no, I don't exactly. I mean, like, no, probably I would just be dumping poop into volcanoes is realistically what I'd be doing. But I think there's something kind of liberating about the concept of shitting into a volcano. Is it hard to make glass? You need sand, bags, and some sort of hot stuff. Not that bad. You can literally hear wet echoing in the toilet. What, in Songs of Six? Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Which is why the best mod for Songs of Six is replace poop sounds with ducks quacking. So, instead of the sound you hear, quack, quack. Which is phenomenal. Did someone say ducks? No, I said duck. But, well, no, I did in fact say ducks. I'm lying. All right, so this is going to be my Baron's study. We need a biggins table, because they are a person of grand importante. I'm trying to hit old hotkeys again that no longer exist. It's kind of annoying. All right, military. I think we're going to give them just a hobbyist's archery target. And military. Also, yes, those are ballistas and catapults, by the way. Military. Armor stand, armor stand, armor stand, armor stand, armor stand. Furniture. I'm going to give them several bookcases in here as well for their dining room. And bunch of bins and boxes. And then this is going to get some thrones. You just crack open a solitary clown in the first cavern lair and you didn't even know that could happen. Fun. Woo! What kind of clown? Is it the same difficulty? It's about the same, just in different ways. Requires similar levels of care. Tender loving care. Heads up chat, ads, mute the stream if you're afraid. Or at the same time, go over to the Discord, go to the general room, and there's a pinned post about how to block them with scripts, which get dated occasionally. Can't win with ads. I've never played Hearts of Iron 4, so I don't recommend games I've never played. That's unfortunate. Slenderbot. Was it? Are you sure it wasn't a Forgotten Beast? That sounds kind of like a Forgotten Beast. You just turned your 14 dwarves into werelexers? Oh no. All right. So where Lizard Fort? I mean, I don't think it's an end screen. Like, I don't think the game actually, like, counts it as a lose situation if all of your dwarves simultaneously turn into were creatures at the same time. I don't think that's a lose condition. Like, 99% certain that that's not a lose condition. Were llama? I mean, I have... Were kangaroo is still one of the most terrifying ones that I've ever seen. All right. This room's getting done. What are you? Head Chamberlain. Head Chamberlain of what? After we scroll past all of these psychedelic murder frogs. Ooh. We got ourselves a goblin. Assuming that's a goblin. Looks like a goblin. Smells like a goblin. Definitely a goblin. Passing acquaintances. Worships the deity of Simo. Simo nuts. Mine are absolutely miserable. I've been playing this game for like 6 years. Also, we do have 5 unhappy dwarves. Although 2 of them are children, so they're not so bad. Dedicates it to a friendly fence, to the friendly fence. So that means your dwarf just made an artifact. Every dwarf gets to make 1 artifact in their life. If a dwarf makes an artifact, it gives them some perks, and depending on the type of mood, they can gain skills from it. If they've made an artifact and dedicated it to your fort, congrats, you won. You successfully made an artifact, and the dwarf is happy enough with the result to share it around, basically. And they've given it to you as a gift. So I don't know what they made, but whatever it is, that dwarf just made you an artifact and has bestowed it upon you in the format of a gift. So that's what that is. think it's a new boy formation, 3x3 cluster, not a candy cube. There is also candy. There is also candy. I've dug around and found candy. I've basically figured out from gleaming from chat and my experiments in this stream the way the new system works at this point. But I won't go too blatant on it unless people ask. Where's the sparring? Oh, Crone. Sorry about that. I hate ads as much as you do. Don't worry about it. If a dwarf dedicates something to your fortress, it means it was an artifact. Every dwarf gets to make an artifact once in their life, or has the opportunity to. They require specific materials to complete the artifact, so it means the dwarf completed the artifact, and congrats, you've successfully made an artifact, is what that means. And if they've dedicated to the fort, it means they've given it to you, the fortress, as a gift to do what you want with it. How does this game compare to the OG? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like to older versions? It's exactly the same game. Think of it like an update to an MMO, right? The reason like this game got so many reviews on day one is because everybody's just been playing it. It's the same game. Like, quite literally, it is without compromise, for better or for worse, Dwarf Fortress. That is all that it is. Also, I have this little minecart roller coaster that exists just to demonstrate how easy minecarts are to make now. That's all it is. It's literally the exact same game with some new updates, features, some new balance stuff, some new events and things, some additions to world generation, and that's pretty much it. Yeah. It's Dwarf Fortress. Same fame with mouse support. Same fame with mouse support, new UI. And pixels. And if it's a game that you've wanted to try in the past, there's never been a better time. Oh, it absolutely is. Shoutouts to Putnam, who figured out the issue. The actual issue with and the reason world generation was so slow previously was people and characters in the world who would write books were just self-referencing the entirety of the history to write new books about their own books instead of just the books that they wrote about in the past, because they like to write books about books that they've written before. And so instead of just going back to the last book that they wrote about themselves to write about that book, they would re-reference all of history. So you have like thousands of entities in the world just all re-referencing all of history, trying to write a book about themselves instead of just their own history. Anyway, when they figured that out, it sped up world gen quite considerably. So it went from like 4 hours to generate a large, long history world to about 20 minutes. Dwarf Fortress. Great game. Oh, are you finally getting the chance to mess around with it, Anander? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, it is the OG. Also, the OG, as in like the free game, is still going to receive updates as well as all of the features of the current game, with the exception of the pixels and the soundtrack. So if you buy the soundtrack separately and want to play in ASCII, you can play the game and it's going to look like this. This is an early build of it, so it's not complete. Obviously, like there's no like sprite boxes and the minimap's not working and like some icons are temporary here. But this is back from July of what Classic is going to look like, and it's going to be free. So, I mean, if you're sitting there going like, man, I don't quite want to play this, but you still want like the mouse support, just wait for this version to get updated. Give Tarn a couple weeks. Once this version's updated, I love how they're just like all about to drown here, which is kind of funny. Anyway. Once this version comes out, then you'll be able to play this version for free, and it'll have tile sets available that'll make it look fancy as well and all that jazz. Obviously, like there'll be more clunk for it, but yeah, it's 1 a.m. You work at 5:30. Oh God, dude. Now I feel responsible for your poor decisions. Oh fuck, dude. So, yeah, no, I mean, like, texture packs will still be available. I mean, it's kind of like Minecraft. Like, there's thousands of texture packs available for Dwarf Fort. A lot of them are very old, but there's a lot of them. A lot of them. And also, you'll be able to use clicky mouse, which is kind of a lot of people's barrier to entry for Dwarf Fortress anyway. All right, so what do we still need to assign? Right, I need to actually assign these. So these are going to be 2 different zones for my royal. This one up here is going to be an office. So we're just going to whoop and whoop and whoop and whoop and whoop right there. And I'm going to just go to erase. We're just going to remove that, that, and that. And then you, right here, can be assigned to my Baroness Deep. And she now has this in her possession, so let's see if she approves. She does, in fact, approve of her study. Sweet. So let's see if she likes her dining hall, which is this room. Which is, of course, just gloriously directly above the library. Dining hall goes over here. I kind of want to make Deep into a librarian. I think that'd be fun. Oh yeah, I mean, here, just for proof. I don't know why I feel like I need to give proof, but I played about 1,000 hours of RimWorld before it was on Steam, and then plus another 2,679 hours. Don't ask me why I have so many hours in Cookie Clicker. I mean, you already know, but. All right, so this is gonna be accepted. It's going to be added to this. It's possible to enable. No, it's, well, yes, it is, but I don't think it's worth it. So I got this game early. I've had access to play it since Friday last week. So what, 4 days before launch, and I enabled it the first day, and by the end of the first day, I disabled it, and I've never gone back. Yes, I like the keyboard controls, and yes, I will miss the keyboard controls, but the clunkiness and the annoyingness of the keyboard controls, to me, like, there's a lot of features that just don't work when you try and use the mouse with the keyboard controls. It's just like, I found myself turning it on and off constantly. I was just like, you know what, I not that I give up, but it's just like, unless there's full keyboard control, I want no keyboard control. How do you get a steady source of fibers for string and cloth? Farmer's shop. Did I? Okay. You use a farmer's shop to process plants and have a garden plot with pigtails planted, or several garden plots with pigtails planted. And the pigtails will be processed at the farmer's shop into thread, which will then be taken to a loom, which will be made into cloth, and you'll get the seeds back from the farmer's workshop. Pigtails. You can also use hemp and a few other things on the surface too, but pigtails are the easiest one. Yeah, no, I mean, I used macros a little bit in the old game, but like, it's fine. Not often enough that I will die without them. Am I going to do a minecart YouTube video? Tonight. So tomorrow morning. Sometime tomorrow. There'll be a minecart. Does this work with gamepad support? Apparently there's controller profiles for it on, like for the, what do you call it? Apparently there's controller profiles for the Steam Deck. Although I don't own a Steam Deck, so I can't clarify how well they work, if at all. And I do know that it runs well on the Steam Deck based from people's reports, so. All right, so you literally just need a tomb, and you want 3 coffins. So that's fitting. Labor. Kragath? So my normal stream schedule is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, I generally stream about 12 to 14 hours. Like, I used to stream 7 days a week, and I do like 6 to 7 hours a day, sometimes 8. But I actually find it significantly easier to just have like 3 manically, ludicrously long streams than it is to do like 7 days a week, which is what I did initially. So a long time since then, I've make them a grand tomb. I will. I think I'm gonna make them a grand tomb, like right here, like right underneath this. Nice and convenient. That, or we can actually no. Let's go down to the tomb layer. I'll make them a big cool shape. Yes, you can absolutely do surface crops with fluttered floor, as long as they can see the sky. Hey, there goes a minecart. Look at that. Hey. Dunk. We're just waiting for that to get constructed, and then I can other wall behind it. But yeah, no. Apparently it runs just fine. Will dwarves ever have their own space program? You can. Okay, you can very efficiently launch dwarves so fast out of a minecart that they turn into red mist. I don't know if that counts as a space program, but many astronauts have turned into red mist, so counts as far as I'm concerned. All right, so as far as Grand Tomb goes, let's just let that work. And we're going to go down here. So this is my tomb layer. Let's make this Baron a Grand Tomb. But yeah, no, and also in regards to the stupidly long streams that I do, because this game is out this week, I'm going to be streaming basically 6 days a week for most of December, I would say. I'm going to be streaming a lot. I'm probably going to take Monday off. Tomorrow's going to be a much easier day, though, because I have a podcast to record in the afternoon, so I won't be on as long. Tomorrow I'll be on about 7 hours. I'll only be doing the long streams of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, though. So tomorrow I'll be on like 7 hours. Saturday, Sunday I'll be on like 6 or 7. And then like Monday I'll probably take off, and then Tuesday this next week will be really short, and then we'll be back Wednesday with the long streams again. And I'll be doing videos in between too. So yeah. No, and I've been doing this for a long fucking time, and I've been doing it as a really small streamer, or not a small streamer, but like not a big streamer for a really long time, so I ain't going anywhere. Don't really care. Like, this launch could have been an absolute failure, and it could have mostly negative reviews, and I'd still be streaming it. I don't care. It's not why I stream. I stream because I like games. Gotten stuck. You couldn't figure out how to turn upstairs into downstairs. You know, because I don't know what you've done, it's really hard for me to help. Unfortunately. Like, genuinely. I would honestly just, like, channel them out and make new stairs. Did you channel them? Or did you build them? Because you might be able to channel the one above and channel the one below, and then construct from the bottom one to the top one. Because if there's one missing in the middle, you can't construct. So what you have to do is you have to remove the bottom one and then the one above, and then you can construct over it. Or just go around it. Left side tile is too large, is it really? And what? Hold up. 3 and 3. 3 and 3. 3 and 3. 2 and 2. That looks right. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Right there. Yeah, right at the very end. I get it. Perfect. That's fine. All right. So let's... grab you. Do a little stair. It's going to be our Baron's tomb. It's got to be grand. Watch us, like, hit a cavern layer while we're doing this. Because there's still a cavern layer I haven't found yet. Does anyone have an idea as to why your stockpiles seem to reset their settings? You're trying to set up a stockpile for seeds, and it's acting very erratically. Click stockpile, drag. Okay, let's just do one on the surface. Click stockpile button. Click drag. Click accept. Click the thing that you want to put in there. So you're trying to do seeds. So what you do is food. Click food here, and then click custom, or just click custom. Click food, select it, remove everything from there, and then just do that. So it highlights it. Click seeds, and then highlight all. And then go into barrels, and then set this to 0. Just build over. It was giving me errors when I was trying to remove the previous stairs the one time I did it, but maybe you don't need to. Also, just for clarity's sake, in this particular, like, embark, I tried to settle somewhere that I knew would be a little bit calmer so I could help people. We have had some pretty exciting events happen, but just for full transparency, I intentionally settled this in an easier biome so that we could just fuck around and have fun. Also, because I'm still relearning, like, the new balancing changes and shit. Let's find who's digging. But we're going to finish this fort tomorrow. We're going to dig too deep. It'll be fun. You swear that you've had some act very weird for you too? That sucks. I'm sorry. Hey, Spec, by the way. Good to see you. When you make temples for specific gods, should you change it to members only? That's up to you. I only do that with certain religions where it fits. I generally just make them all public for citizens. But it's up to you. There is no should you, should that. Just do what you want to do, really. Yeah, I have not encountered that, so I don't know why that would be happening. You saw some quick guides on YouTube and they've been a big help. I'm glad. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback on them, so. To make the open airless blue. I feel like that's something that would require a mod. But not in the game that I know of right now. I mean, like all of the colors are adjustable. I know that, but I don't think that they're adjustable in the game currently. So. Oh, also, if you see streamers complaining that this game's too easy, set the economy and enemies to hard. Just saying. And then tell them to settle near a tower. For autosaving, if you're worried about crashes, a lot of crash bugs got fixed today. But you can just go to game, autosave frequency seasonal. You can set it to none, yearly, semi-annual, or seasonal. Oh, and look at that. They're back. I wonder if they're actually going to attack us this time, or if it's just another wandering scout squad. The dead walk. Hide while you still can. So these are zombie elves. Do any of them have a coffin equipped? We had a zombie elf previously that had a coffin equipped, which is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. They're just wearing bronze. That's not too bad. An elf maceman corpse. This is an unintelligent zombie. These are intelligent zombies. Putrid stalkers are dangerous as hell. This guy doesn't even have a weapon. He's just got a sword. Doesn't seem very well equipped. I don't know if they're actually going to attack me. Zombies have weird behavior. But this one has a necromancer with it, so I'm assuming... Yep, they're actually attacking me. Okay. So we can fight them, or we can hide from them. I don't know how big that army is going to be. Let's see. Let's give it a second. So there's 2 necromancers here. That is, in fact, a zombie fox spearman putrid stalker named Fair Tacticleamed. He's tough, strong, and disdains sacrifice, values cunning, and has great memory, good memory, and is extravagant. Fitting. Chat, I need some crypt jams, or some good, like, jamming emotes, or some good combat emotes, or whatever you want, really. It's very untroubled by unmet needs. Values-wise, she dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, greatly respects the shrewd and guileful, and values family, and does not care about fairness. I think the siege button needs to be bigger. It's not really a button. This? Not a button. Okay, this doesn't seem so bad. This doesn't seem so bad. There are 3 necromancers, though, which are sketchy. They're very weak, but if they get to us, we may run into problems. So you know what? I'm going to try something that I was thinking about earlier. So I'm going to try this. I'm going to go down Where is it? Go to game.
This is madness.
Madness! No, it's an army of, like, undead elves. Hobo, come on. It's not hobo, it's undead elves.
Yeet.
Frames per second. Set the frames to 20. We'll move it back up afterwards. So I'm capping the frame rate at 20, just so the fight happens a little slower and you guys can see what's going on a little better, because someone commented that the last fight was too fast. So I'm going to tell my 2 squads to go kill these 3 necromancers. We're going to use a stamp kill command. We're going to confirm it. Our necromancers here, just in case we run into them later, are all unarmed, but they have the power of necromancy. And this one is holding a book. This book is called The Composition After the End. It's worth 220 Zathal, and it is called, written on the item is an essay entitled The Composition After the Dead, authored by Tubal. This dude, authored by him. It concerns the authoring of the book, The Agreement of the Dwarf Necromancer Tubal Repart, in Fountain Renewed in the midwinter of 166. The writing has a hint of viciousness to it. Overall, the prose is masterful. It's not a Necronomicon, no. It's a book probably about the Necronomicon. How about you? Do you have a Necronomicon? Okay, so you got composition after the end. Do you have any items? No. No. Okay, so only one of them have a book. Good memory, values, tradition, fitting. Spiritual sense. I willpower. Well. Oh, I know, but I had it crash once doing that once ages ago in the OG games, so I refuse to do it now. But yeah, I'm aware that Alt plus and Alt minus does that. Although I prefer to just type in the number so that I know exactly where it is, but... Wait, hold on. Are they considered visitors? And not enemies? Because that's hilarious if that's the case. No, okay. They're definitely considered invaders. Hey, we have a prophet visiting? That's kind of cool. Anyway, so military is going to come dashing out. I normally use Rube Goldberg machines as defense. But I'm going to assign the everybody to the underground and send the military out. Although that's not everybody, actually. That's just most people. I'm going to send the military out. They're going to move forward. That dwarf's going the other direction. That's fine. We're following Nomal. Need to remove these ramps so that they stop doing this. So this could very well go very bad for us. Looks like we are going to be encountering Thitafi Athu Aswi, the putrid stalker, who's 363 years old, and Ferry, this critter. So the fights begin. One of my dwarves loses his shield immediately. The fighting is not going well for our dwarf up front. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. We haven't lost anybody yet. One of our dwarves has lost a couple weapons. We definitely have some injuries. We really just need to get to the necromancers, or this is going to be bad for us, I think. I do fear this is going to be bad for us. Where's the rest of my squad? They're all the way back there. There's not really that many dwarves here. I thought that I literally told both squads to get out here. Okay, well, let's just... Let's just send them up there, then. Seems like, my dwarves ain't doing too well. One of them lost a foot. Looks like one of my swords dwarves was found dead. Hey, Moo Tofu. What's up? Welcome to the channel. There we go. Now the rest of the military's coming out. Wait, what? Oh, I see why. All right, I'm going to cry, I think. Yep. All right, so we're just losing our military. I kind of figured. I wasn't certain. So let's... cancel the orders. Yeah, you too. It's brave of you. This really needs a select all button. Unfortunately, we don't seem to be able to penetrate their armor. That or they're just too skilled for us, one of the two. Let's take a peek at the combat logs. I'll get caught up on chat in a second, by the way. Spearmaster stabs the elf stalker in the body, shattering the left false ribs and tearing apart the right lung. But it doesn't matter is the problem. Like, they are stabbing them. They're doing damage. The problem is like, it just doesn't matter. And my dwarves are just getting exhausted and then dropping their weapons after a bit. And then I'm assuming the necromancers are rezzing them. Aw, man. Come on, dwarves. You guys got this. Avuz, and then one more final dwarf runs in. Last few seem to be dying to those two intelligent undeads. Well, I mean, they're putting up a good fight at the very least. We're going to have to lock the gate, aren't we? Yep. All right, so that's all of them. You going in or out? Okay, you're going in. Let's just set them both to off duty. Don't really want my soldiers going out. I want them going back inside. But last few are running out. I respect them. Bits and pieces are falling off the thing. How unfortunate. Such a shame. Brave dwarves. No matter how hard they fight, they can't hold them off. Get back inside there, dwarf. They're holding them off for you. It's truly a shame. I wasn't sure how that would go. Turns out not good. Also, Bill the Ghost Master. I totally missed this, but thank you very much for the $10 in bits. I don't know how I missed that, but I did. So apologies, but thank you very much for the bits. Mode is full of body parts, as it should be. All right, let's turn the frame rate back up. Because we lost horribly. I do kind of want to cry right now. Actually, not really. It's fine. I am prepping for this fort to lose anyway. So we just lost our entire army, basically. But it's okay. I can do this. We will come back stronger. Zombies. We will show you who will win. Losing is in fact fun. plotting. The problem is there's two necromancers behind them, just like rezzing them repeatedly, and they are looking for corpses for their armies. Frames is still 20. Did I not successfully turn it up? I thought I did. I mean, it might actually just legitimately be at 20 now. Although I think I know why that might be. Because I got this dwarf up here who didn't make it through this trapdoor. Can you go through the trapdoor, dwarf? There you go. And then... No, it's not going back up. Game, come on. Don't make me reload you. Wow, you really, really, really... Oh, are you gonna make me do that? Oh, okay, it's gonna make me do the thing. So let me click this 70 times. Can they decapitate zombies? Yeah, and then they'll just resurrect the head. So now we theoretically could run into our zombie friends. There we go. Frame rate's back now. Troll is fighting? Oh, troll fell off a cliff somewhere. Is there a way to know if a dwarf is bedless? Click on a... What? Oh, they're fighting with mountain goats, so that's fine. Which means we're gonna have a bunch of zombie mountain goats on the surface in a minute. So if you go to a bed zone, where's a bed zone? If you go to a bed zone and click on this button, and you scroll down, it says who has quarters and who doesn't. Okay, I'm waiting. God, I hate these. If they weren't paying me money, I would turn them off immediately. Sounds like you live in a zone that doesn't get cavern dwellers? Oh, that's good timing. Do I even have anybody left in my military? One dwarf. And a squad without a leader. Great. So I've got reptile people attacking in the basement now. And I got 2 dwarves left in my military. That's not good. Huh. Right, where did I put the scream button? Does anybody here have relevant skills? Congratulations, you're about to be force recruited. You? Yep, sure. You? Yep, sure. You? Yep, sure. Go grab anything pointy and stab the bads with it. Put you. Preferably something you've used before, but even if it's nothing you've used before, that's also fine. Anybody else can hold something sharp? Hey, Neil, how are you? Oh, this fighter. Okay. So this squad is all going to go try and get weapons. And there's lizard dudes coming over from over here somewhere. Now is a bad time for this. As ran in all fort were all dwarves are vampires. Yeah, I've done that too. It's very much not fun, but very playable-ish. I do that kind of in big air quotes. Where did those nasties go? These guys. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. You know, I'm kind of tempted to just. Okay, you know what? We're actually gonna do it this way. I'm gonna seal off this. It's a huge shame, by the way. I don't even actually. Are my weapons all down there? No, they shouldn't be. They should be on the surface. They should be on the surface, he says with utmost confidence. That door's locked. I don't think they're building topplers, so they shouldn't be able to get in, but what we can do is that'll give me the opportunity to train up that new military. We'd put a stockpile around here somewhere with weapons. Not that layer, because that layer is too deep. But what I was kind of thinking about doing was sending the frog people up. The problem is I think the actual result wouldn't be dead zombies and less things to fight. I think the actual result would just be, like, 1,000 more zombies. So I think what's the wiser way to do this, actually, is something that I'm too tired to do tonight and really can't be asked, and we'll probably do tomorrow, which is set up a bunch of weapon traps or drawbridge traps or like a drop trap and drop them into a volcano or something. Set up a really big fall pit and make them fall somewhere hot and spicy. That would be good. Break their ankles. But no, the zombies would win. The zombies would win. I mean, I think my untrained soldiers would win against those guys right now. So, just to give you an idea. That's all good, Captain Wrigley. Whatever happened to the sus guy that was trapped yesterday? Still sus. Still lives in the wall. Fortress insurance is very useful. Sorry. Result is more Psyfrogs, probably. Although, next fort we're doing minecart cannons. Unless we just... We could also just let the zombies in. Let this fortress fall. We could do that. Wait, what? I said minecart cannons, not Minecraft cannons. So you see this, right? This is a minecart, right? This minecart, way to follow the minecart? No, there isn't. All right, so let's just wait until the dwarf shows up here. This is a minecart, right? Minecart is up high hill, right? So if you push minecart downhill, minecart go really fast. If you fill, yeah, they should be training. I set them back onto training. Yeah, they're back on constant training. So I'm training a new squad. This is minecart, right? Minecart go downhill, okay? If minecart go real fast downhill, and minecart have heavy thing in it, you've played Portal, right? Speedy thing goes in, speedy thing comes out. Speedy thing go down, speedy thing goes smack, thing go wee. So put bunch of swords into minecart, and then push it downhill, and then slam it into thing where speedy thing can come out. The result is speedy thing go out. No, it's a bug. But it's a bug that the devs went, oh, right. Of course that's how physics work. Well, shit. And obviously they left it in the game because they understand that leaving fun things in video games make game better. And here's a... Okay, I'm just waiting for somebody to ride this thing. Why nobody push minecart? It's right there. Go for a ride. Good fun. You didn't know Megabeasts could have cool kids, but it turns out 3 Hydra were born. Fun fact, Hydras aren't ever infants, so they're fully grown when they're born, making them an excellent food supply. And I guess in this version now also an excellent leather supply. There you go. So here's an example. Whee! Whee! There you go, see? All right, so let's go dig. Let's go dig deep. Let's go dig deeply and greedily and see what these greedy, deep-digging dwarves discover. Diamond clusters, diamond clusters, diamond clusters, granite. I'm looking for adamantine. I know we saw adamantine once. I just can't remember where it is. I can spot it. We'll just go dig into that. Seeing those diamond clusters, but there's a tutorial on my YouTube channel that oh, this has to be it, right? All right, let's just take up to there. You know, I feel bad. I lied to chat. I was like, we're going to dig deeply and greedily. And then they were like, I was like, we'll do it tomorrow. And then this happened. I'm like, okay, fine, fuck it, we'll do it today. to fight goblins? I mean, I was using ballistas against demons 3 days ago. Is there liquid physics? Absolutely, yeah. There's water pressure, too, for water. Sweet. I got 3 dwarves that are now digging, although I don't know what they're digging. Oh, we're still making that tomb for the queen. Right. It supports a 5K screen. Here's the thing that I'll tell you. If you're on a super high resolution monitor, just make sure that you manually set your screen size, because if you don't, it will break your UI. You have to, like, it's like not designed to run with UI that big. Yeah, generally. But people learn that this game has water pressure in funny ways. They don't realize it has water pressure, and then suddenly, oh, there's water pressure. My entire fort is full of water. I can't remember. It was like dark yellow, pretty high up. What happened to the Baroness? Still a Baroness, but they demand you make them a tomb, similar to the way the Pharaoh demands that you make them a pyramid. When you finally managed to make a waterfall that was not only pleasing for them to look at, but clean them as well without flooding into your base, you were so happy. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Dwarf Fortress is about the little victories, right? The first time you successfully build a door is like the biggest fucking dumb victory on earth. It's like, oh my God, I built a door and installed it and it works. Although I don't know if you'll have the same kind of visceral excitement of that as you did in Classic, but. And then we can, here's the thing though, because we have the sus dwarf, we have insurance, so we won't actually lose even if every single dwarf in this fort dies. So I can just let whatever I want open in the basement. and be totally good. We can also let the all of the frog people in. We can also let the lizard people in. So, and we have necromancers on the surface. So we can have like a 5-way fight. Is that 5-way? Dwarves, frog, amphibians, necromancers, lizards, demons. Yeah, that's 5 ways. Let's have a 5-way shuffle, shall we? Pretty good way to end the first fort of premium version. Bob, you are here just in time. We're about to murder everything. And also there's a dwarf just like riding a roller coaster on repeat because, you know, the world is at peace. Nature is healing, as people have been saying. What's the priority on this? Priority 1? All right. Dwarves, you're taking too long. Mining. Oh, I can't set mining to everybody does this. Okay, fine. We'll just assign a bunch more miners. Brigham's still streaming? Yeah, a little bit. Only been live for 11 and a half. Yeah, General Cooper. It's been nice. Locked hatch covers? All right. Right. All right, that's fine. I can fix this. Dig around it. Problem solved. For some reason, I thought that was connected to a different part of the fort, but it's not, obviously. There it goes. Was there anything meme-tastic enough to be worth watching about it? Burrow is still on? No, it's off. I locked the doors. I forgot that. I thought that I had a different stairwell that went around that one, but I don't. I don't want that to play. Huh. That's okay. Game Awards, eh? But no, like, Gillette shave guy or anything? That's because that's a shame. Someone snuck on the stage that was being weird. There was an imposter. Okay. Was there a lot of, boo, that doesn't deserve this? You know, I don't like it, personally, but... Oh, found the other cavern layer. Anyway, let's just keep digging. I do gotta say that it is an absolute crime. Ooh, this is cool looking. It is an absolute crime that Vampire Survivors wasn't nominated for Game of the Year. Oh, wow. I literally just missed it. God of War awards are fine. I heard, like, mixed things about that game, too. Of course Elden Ring won Game of the Year. What's wrong with Elden Ring? It's a fine game. It's just not for me. Saying ooh something gross just because you don't like it is very childish, Nander. Although you do have enough children to just act childish, so I guess that's fair. Yeah, no, I mean, Elden Ring is the pinnacle of that style of game design, which I have absolutely no interest in playing. Which is, you know, fine. Just like Dwarf Fortress is the pinnacle of this game design. Although I think Anander's just saying it to get funny responses from people, so. Fuck that, hobo. What the hell? That's just gross. No. No. Yeah, that was leaked ages ago. Of course they're making new armor core. Hopefully it's better than the new front mission game that Square made a couple years ago. I don't know. That shit's too console focused for me anyway. I'll never really be particularly interested in... Aw, man. Water? I beg your fucking pardon? What? I'm so confused. There's water there? There's a lake here? What's their water doing down here? Stray won best indie. So Stray's fine, but that is not a very good video game. It's cute. The cat physics are good, but that's all it's got going for it, really. We checked the stone for heat. What devilry is that? And just exploded? Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be treasures of the gods. A ruby cluster. The stone for heat. What devilry is that? All right. This is all new to me, by the way. This is cool. I should really put a post on Discord saying, digging too deep, by the way. What is exploding? I don't know. This is all new to me. We found water. Run away, dwarf. Run away. Well, that's just plain mean. Tetrahedrite. There's water in it. Looks like it is draining, though. There's not too much of it. So it'll drain down into here. Yeah, it's not too... unless it's just like an endless flow or something. There's quite a bit of water up here, too, which is where it's all coming from. Yeah, it's draining pretty quick. How deep is it down here? 5 of 7. That's enough to... not enough to drown in somebody. There's a lot of water right there. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of liquid around that, which is... oof. All right, well, let's just dig this way then. See what we dig into if we go that way. They definitely made hell percent speed runs a lot slower. You can't ever build their rooms. Don't sell so much to the migrants. If you sell less, you'll get less. Or to your caravans, not migrants. I just want demons. This is cool, though. I like these changes. And before the whole fort floods, it's already stopped flowing. It's just not stopping fast enough. Yeah, it's already drained pretty much. That's a lot of gems, though. Like a weird water pocket. How useful is a traffic area thing? Very useful to stop dwarves from walking directly underneath falling objects. Found any cotton candy? I saw a notification once, but I can't find it. I think it's like hidden somewhere. That or I don't know what it looks like. Great. Cool. Well, that's not cool. All right, let's see. Where's some other things? There's enough threats on the map that I'm just digging too deep, so I'm just looking for stuff. 'Cause I did see the raw adamantine praise the miners once. Matter of spotting it again. I don't know where it is. Like, I'm assuming it's in there somewhere, but... yes, if the meals do rot if they're not kept in barrels. If they're kept in barrels, they don't rot. Or pots. Barrels are rock pots. Yeah, so I'm assuming that they're just like inside of these, so it's just harder to do now. Not even that deep. Get back here, dwarves. Lazy bastards. Better than before. Still not brilliant as in regards to frame rate. It's Dwarf Fortress. It's never going to run well. Par for the course, frankly. Dwarves, you were literally just digging down here. Also, suddenly suspicious that I'm digging the wrong way now. Do I have more miners? Oh, they're coming back. It's just a very long distance. I have like 14 miners assigned or something right now. What happened to the Necros? Still on the surface. We lost the siege. My military died, which is to be expected, really. So now we're digging too deep. Make them into stuff. Make them into blocks, make them into crafts, make them into furniture, make them into statues, make them into crafts. That's what you do with rocks. You make them into things. I wouldn't recommend quantum stockpiling to people asking what to do with rocks. Giving people the wrong idea. If people want to discover exploits by themselves, let them discover exploits by themselves. How's the new trained militia going? Very green. Where am I going to break the siege? I'm not going to. We're going to dig too deep. I'm ending the fort tonight. I was going to end it tomorrow, but we'll start a new fort tomorrow. Does it take a while to train militia? Not that long. I'm just tired. Like, could I win this siege? Absolutely. Am I going to? No. So I'm using this as an opportunity to mess around with the spoilerish mechanics in the basement. It's one of the best parts of Dwarf Fortress. Let's get this water out of here. And then we're going to, ideally, release everything all at once. We have unleashed the echo of a forgotten divine retribution. Oh, hello, look at this. A warring enforcer crossbowman. Which has heavy bleeding. It's bleeding very heavily for some reason. Let's go to its health and go to description. Small scaly humanoid. It has 2 short tails and it spins. It's wriggly lurching and it's howling. Its dark olive scales are jagged and close set. It was created by the dwarven goddess Ugg-Egul. And it is part with chaos, fortresses, and war. Oh, so it's an angel. Interesting. The dwarves are fighting with it. The dwarves appear to have killed it. Damn. Oh, no. Literally, yeah, the minor strike. I mean, it was bleeding. The miner strikes it, and the enforcer crossbowman in the left lower leg. Yeah, just beats the shit out of it with her pick. How's it going? Pretty good, maybe, P, frankly. Yeah, the miner strikes the whirring crossbow enforcer in their lower arm with her copper pick, and the severed part, like, hacks its arm off, and then screams, Onil, the slayer of dragon takers. This is great, they say. Quick to love. Really? Cavern dwellers. And we've got more lizard folk coming after us. Let's keep digging, shall we? Oh, pickaxes are phenomenal weapons, yeah. Okay, more water. Whoosh. Someone lost clothing and the bits and pieces of this critter are getting pushed out. Look at that. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Check this stone for heat. Oh, what's this? Ah, there we go. Now we got demons. That's what we're looking for. It can't see. It's a azure devil. It just looks like tentacles. What is its description? A very large feathered leech. Ew. It has a spiral shell and it has a bloated body. Its azure feathers are long and sparse. Beware its deadly spittle. She is fat. Why we gotta be mean to the biggie? The big lady. She's just a big lady. Military, do your damnedest. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'm gonna wait. Hold up. Some people are probably missing stuff. I hate this shit. I hate having to pause for ads. Oh, yeah. Anybody who's not in ads, tell people who are saying rip ads that it's fine. We're waiting. We're waiting. Looks like we have 40 seconds left. So chat, how are you guys, to those of you veteran players in chat, how are you guys feeling about this stuff? These kind of gems with like the scattered demons in between and the occasional holy metal weapons. I think it's neat. Will a bunch of demons pour out? That's how it always used to work. Also, I think this is half a sprite. It's literally just like a writhing thing of tentacles. Look at all that water. Good lord. Some more miners are coming to mine this out up top. And my squad should be on its way. Looks like that miner that killed another demon is heading up. What's she gonna do? Did it just disappear? Where did it go? Oh, no, I see. It went down this side. So it's spitting out stuff. I need a new guild hall. Yeah, that's not happening. It is fighting with dwarves. It's taking out a good number of them. It's spitting out its spittle. It's firing off at that axe dwarf who's now sprinting away in fear. Fitting, really. Ooh, that was pretty brutal. Looks like our smart legendary demon killer dwarf is running away from it. They're all piling on top of it, and they seem to be hacking it to bits. Come on, dwarves, you guys got this. How's it doing? It doesn't feel anything while conflict. Naturally, it has no wounds. The bodies are starting to pile up. It's probably for the best, really. I wouldn't want to have to live in a world where this exists. The dwarf did just explode, yeah. The water's kind of making it more visceral, too, because it's like pushing the body parts around. The dwarves are just dogpiling it, doing their best. Maybe one of them will get a hit in, but it doesn't seem like it's been the case. This tough, sickly, writhing ball of tentacles is just crushing its way through the fortress slowly. Piece by piece, it's ripping the dwarves apart. Meanwhile, up over here on another portion of the fort, a very sneaky dwarf goes over and unlocks a gate. And then another very sneaky dwarf goes somewhere else and unlocks another gate. Where's that button? God damn it. Ah, there we go. The dwarves are doing a very good job, like, running down and trying to fight, though. I do respect their hustle, frankly. Did I not, like, tell my entire military to go attack them? I really did. Yeah, and they haven't even arrived yet, you slow-ass bastards. Slow-ass bastards. Did it just insta-heal? Oh, probably. Where the heck's your kill order? I did assign that. Unless the thing's dead, which I don't think it is. Nope, not dead. Let's follow the thing from the underworld. Yeah, it's literally like insta-healing. She is exhilarated after being attacked. Well, at least the Sister of Flight is happy in this instance. No, I said sneaky. Well, stinky too, why not? It's firing its deadly spittle down the way. Oh, look at that creepy crawler. Spindly walking thing of fingers. Oh no. Cavern dwellers! Here they come. The vengeance of the psychedelic frog people. The cavern amphibians. Can they fight the demon from the depths? Fight rages on. Our military broken. Our strength crumbled. Oh, this is the same. We've been playing the same fort all day today, yeah? But it's just ending stretch, so you're here just in time. Meanwhile, this dwarf over here is doing something very important, which is putting thing on a vehicle. Why are you guys are supposed to kill the fucking underworld monster? Jesus Christ. We'll fight with the thing. Okay, well. I mean, Rog Boys is coming, so we get to fight with them in a minute too soon. Also, why don't we just like go up to the surface and like just unlock these as well while we're at it? I mean, let's just go full chaos. Let's also jump back down to our critter down in the basement. And then we'll come... I'll probably generate a new world after this because I don't want those crash bugs to be in. And I also want to be able to try those Untamed Wilds biomes with the agitation stuff with... Hey, look, a flesh ball! It's a giant rolling testicle. Yay! It's good to see one. Anyway, where are we going? Back down here. These are all of the new invaders we're getting. All of these amphibian. Just a single demon. Yep, just a single demon. It's a pretty strong one, though. It's a giant leech. Yep, you can grow plants in the cavern or above the cavern. It's been seriously injured since the start, though. It's got no eyesight. Although, there's only half of it there. I'm convinced it's half of a sprite. Its shell is cut open. Its shell is dented. Its body is cut open. She is fat. And her shell hears a very short... Her shell... Oh, no, her shell bears a very... That looks like an H. Her shell bears a very short, straight scar. Looks like a snake. It's supposed to be a leech. Anyway, it's coming up the stairs now. Oh, Gorlak. Rip Gorlak. F's for Gorlak, chat. Is there a way to domesticate the demon? No. I mean, you could, like, trap it in a place and use it as, like, a theoretical weapon, but no, not really. Oh, hey, look, a dwarf. Anyway, there's more things spawning in the caverns. Somebody's in a martial trance. Let's jump there. Oh, shit. My dwarves are above ground fighting with the zombies again? Well, that's not good. That can't end well for us. So we're down to 12 dwarves now. Yeah, you could make a demon zoo. Like, I've trapped demons in places where you could theoretically do that, yeah. Looks like some of my dwarves have been resurrected from the dead already. Well, that's good. Including some that are just guests now. Do things spawn, or do they just kind of exist? Well, I mean, to give you an idea, I'm using the word spawn, but it's maybe incorrect. So in my last major fort in the last version of the game, we had, it was like what? Like 80 or so demons in the basement, kind of locked in a corner, right? And it was all fine and dandy until they started having triplets. Let's see if this thing can kill. Whoop. Nope. I was gonna say, let's see if this thing can kill a zombie. Nope, Putrid Stalker just fucking wrecked it. And everyone's dead? Yeah. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Also, we did kind of let the everything in. Vengeful while in conflict. Kill that frog, little guy. Okay, dwarf got him. Hey, there you go. Our mayor, Clino, or not Clino, Cherno, is one of our last soldiers that's alive, who is terrified while in conflict, but doesn't feel anything after seeing an amphibian's dead body. Is there no way in the Steam version to see if a room is considered outside anymore? If it doesn't have a roof over it and the sun can see it, it's outside. It's generally a pretty easy way to see it. Individual combat drill. I respect it. All right, zombies coming in. The mayor killed the demon? No, the mayor killed a really weak amphibian person from the underground. The demon was killed by a single zombie. But now we have a three-way fight between reptilians down in the basement, these zombies, and then the amphibians. These guys. See? These are the amphibians. So we have like a three-way siege. Zombies are very overpowered, yes. Things were going so well. I kind of let it end for whatever it's worth because we're still very early into this version. Oh, here come the zombies. We're still very early into this version of the game. And frankly, I want to do a bunch of different forts this month. So this was kind of intentional. Partially intentional. I actually, honestly, if my dwarves won the fight, we would have done this tomorrow. But what about the trap dwarf? Oh, still there. That's insurance. It's so that, like, I can still, like, keep the fort alive and we can witness the rest of these fights. Oh, absolutely. You can also make your own population into necromancers if you want. So this is a visiting dwarf. This isn't one of mine. This is a visiting dwarf who's just hanging out and reading and must be on the same size as these necromancers because this zombie just walked up to him and walked away. Content after pondering the ethics of the state. Well, good for you. Oh, that's funny. No, not a vampire. Just a normal-ass dwarf. Anyway, 3 population left. More putrid stalkers. All right, chat. So this was the Fortress of Stoneflights. A grand fortress with grand goals. Became a barony. Lived many years. Had many dwarves stay here and live here. We fought off the hordes of the amphibian folk until eventually they got through our trapdoors. We dug great riches until we found and woke something up that was great and deep from the depths. Our neighbors were not pleased with our rapid expansion and sent a few to come to dispatch of us, and unfortunately, they were very efficient. A grand fortress, rather successful in its own way. Who's still alive? A single leather worker named Ral. He's in the caverns. Ral, I'm going to give you a nickname. Survivor. Dude, you've got one job. Survivor. Worshipper of Kikath. Friends with many dwarves who are now all naked because they're all dead. With no official position in the fortress. There's a good sense of creativity and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, which is why it's very fitting that he's going to run away. To the point of distraction, he prefers to be alone. He has a calm demeanor, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He's quick to anger, and he has a greedy streak, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. We let it end, granted, is what happened. And, you, dwarf. Wait, actually, are you one of mine, or are you a guest? No, you are one of mine. Why don't I have the option? There you are. Should do that. I send you to Gravel Lens, If this dwarf can make it off the map, they can live. If they don't make it off the map, then they are not a survivor. Let's see if this dwarf makes it off the map. Oh my god, he's climbing? Wow. That requires some strength, dude. So chat, what do you think? Does this dwarf make it off the map? He's climbing the walls. Angry, dwelling upon getting into an argument, but delighted remembering a performance and was zealous after performing. Big fan of performing. You think he makes it? We can look him up in Legends if he does. 78 years old, still got lots of life left ahead of him. He's very hungry, though. He's above water. If he falls, he's just done. This is like some bouldering shit. For reference, he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. About 8 Z levels above water. Now he's right above the water. If he falls, he's just dead. But he clearly knows where he's going. Everything is fighting everybody right now. Yeah, so the amphibians are fighting with my animals, are fighting with the demons, are fighting with the everything. Still angry. I don't blame him. I'd be angry too if I was in this situation. Nobody wants to be in a situation like this. After all your dwarves are dead? Nope. I mean, you can go back and you can read about it, which is basically the same thing. Where's he going? I don't think there's even, like, a way out from here. But he knows that he has to leave the map. Oh, you know what? I'll bet you he's going to this wall to get to that wall, to get to that landing there. And before it falls into the water. Come on, dude. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a dead pond grabber's dead body. Unless he's just going in circles. Maybe he's going down there? I have no idea where he's headed. To run off after getting attacked by local wildlife, left most of their stuff, but it says being traded despite them being gone. If you disassemble the trade depot, does it piss them off? Who are you trading with? Is this your faction that you're trading with or somebody else? If it's your faction, they'll come back next year, but they'll bring way less. If they aren't your faction, they'll be pissed. Uh-oh. More cavern shit. He's fucked. I mean, he's off in a weird corner. I don't know where he's going. Probably got a better idea of where he's going than we do. There's so much shit spawning on the map, on the edges of the map right now, or entering the sides of the map, I guess is the word I should use. I mean, he's just a dabbling arm. Actually, what's his climbing skill? I was wondering if he had like if he was like a high level climber or something. He's a novice schemer. Novice swimmer, dabbling reader, adequate poet and dancer. Yeah, I've never seen a dwarf climb this far. He's literally just going in circles. You know, probably what's happening is there's probably like an army of amphibians over to the bottom left, and he's probably just fleeing from them. Okay, come on. That's the edge of the map right there. If he can get up that, he could theoretically get off the map. That's the edge of the map. So if he can get up that, up, dwarf, up. Drums, drums, drums in the deep. Come on, dude. Oh, come on. I've seen things leave the map like this before. I just want to read about you in Legends, man. I think that there's a mushroom attached to the edge of the map over here on the right, though. Maybe he's going for that. At least he's not got blow dart dudes beneath him. My worry is he's going to get too hungry and he's going to fall because of, like, exhaustion. Although he is a visitor, so I don't know if that changes that. Because I've expelled him. We could also just retire the, or succumb to the siege, I suppose, and see if he makes it out in post-fort stuff. Oh, no, he's still going. Okay, he's working his way. You don't think he's got any clue where he's going? If he can get onto the ground, he can get off the map. To check his insides? What do you mean to check his insides? Why would I check his insides? He's just exploring. He's just like a Minecraft Steve. He's just like going on an adventure through the underground caves. My lad. True that you cannot butcher dead animals if they were tame. If they were pets, you can't. And if they were mangled, you can't. And if they're rotten, you can't. To be fair, 78 years old for a dwarf is like middle-aged. All right, chat. How much longer do we want to watch this? What do you think? He's going in circles still. Pretty sure Ral here is going in circles. No more. 1 hour. 24/7 dwarf climbing in circles stream. No, he'd starve to death before then. Yeah, we can see what happened to him in Legends if we retire. No, I mean, I would succumb to the siege, actually, because I can't retire. So. Dead animals from the pasture? You don't pull dead animals from the pasture. You have to slaughter animals. You need fresh meat. You know, meat spoils quickly, dude. I've never gone hunting before, but even I know this. All right. Ral, I do wish you all the best. May you survive. Let's jump to the most recent combat. Seems to be these guys. Okay, so they're fighting with whatevers. But one final overview of the fortress for historic sake. There's a lot of miasma there. Very smelly. There's our insurance policy. We're also going to call you Sus. So we got Survivor and Sus to look up. Hold up. Rumbles. Yes, we shall check Ral and Sus in Legends. Doop-a-doop. Either or, this was fun. Hammer Dwarf! Dude, what's up? Good to see you. How you been? Long time. How's things? How's your fort? Assuming you're playing Dwarf Fort. Apologies if that's an unfair assumption. But hey, hi, hello. How's things, Raiders? Up the frame rate? I can't. We're at max. So that's just how much the game's running at. But I'll show you how many entities are on the screen for a second if you're wondering why it's slow. There's 3 different armies on the map right now. Wait, hold up. Did he make it off the map? Minius, thanks for keeping that sub alive. How much time passes in a turn? It's like 1,200 ticks or something to a day. Yeah, there's Ral and Sus, so they're both alive. But we're just ending this fort. This was a good one. Wow, it's a lot of color. All that mud. Vile. Absolutely vile. Succumb to the invasion. You were fun. New fort tomorrow. Over 100 dwarves used to live here. Yeah, that's true. Your strength has been broken. Oh, it was fun. You bet. I think so too, Alex. This is like lighter holding up in the air music. Oh, it's great. This version of the game's fantastic. Let's go find out what happened to those 2 dwarves. So it's the Windy Planets. For anybody who doesn't know, this song is called Kogan-san, which directly translates to boat murdered. Which is kind of legendary. Alright, so let's jump into Legends. No, New World, because they patched the game. So, fixes do not transfer to old worlds. You have to generate New World to get the fixes. Alright, so let's see. Sus. That's not a good way to look that dwarf up. don't see them. Hold up. Let's just do this. Sights. This is the entire history of this fort, by the way. Who here has never seen Legends, by the way? Found me through my YouTube tutorials? Well, thank you. I'm glad that you found them helpful. The dwarf vampires starve. Hold on, we had a vampire? Alright, so Toasted Bell Smashes was a vampire. A lot of things bled to death. So Legends is Dwarf Fortress Wikipedia for the world that you've generated. So this is the entire history of the fort that we played today. Every single notable event. Everything. From us attacking stuff to this dwarf bleeding to death because they were slayed by a goblin to the dwarf Nish putting an item to rest or whatever that is, an item being created which cleansed the rust with the wondrous mist, which was stolen by the amphibian man. Atur was claimed and by a bunch of different people by a far, and people are still plotting to steal it. No one's successfully stolen it yet, though. It was a tower cap bucket. It's the bucket in my well. I thought they didn't eat or sleep anymore? Yeah, apparently. Well, who knows? Yeah, I'm not seeing Sus or Ral. In here. Like, Obok was struck down. Kostas. Check the vampire. You suspect that they were dust hot from the wall? Possibly. Has killed 36 dwarves, 13 dwarves, 1 dwarf. Oh, yeah, no, okay, became the... Okay, so Sus Dwarf was, in fact, a vampire, by the way. Was, in fact, a vampire, so my suspicions were correct. You're pretty sure you saw Ral in there? Okay, noted. We'll look later. This text is hard for me to read, by the way. Maybe Sus could have killed the demon. No, so this is Sus. This dwarf here is Sus. They took part in a crossbow throwing competition, found a lover, went to the large pillar and took part in a festival, and then left the Knives of Weakness, left the large pillar, settled in Stoneflights, became a member of the Ivory Seal of Blazing, became a member of the Terrible Machine, fooled the Ivory Seal of believing they were Dastot mastercrafted, which was Sus. Toasted fought in the assault. Well, it says they fought in the assault because they were in the fort, and starved to death because we left them in the wall. So this was Sus. This was the dwarf that was in the wall. They were in fact a vampire. They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or sorry, how many spouses did they have? Several different. 2 lovers. They had 2 lovers. That's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4 deceased spouses. Many children. Was a member of a billion factions, which is accurate, and has 36 confirmed kills. Vampires starve? Apparently they do. I mean, it starved to death. So naturally, maybe in world gen, maybe not in game, but there are certain things where like the rules are different in Legends versus in game. I mean, we did lock them in a wall behind bricks. So if someone's gonna waste away and become nothing. So this dwarf basically was infiltrating the fort, convinced us that they had a different name. I looked at them and went, "You're blue," and then locked them in a wall. Which also might have been a bug. I don't know if they're supposed to show up as a weird color like that. Especially because their skin tone was supposedly burnt umber, but they were definitely fucking turquoise. So we locked them in a wall. We put them in a box. And all right. Yeah, no, demon died to the undead. So that's sus. So where's Ral? Ral. Chat, if you guys see Ral, just shout. Because I have a hard time reading this text. Because it'll say that they were expelled, which is probably towards the end. Bled to death, was struck down, visited. As well, interrogated the Blue Dwarf, the forest vampire murderer, and immediately confessed. Got it. Where were you expelled? But yeah, it's always worth looking at legends after a fort, even if it's just to catch some more additional context. In the About section of Dwarf Fortress, it says OpenGL update to this millennium. That is actually true. They were on a 90s version of OpenGL. Also, there's a... Ah, shit. We've got ad break. Sorry. Let's see if I can find this. Mervad, Odom. Looking for a Ral. Oh. No, that's a different Ral, because that was bled to death, stuck down by a Dingleman. Found a Ral. Oh, was it channel called? Hold up. If you knew that, why didn't you say something? Still live. Well, not dead. So that's good. The Squished Attack was the name of that war. Someone say OpenGL. Morning, Epion. You hanging in there? Yeah, he's not dead. Somewhere in the caves. Probably foraging for food. You found your first cavern? Welcome to Dwarf Fort, Zip Zoom. You're doing it. I don't know what time it is for you. Yeah, I know we're in an ad break, so I'm gonna wait for the ad to end. You got your first OpenGL card in the 90s? Yep. Oh, there's an About section in Dwarf Fort, Epion, that says that they updated OpenGL to this millennium, which is very amusing to me. Voodoo 2. I never owned any of those fancy 90s cards. But in 30 seconds, we will do the wrap up here. You're taking a bath and off to work? Oh no, dude. Why? Thanks. It blew your tiny mind. Yeah, I believe it, Raticide. For protecting your fort that started digging straight down rather than in? Always dig straight down. Always dig straight down. Never dig in. Digging in is for chumps. And the turn-based... Oh, the turn-based thing? I'm playing, what's it called? Path of Acra for that thing. I didn't realize that Jupiter Hell was an option for that. It's on big sale, is it? How deep a sale? Oh, I see. Yeah. 35% discount. Sweet. Yeah, we're just winding down L Proxy. All right, are we through ads, guys? We're through ads? Okay, sweet. So, long story short, Ral, the dwarf that was climbing around, survived us somewhere in the caverns. Sus was, in fact, a zombie. Or was not a zombie, was, in fact, a vampire, so. that's Stoneflights. Tomorrow, dig up stupid. Yeah, exactly. What's JH? JH is Jupiter Hell. It's this video game. Epion completely programmed the entire thing himself, including the entire engine. Apparently Fmod for this game, their license was so old that they contacted Fmod about updating their license, and they had to call their old outsourced contractors to explain how to actually update their code base. I really want to hear that story. Because